Kane began to analyze the information about Bloodhand, and after half an hour, he obtained a basic understanding. There are 5 levels in this technique: Blood Index, Blood Fingers, Blood Fist, Blood Claw, and Blood Shockwave. You must have reached the 2nd level in the blood refinement art to train this skill and develop blood energy. That already is an absurdly high requirement for a wave warrior, since the 2nd level was supposed to be exclusive for wave champions, and that is just the beginning. I must condense my blood energy, channel it into my hand, and then use it to manipulate the molecular structure, exponentially enhancing strength and durability. Bloodhand generates immense pressure on the cultivators' bodies. I can train the first 2 levels as a wave warrior. However, there is a way to begin the 3rd level before becoming a wave champion, by achieving flawless marrow. Kane took out his ego wave from the starry gem the next second as he analyzed all he had just learned. Bloodhand was simply too fantastic, and the power it could provide for wave warriors and wave champion was off the charts, so it was the requirements and complexity of the skill. Suddenly Kane's eyes widened as he stared at the starry gem. Now that his ego wave was out of it, he found himself unable to cultivate the technique. The words were still in his mind, but they lacked the insights and perception of the person that engraved them. Kane could not train without the starry gem. If he wanted to share his knowledge with someone else, it would be impossible without handing it over. Asking Kane to explain Bloodhand to someone else would be like asking him to explain a rainbow to a blind man. He would not know where to start. Is this the might of a saint technique? Kane could not help but wonder if all saint technique were as profound and strong as the one he was currently holding. Not wanting to waste any more time in useless thoughts, Kane sent his ego wave back into the starry gem while at the same time bringing out of his space ring several wave champion beasts' hearts. The amount of blood energy needed to train Bloodhand was much greater than the one that Kane currently had inside his body, so unless he wanted to use his own blood, he would have to use that of the beasts he had killed over the past month. Kane put his left hand over the pile of wave champion beasts' hearts while raising his right index finger. He devoured the blood essence of the hearts and transformed it into blood energy. Then he condensed it before channeling it into the right hand's index finger. While Kane was training Bloodhand, 3 figures were thousands of meters in the sky, watching over him. They were not other than Zarok, Jonathan, and Bloodless No. 4. Zarok and Jonathan were pale, and it was clear they had not fully healed from the battle that happened over a month ago. Still, their vitality was calm, making it clear it was just a matter of time before their bodies fully recovered. Bloodless No. 4, on the other hand, seemed perfectly fine. He received great injuries during the battle against the duo, but his body and regeneration abilities were so powerful that he was at his peak again. Jonathan had his hand over Zarek's shoulder, using the ego wave of this one to look at Kane. Bloodless No. 4's eyes glowed with blood energy that allowed his sight to gain supernatural power, granting him the ability to stare at Kane as if this one was in front of him. The group's attention was completely fixed on Kane, with no concern for anything else. Unbeknownst to the young man, the success of this task would have a significant impact on his progress in the astral rebirth path of power. Saint techniques were more than just skills with great offensive power. Everything above the wave champion rank involved them. Bloodhand is considered a core technique of Blood Sea. I am surprised you handed it over to the boy just like that. Bloodless No. 4 showed nothing on his face, but there was a meaningful light in his eyes as he glanced at Jonathan. I can see by that boy's moves that he practices the Aegon family's void state. That skill is even more precious than Bloodhand. Jonathan showed a small smile before shaking his head. I only imparted the first level of the technique. I do not have the authority to hand over the part of void state classified as a saint technique. I see. Bloodless No. 4 nodded and better understood Kane's relationship with the Amos family. Since the other party explained things, he will do the same. I would have handed Bloodhand after reaching Blood Sea to test his talent. Since you are unwilling to let me bring him with me, I have no choice but to do the test here. Zarok and Jonathan exchanged awkward smiles upon hearing that. They had noticed during their confrontation with Bloodless No. 4 that the man was able to use all his power without overexerting himself, unlike them. If Bloodless No. 4 had been willing to endure some damage to his cultivation, he could have killed them, but they were relieved that he chose to compromise instead. How complicated is Bloodhand exactly? Zarok asked that question as he saw how Cain concentrated more and more blood energy into the index finger. Core disciples of Blood Sea usually need 9 hours to enter the first level. A blood child only needs 3 hours to enter Blood Index. Zarok and Jonathan nodded to Bloodless number 4 and waited. They knew that Cain was extremely hardworking and had divine talent in the Ego Eternal Path of Power, having achieved a Wave King level willpower at 14. However, the Ego Eternal Path of Power and the Astral Rebirth Path of Power were not the same. Cain had an impressive foundation, but that was due to his hard work, not necessarily a manifestation of his talent. A true talent in the Astral Rebirth Path of Power was the ability to decipher the mechanism in the body and learn to untap the hidden power of your cells. While the Essence Evolution Path of Power focused on deciphering the mysteries of the world around you, the Astral Rebirth Path of Power looked within, taking your own body as a world that needed to be explored and understood. Thinking that you could rise in the Astral Rebirth Path of Power just by consuming an immense amount of resources was naive. Zarok and Jonathan look at Cain with anticipation. The duo could not help but expect the young man to show them an impressive sight again, just like he had done many times before. However, the duo's excitement began to fade away as the hours passed, and Cain showed no sign of even getting near the first level of Bloodhand. Bloodless number 4 said nothing and let the hours pass, but it was clear to the duo that this one was growing impatient. Finally, after 18 hours of waiting, a frown appeared on his face. It seems that the generation of blood energy during the Wave Warrior rank was pure luck, and his talent in the Astral Rebirth Path of Power is average at most. Zarok and Jonathan could not help but sigh as they heard that. Bloodless number 4 was not cruel with his words, just giving his objective analysis of Cain's talent. I have to go back to Blood Sea. He only has a rudimentary understanding of the blood refinement art and is unable to figure out the remaining techniques on his own, so it's not a big deal. Nevertheless, I will retrieve the Saint technique. It's pointless for him to possess it. Zarok nodded at Bloodless number 4. The technique was not his, and he did not have the right or power to stop Bloodless number 4 from taking it back. I will speak with. Zarok was just about to establish a telepathic link with Cain to retrieve the starry gem when this one opened his eyes, and a burst of blood energy emerged from his hand. The trio saw how the tip of Cain's right index finger began to change, adopting a blood metallic color. That meant that Cain had entered the first level of Bloodhand. Zarok and Jonathan showed small smiles as they saw that. Nevertheless, 18 hours to achieve that was still too long, and they could see that Bloodless number 4 still intended to take the starry gem back. However, everything changed when the trio saw that the transformation of the finger did not stop at the tip. A human index finger is composed of 3 bones that mark the point at which it can bend, named the proximal, middle, and distal phalanges. Cain managed to transmute the distal phalange of his index finger, and it carried on. It only stopped once a blood metallic color covered the middle phalange portion of the index finger. Zarok and Jonathan were not familiar with Bloodhand, but they could tell from the shock on Bloodless number 4's face that whatever Cain had done was impressive. Bloodless number 4 did not say a word to the duo and kept his eyes on Cain. He saw how the index finger of the young man began to vibrate before this one used it to pierce the ground. Cain's index finger entered the earth as if the ground was snow and his finger a piece of hot metal, but that was far from everything. The ground began to shake before breaking apart, and the area around Cain's index finger trembled before being pulverized. He advanced so much in the first level in only 18 hours. Bloodless number 4 was having a hard time keeping his composed expression. He was extremely familiar with Bloodhand and knew that the first level, Blood Index, focused on channeling your blood energy into a single finger, causing it to vibrate rapidly at a molecular level. This vibration enhances the finger's strength and sharpness, allowing the user to pierce through tough materials and deal catastrophic damage to the target. Is it true that he never trained a Saint technique before? Bloodless number 4 was having difficulty accepting that Cain's talent in the Astral Rebirth Path of Power could be so high, so he considered the possibility that the young man had already entered into contact with a Saint technique that worked similarly to Bloodhand. Zarok could see Bloodless number 4's solemnity, and this one did not hesitate before answering. I have never taught or seen him use one in any fight, although I cannot discard him finding one in his journeys. Zarok gave an honest answer. Kane's luck was always great, and he might have found one saint technique on his travels. After careful consideration, Bloodless Number 4 dismissed the possibility and shook his head. He had witnessed Kane's battle with the lightning fall mantis and knew that the young man would not have held back any techniques while fighting for his life. In the end, Bloodless Number 4 had to acknowledge that Kane possessed exceptional talent in understanding the body's mechanics. It can be said that Bloodless Number 4 was both right and wrong. While Kane had not previously trained in a saint technique, his exploration of the Red King's memories provided him with a deeper understanding of the human body, making the training of Bloodhand a more manageable task. That wisdom was part of Kane and would only help him in his journey through the astral rebirth path of power, so it did not provide a false impression about his talent. Bloodless Number 4 remained silent momentarily, and he analyzed the situation before turning towards Zarok. I need to return to Blood Sea. The starry gem with Bloodhand belongs to that boy now. It is fine as long as he doesn't hand it over to someone else. Zarok was full of questions, but Bloodless Number 4 only gave the duo a short nod before flashing away. Zarok and Jonathan looked at each other and could not help but smile awkwardly again. Kane's talent in Bloodhand was so exceptional that Blood Sea would undoubtedly show an even greater interest in him from now on. Damn brat, always giving me troubles. Whatever, we have done our part, it is time to leave. The duo flashed away. Being so near Blade Mountain was dangerous as their presence technically broke the rules of the hunt, so the sooner they left, the better. Kane did not notice the trio's presence or how close he was to losing the starry gem with Bloodhand. The only thing on his mind right now was the thrill of having such a powerful technique. Now that I completed the molecular transformation, I can trigger Blood Index with the blood energy inside my body. It will drain me very fast, but it will be sufficient to last during a fight and more than enough to use during an assassination. As Kane witnessed the strength of his index finger, a surge of murderous intention overtook him. However, within moments, he was struck with overwhelming fatigue. His body and mind had been working tirelessly to find a solution to his problem, and now that he had, weariness consumed him. Kane was barely able to program a meeting with the vice captains in 8 hours before crashing into his bed and falling asleep. When Kane finally woke up, he still felt some drowsiness but shook it off and contacted someone before making his way into the command center. He arrived at the command center quickly, where the 44 vice captains were already assembled. He chose not to call upon Ural's group as they would only serve as a distraction and were not necessary for the task at hand. Kane could see their faces were full of doubt and worry. The vice captains did not see a path to defeat the horde led by the lightning fall mantis, since not only had they lost one level 8 vice captain, but William was still unable to fight. I have found a way to defeat the lightning fall mantis today and do devastating damage to the horde it leads. Silence reigned in the room as the vice captains turned toward Kane with shock and incredulity. It had barely been over 24 hours since they encountered the lightning fall mantis, yet Kane already found a way to handle that monster. How was that even possible? I must be clear, it will not be easy, and the danger we all face is immense, so I need everybody to fulfill their part as if the life of the entire military force depended on it, because it does. The vice captains sensed the seriousness emanating from Kane and responded with grave nods. Although Kane's plan to handle the lightning fall mantis would surely entail great danger, they were soldiers of the Godslayer Humankind Empire and never shied away from risk if the rewards were worth it. That goes especially for you. Kane focused on an empty corner of the room, confusing the vice captains since there was no one there, but after concentrating on it, they realized there was actually a person standing in the dark. First Lieutenant Oren, what are you doing here? Benjamin shouted with anger. Oren was one of the strongest soldiers under his command, and the woman's assassination skills were superb, but that did not mean she could just enter the command center. Spying on the higher-ups meetings would carry a direct court-martial, and a light punishment would be losing all your military credentials. I told her to be here and hide. I needed to know if her skills were high enough to hide from the perception of all of you. Kane calmed the vice captains and signaled for Oren to come closer. He then unleashed his ego wave, covering the entire room and making sure no one could listen to them. Secrecy was essential to this mission, not just for those like Uriel but also for regular soldiers. Once Kane was sure no one was listening, he began to explain his plan, and the look in the vice captains constantly changed between shock and awe. It was insane by any measure, but everybody felt the confidence in Kane's voice as he spoke, making them believe it could be done. Everybody needed to fulfill their roles, and the most important one was tasked to no other than the weaker among them, Orin. If the girl made the slightest mistake, everything was over. I might be asking too much of you, but it is essential that you do it perfectly. Are you confident in fulfilling this mission? Orin would be lying if she said she did not feel the pressure of the mission Kane assigned, but a decisive expression appeared on her face as she nodded. I will. She said nothing more, but those two words were enough for Kane. Other than Orin, only his assassination skills were enough for the mission, but he would be busy elsewhere. Now, assemble your troops. We march at the break of dawn. The vice-captains nodded at Kane's command and shouted the order, ensuring all the soldiers were ready to march. Thousands of soldiers formed in front of the military encampment, and soon confusion and shock appeared on their faces. The death of one of the vice-captains was clear to everybody, but now not only was William missing, but no one could see the hunt leader, Kane. Uriel and the other vice-captains under Captain Robert were in formation in the distance, and when they saw that Kane was missing, smiles full of mockery appeared on their faces. I told you. That brat was not fit to take the role of great commander. Anyway, I will call a meeting once this day's march ends and take advantage of the situation. Haha, Uriel, your insight is as sharp as always. We always knew that brat would fail, just like you said. Uriel's smile grew wider as he heard the compliments of the other. As for the fact they were complaining each day of the past month, he chose to ignore it. Antony saw the confusion in the soldiers but offered no explanation, and after detailing today's battle formation, they marched. After a few hours of marching into the forest, the military force clashed with the wave beasts' horde, but things didn't go as usual. For some reason, the vice-captains implemented a battle formation that focused so much on defense that they barely killed any wave beast. Of course, that also translated into a decrease in the number of casualties on their side, but if they were not going to harm the horde, what was the point of marching? Antony and another level 9 vice-captain were fighting with all they had against the lightning fall mantis. The duo also focused on defense, but every minute was a test against such a formidable opponent. Antony orders the military force to retreat at the first signs of sunlight beginning to fade. The vice-captains and the rest of the soldiers followed the command and orderly pulled back. It was not hard since, despite the long battle, they had not wasted much energy. The lightning fall mantis and the rest of the wave champion beast saw the soldiers move back but did not chase, leaving that task to their underlings. At their level, they have developed enough wisdom to understand the essence of ambushes and traps and know that blindly following the soldiers could lead to disaster. The wave champion beasts even used wave beasts with the ability to fly to keep an eye on the soldiers as they moved back and ensured none remained behind. Once the humans were far out of sight, the wave champion beasts got near the corpses on the ground. The beasts considered the evolution cores and rebirth hearts as treasures since they contained an immense amount of nutrients and refined wave that could help with their evolutions. The lightning fall mantis picked the strongest corpses, but no one dared to say anything as it was the only middle wave champion beast present. There were very few bodies, so the beast was able to carry all of them into its cave. The rest of the wave champion beast divided what remained and could hear the sound of bones cracking from the lightning fall mantis cave, making them drool, but none dared to get near. One should not let the fact that they were working together against the soldiers fool them. Wave beasts were highly territorial, and that aspect of their life only grew stronger alongside their cultivation. If any of the wave champion beasts were to get anywhere near the lightning fall mantis cave, it might be enough to start a battle to the death, which is why they all stayed away. The rest of the wave beasts' horde returned after chasing the military force, and the first thing they did was consume the bodies on the battlefield. There were no more humans as the wave champion beasts took those away, so they ate their own kind. The sound of breaking bones and tearing flesh echoed across the battlefield. Usually, such gruesome sights and noises would make training harder, but wave beasts did not need things like meditation. They only needed to consume enough energy and let their lineage do the rest. That was a very straightforward path but also very limited. Once wave beasts reached the peak of what their lineage could grant them, they found themselves unable to progress anymore, no matter how much energy they obtained. Deep within the night, the sound of breaking bones vanished from the lightning fall mantis cave. The middle wave champion beast had finished devouring the last corpse, and there was a bloody smile as it felt its life wave beginning to surge due to all the nutrients it had just got. However, right at that moment, as the lightning fall mantis life wave was in disarray due to the sudden surge, the beast felt a presence behind it. The entity managed to reach its back, and the beast only detected it because the attack had already begun. The lightning fall mantis' eyes widened as it felt something penetrating its back, tearing apart its exoskeleton and muscles as it pierced deeper. The beast was in total shock that someone could pierce its defenses so easily despite having tempered every cell of its body with lightning for more than 100 years. Things only grew worse for the lightning fall mantis as its life wave, which was rising up to a moment ago, entered an erratic state due to the sudden damage, and it found it hard to control it. The ability to hide his presence until the last second and the immense destructive power of his attack made the lightning fall mantis think that the attacker was a mighty wave champion. Nevertheless, once its perception finally revealed the assailant's identity, it could not believe it. The assassin was a young man with eyes bursting with red light, the same one that 2 days ago almost killed. All that analysis and damage took a long time to describe, but it happened in less than a second. Ah! The lightning fall mantis screamed in pain as Cain drove his index finger forward into its chest, pushing them out of the cave. The normal wave beasts were still consuming the corpses on the battlefield, and since no one dared to get near the lightning fall mantis's domain, only a small portion noticed the scream and saw the human and middle wave champion beast emerging from the cave. Cain could feel how the resilience of the lightning fall mantis muscles and bones grew as this one finally conjured its wave cloak. He could feel the beast's heart just a few centimeters away from the tip of his finger, but he could not push deeper. A cold light appeared in Cain's eyes as he unleashed all the killing intent he was forced to suppress when he saw the lightning fall mantis devouring those soldiers. Die! Cain shouted as he transformed all the energy in his index finger into blood lightning before making it explode. Ah! The lightning fall mantis screamed with even more strength as the blast sent it crashing to the ground. The explosion generated a massive hole in its back and wounded every inner organ, including its heart. Cain smiled when he saw the damage in the lightning fall mantis and knew this one was over. Even if it was still alive, that wound was lethal, and it would not recover from it. However, Cain's smile vanished the next second. He was still in the air and could feel the thousands of fierce gazes focused on him. Now came the part that was just as hard as killing the lightning fall mantis, surviving the wrath of the thousands of wave beasts about to launch themselves toward him, full of killing intent. Cain knew that all the wave beasts knew of his presence, so he unleashed the full power of his ego wave. A picture of the forest appeared in his mind with all the wave beasts and the wave champion beasts in it. The good news is that the other wave champion beasts have their lairs far away from this place, most likely due to their fear of the lightning fall mantis. The bad news is that a sea of wave beast is in my path out of this place. Cain's ego wave gave him a map with the position of every enemy, but that was far from enough to escape. ROOAARRRRRRR. The entirety of the horde began to roar as they trampled each other in order to reach the human. Killing intent was not the only thing in their hearts, and they could not hide their desire to eat Cain alive as they felt the bursting vitality of this one. Cain's eyes narrowed as he saw how the wave beasts looked at him, and he could imagine what would happen if they managed to trap him. The red light in his eyes grew stronger as he suppressed all his fear and worries and pushed his cognitive abilities to their absolute limit. Dozens of wave beasts had already made their way to the zone where Cain was about to land and launched themselves with their maws open, wanting nothing more than devour him. Cain's heartbeat grew more and more potent as the beasts got closer, but he could not be calmer. There was no room for doubt, fear, or uncertainty in his mind if he wanted to survive. The instant Cain felt the tip of his foot reach the ground, his astral wave and blood energy exploded with so much strength that it sent all the wave beasts near him flying away. Killing the wave beasts wounded in the blast would have been easy, but Cain did not hesitate before pushing Asura form to the limit and running away as fast as he could. If one saw it from the sky, it would be an epic sight worthy of legends. A massive horde made of dozens of thousands of giant beasts dashing toward a young man bathed in red lighting, and how this one managed to carve a path through them using nothing but his body and mind. Cain focused around 80% of his astral wave on his legs in order to improve his speed, while 100% was an option due to his mastery over wave focus, that would leave the rest of his body defenseless, which would be deadly in a situation where hundreds of attacks would come at him every second. He had not run more than 500 meters when another tide of wave beasts launched toward him, with the one at the lead being a level 5 horn beast. Even without using his astral wave, Cain could have easily defeated a level 5 wave beast, but now such an insignificant opponent presented a genuine problem. If he were to kill it, that would slow him down and weaken his body's momentum, allowing the rest of the horde to gang up on him. No matter how strong and resilient Cain was, fighting hundreds of wave beasts attacking from every direction was nearly impossible. And even if he could, everything would be over once the wave champion beasts reach him. Cain bent his knees and passed beneath the horn beast, moving forward without losing momentum. The way in which Cain maneuvered his body was superb, showing granular control of every extremity and an awareness of the surroundings that could only be described as supernatural. After nearly half an hour and 500 kilometers, the amount of wave beasts around Cain had reached such an outrageous number that he was forced to begin killing some of them in order to advance. Luckily for Cain, a single thrust of blood index blasted every wave beast out of his path, but that gradually diminished his speed and momentum. Things were becoming more dangerous for Cain as he could feel the wave champion beasts coming closer. He was just as fast as them using his top speed, so any delay in his path pushed him closer to a horrible scenario. Cain's eyes narrowed. His ego wave showed how a wave champion beast surpassed the others and was already extremely close to him. That early wave champion beast's name was Earth Fiend Monkey, a beast known for its speed and strength. It was the beast that wounded William, forcing the young man to use the Berserker State Wave virus. Cain knew it was only a matter of time before the Earth Fiend Monkey caught up to him, and there was no way he could outrun the horde all the way to the encampment. Logic stated that the best scenario would be to carry on a straight line, leaving the ordinary wave beasts behind before clashing with the early wave champion beast. However, out of nowhere, Cain made a sharp turn to the left, diminishing his speed even more and making it easier for the thousands of wave beasts to surround him. The Earth Fiend Monkey and the other wave champion beasts were confused about Cain's behavior, and the possibility of a trap reached their minds, but they immediately discarded it. In the mind of those wave champion beasts, there was no way someone would put them in so much danger just to ambush them, not to mention they knew, thanks to their minions with the ability to fly, that the military force made it back to the encampment. Even if wave champion beasts were wiser than ordinary wave beasts, they were still beasts and followed their instincts and desires first. They commanded the horde to attack Cain with all they had as they pushed forward. Cain could guess the train of thought of those wave champion beasts, and the focus on his eyes grew even stronger as he approached a small region flanked by two small mountain ranges. He had already made it deep into the zone when his eyes narrowed as he saw how the Earth Fiend Monkey ricocheted out of a large tree and fled toward him at a shocking speed. The Earth Fiend Monkey advanced at a shocking speed through the air, and Cain would find it very hard to dodge the attack surrounded by so many wave beasts. Instead of dodging or blocking the attack, Cain jumped toward the Earth Fiend Monkey, grabbing this one in the air before turning around as they dashed toward the ground. The Earth Fiend Monkey was surprised by Cain's action and could not understand what was happening. Even if the human managed to pin him down, which would be extremely hard thanks to its speed, that would only allow the rest of the horde to rip him to pieces. Everything made sense once the Earth Fiend Monkey crashed against the ground. The early wave champion beast felt its back hit something hard before a blinding light appeared. A boom! An instant after the blinding light appeared, an explosion emerged from the ground, ripping the flesh on the Earth Fiend Monkey's back and killing all the wave beasts around them. That explosion froze the entire horde, and they saw a single figure emerge from the blast. Cain was covered in a dense cape of his astral wave and blood energy that was working to the limit, but even with that, there were burn wounds all over his body. Despite all the damage and pain, Cain's eyes were cold as he sent the command through his AI chip module, and activated all the bombs buried in this place. Blinding light covered the area between the two mountain ranges, and fire explosions killed everything around them. It was a majestic sight. Hundreds of wave beasts perished in those explosions, with thousands more being wounded. It was like a chain reaction, and they were in the middle of it. Things only worsened for the horde since the next second, Hundreds of figures emerged from the mountain ranges. The wave champions beasts were shocked by the sudden appearance of the humans and could not understand how they hid from their aerial surveillance. Cain gracefully descended to the ground as he saw the bloodlust in the soldiers' faces and the fear in the horde. Everything that brought them to this place began to rewind in his mind. At the start of the day, while the entire army thought that Cain remained in the encampment, he had actually marched alongside them, hidden among the rest of the soldiers. He suppressed his battle power, making everybody on both sides think he was just another level 4 wave warrior. When Antony gave the order to pull back, Cain used void breath to hide his presence and made his way to the lightning fall mantis cave, which he found using his sense of smell. That was where Cain's hidden movements ended, but those of the rest of the military force just began. Antony guided the entire military force back to the encampment. The instant they were outside the range of the aerial wave beasts, he took the 500 strongest soldiers and marched under cover of the night. It was not easy, as they needed to advance thousands of kilometers in less than 2 hours and do it without alerting the horde. The one that had the most defiant and crucial job was no other than Orin. She had to remain in the enemy territory, scan the area, and wait until the last moment before placing the bombs. If she did it too early and a wave beast detected a single one, Cain would have lost his escape route and most likely perished under the horde's might. Considering her battle power, if any wave beast were to detect her, there was no way she could have survived, so the danger she faced was no less than Cain's. Despite all the danger and the narrow window of time, Orin did a flawless job, avoiding the detection of the wave beasts and placing all the bombs in the right place. "Kill everybody!" Cain's voice echoed across the battlefield as he reached the ground. There was no more blood energy inside him, and his astral wave would follow suit, so he did not hesitate before flashing away. "Protect the hunt leader. Kill." Those two orders emerged from Antony and Orin. The first one led the essence wave cultivators into unleashing a sea of spells against the wave champion beasts. On the other hand, Orin led a group of 50 astral wave cultivators and those specialized in furtive attacks, butchering all the wave beasts around Cain, leaving this one an empty path toward the encampment. Cain did not look back and only smiled as he left the horde behind and flashed away from the battlefield. Once Orin saw that Cain was out of danger, she led the group toward where the Earth Fiend monkey was supposed to be. The explosion surely harmed the early wave champion beast, but she did not think it would have been enough to kill it. Orin, Levi, and Lurin reached the area of the initial explosion, and they could not hide their shock as they saw the state of the Earth Fiend monkey. The early wave champion beast's eyes were full of disbelief, and its heart was no longer beating. Its back was a bloody mess, but that was not the reason for its demise. There was a small hole the size of a finger on the Earth Fiend monkey's forehead that destroyed its brain. Orin, Levi, Lurin, and the others looked at the fading figure of Cain in the distance, and there was a sense of absolute awe and admiration in their hearts. Cain must have had less than a second to concentrate his energy on his finger and land the killing blow on the Earth Fiend monkey before redirecting his blood energy and astral wave to protect his body from the blast. Not only did that require a mastery over the 4 wave arts that reached a simply outrageous level, but it also required the courage to risk his life to kill the middle wave champion beast. The group of 50 only dared to fight the Earth Fiend monkey because this one was injured, but none of them would even think of fighting against it alone. Levi stepped forward and put his hands over the early wave champion beast before sending it into his space ring. "I will hand it over to the hunt leader." An early wave champion beast's corpse was a treasure, but no one said anything. No one would dare to fight against Cain for it. Once that was over, Orin's energy and that of the rest exploded as they marched deeper into the wild horde, killing everything in their path. Antony had not remained still, commanding the essence wave cultivators to fire more and more spells on the early wave champion beasts. The astral wave cultivators descended from the mountain ranges just in time to blaze across the wave beasts that were just a second ago under a rain of spells. Despite the low number of soldiers, those who took part in this mission were the best of the best. There was no one among them beneath level 4, and a considerable portion had reached level 5. The explosion had caused chaos in the wounded wave beast horde, leaving them vulnerable to the soldiers. Additionally, the loss of the lightning fall mantis and Earth Fiend monkey only made things worse. Antony and the other vice-captains did not lose time, and after unleashing one final tide of explosions over the horde, they charged toward the early wave champion beasts full of killing intent. Cain had already left the battlefield behind him and calmly walked toward the encampment with a wave crystal in his right hand and a heart in his left. He was extremely tired, and it took everything he had to fulfill this mission, but it was worth it. Cain accomplished an impressive feat by tricking thousands of wave beasts into a death trap and even deadly injuring a powerful middle wave champion beast. However, what truly mattered to him was the lesson he learned. A loss did not signify the end. He understood that with determination and persistence, anything could be achieved. The red light in Cain's eyes began to burn with an even brighter light as his willpower grew stronger. The soldiers had already left their tents by the time the first ray of sunlight appeared in the sky, but were in disarray as they did not know what was happening. Not only was yesterday's battle futile, but now hundreds of soldiers were missing, including all vice-captains except for Uriel's group. Uriel and the other 4 vice-captains had already assembled their soldiers and were in formation, ready to march into the forest. From the moment Cain became the hunt leader, they had been working on their own, so the disappearance of the other vice-captains did not affect their battle formations. Nevertheless, Uriel could not help but frown. He had planned to summon all the vice-captains yesterday in order to remove Cain from his role as hunt leader, but they just vanished without saying a word. What is happening? Why would the strongest soldiers leave at night and shut down all communication with the main force? As Uriel was trying to figure out what happened, he saw that the soldiers began to focus on him. He was the highest-ranking commander present, which incited the soldiers to seek his guidance. Uriel's eyes narrowed as a smile emerged on his face. He knew as much as the rest of the soldiers, but that would not stop him from taking advantage of the situation. There are military movements taking place right now under the command of the hunt leader. You are not fit to take part in it and should wait for further information if you are deemed worthy. Although vague, that answer helped the soldiers solve some of their doubts. Uriel would have wanted to spread malice against Cain and the other vice-captains among the troops but had no idea what was happening to them and was smart enough not to spread misinformation with the captains looking from a distance. I will take the role of commander for the time being. All squad leaders should come to me so I can brief you on the current situation and also ask some questions. Taking orders from someone else but their vice-captains was odd for those soldiers. Still, they were confused, so many were ready to follow Uriel's words. Uriel's smile widened as he saw that. The goal of talking with the squad leaders was to recollect information about the other battalions. He was only slightly bending the rules, so the captains could say nothing. HMPH, what kind of report can you give if you know nothing? All the squad leaders froze when they heard that voice, and Uriel's smile changed into a grimace. The one that shouted those words was no other than Cain. He had silently reached the encampment, and everybody could see the blood and burn wounds all over his body. Uriel usually had great control over his emotions, but Cain always managed to make him angry. The young man informed everybody he was lying to the soldiers and was not worthy of knowing the movements of the other vice-captains. Cain did not bother with Uriel and turned toward the soldiers as his eyes burst with red light. A mission took place to handle the lightning fall mantis during the night. That is all you need to know. Now get back to your tents. Cain did not raise his voice, but it reached all the soldiers, and the willpower in it was so powerful that all of them saluted to him before marching to their tents. What do you think you are doing by looking down on us like that? Uriel's rage reached such a level that he could barely contain it, but it grew even more when he saw that Cain did not even look at him. You should watch your back, brat. It was only at this point that Cain stopped, and he was not alone since the rest of the soldiers also halted. Uriel's words could be construed as a threat, which was a severe offense in the military. Cain turned toward Uriel, and the red light in his eyes exploded as he unleashed his ego wave. When the soldiers saw that red force field emerge from Cain's mind, they moved away since no one wanted to get caught in the crossfire. Uriel's eyes widened as he was surprised that Cain would act like that, inciting a physical conflict after a few words, but it made him happy. His cultivation was near the peak of level 9, and he was confident in overcoming Cain. There was no way for a wave warrior to avoid an ego wave that moved so fast that not even wave champion could dodge it, so Uriel just received it before making his astral wave burst. The captains saw that and frowned as they found it hard to figure out how to proceed. Infight during a military mission was absolutely against the rules, and although Uriel started it with that threat, Cain escalated things into a physical conflict. The student forces had not left their encampment. Amos and Dominic saw with excitement the discord generated between Cain and Uriel. Any weakness in the military force was good for them, not to mention that Cain was digging his grave by breaking the rules in the presence of the Imperial Lightning Fort's captains. Golden light covered Uriel's body as he was ready to fight against Cain, but suddenly, a sense of absolute doom assaulted him as his instincts began to scream danger. Before Uriel could even take a step, 4 weapons charged with wave appeared on top of his head, heart, neck, and spine. The attackers were not other than the vice-captains in Uriel's group. Simon, Anton, Harold, Jack, what do you think you are doing? Uriel shouted, but then he saw that the eyes of the 4 had lost focus. You hypnotized them. Those words shocked everybody. The captains, Wave University's teachers, soldiers, and students could not believe what they heard. The fact that Cain was an elementary hypnosis master was not a secret, but being able to instantly hypnotize 4 level 8 wave warriors against their will without saying a single word was shocking. Hypnosis skills at that level meant that Cain was one step away from becoming a grand hypnosis master. Cain retrieved his ego wave the next second and tilted his head. Before he would even open his mouth, the other vice-captains spoke. Vice-Captain Uriel, you should be careful with your accusations. No one is controlling me. I simply cannot allow you to act in such an unruly way against the hunt leader, and I think my friends feel the same. Horrell, the second strongest member of their group, spoke. He was nearly 2 meters tall, and the point of his spear was touching Uriel's neck. I think the same as Vice-Captain Harold, so do I. That makes 4 of us. Uriel's heart was full of disbelief. The way the 4 reacted was similar to someone hypnotized, but he had no way to prove it. Things grew even more weird when the 4 retracted their weapons and turned toward Cain. Hunt leader. We remember your words from before about choosing a bad leader. I hope we can speak a little more. Cain stared at the 4 calmly before turning around and walking to his tent. I am tired. Once I wake up, I will find a way to talk with those truly interested in joining me. Simon, Anton, Harold, and Jack nodded toward Cain before dismissing their soldiers and silently walking to their tents. Uriel was the only one remaining, having difficulty deciding what to do next. The captains glanced at each other before silently nodding and sitting back. The truth was that they perceived a change in the vice-captains, and there was a chance that Cain could have hypnotized one or even all of them, but they had no way to figure it out. Although they did not like to admit it, Cain's skills had reached a level they could not control. They could only handle that young monster using their military rank and cultivation. Dominic and Amos were also impressed by Cain's ability, but that was not all. What a nefarious scheming mind. Joseph, one of the highest-ranking students from the Hellblazer Wave University, looked at Dominic when he heard that compliment. I must admit that his hypnosis master's skills are impressive, but I don't see the scheme behind his actions other than avoiding breaking the rules. Dominic turned toward Joseph and showed a small smile before focusing on Uriel. That man doesn't know whether the other 4 vice-captains are really on his side. Although it is most likely that Cain hypnotized all 4, there is no way to be 100% sure. The seed of doubt was planted, and they will never be able to fully trust each other again. Fear and apprehension appeared in the eyes of Joseph and the rest of the high-ranking students as they turned toward Cain. Anyone could break someone's bones, but only a true devil could twist someone's mind. Cain could feel the gazes focused on him, but he did not care and kept walking to his tent. Once there, he fell into the bed and immediately went to sleep. He was too tired, and even though he regained some of his astral wave and vitality on the way back, he still needed a lot of rest to recover. A few hours later, Cain opened his eyes. He was still exhausted, but the AI chip module told him that Antony and the others had finally returned. Cain had barely taken a step outside his tent when he heard soldiers cheering with so much strength that the entire encampment trembled. It did not take him long to reach the incoming group, and his eyes narrowed as he noticed Antony at the head, carrying the body of a dead lightning fall mantis. Antony had wounds all over his body, but there was a radiant smile on his face as he walked toward the encampment. However, the moment he noticed Cain's presence, He adopted a severe expression. He headed toward this one and bowed before handing over the body of the lightning fall mantis. Hunt leader. Here is the body of the lightning fall mantis. It could barely stand up after your ambush, and it only took one attack from me to end its life. No one deserves to have its corpse but you. The soldiers were shocked to hear that. They knew that Cain had taken part in a mission to handle the mighty lightning fall mantis, but none of them could have imagined he had mortally wounded the middle wave champion beast. Everybody thought that Cain would be ecstatic that Antony brought the lightning fall mantis corpse, but when they turned toward him, they could see his eyes bursting with red light and coldness. My instructions were clear. You were supposed to do the greatest possible damage to the horde and wound the early wave champion beasts before returning. Who gave you the authority to defy my command and track down the lightning fall mantis? Cain's voice was harsh, and the red light in his eyes only grew colder as he spoke those words. Antony lowered his face and dared not look directly at Cain. The other vice-captains could not help but sigh as they saw that. Antony took the risk of going after the lightning fall mantis because the vice-captain the beast killed was one under the same captain as him. Still, while the vice-captains understood Antony's rage, that did not give him the right to defy Cain's orders. The chain of command in the military was absolute, and disregarding an order was a grave crime. Cain took a deep breath as the red light in his eyes vanished, but there was still coldness in them. You performed a great feat by leading the 500 soldiers into the mountain ranges and preparing the ambush. However, a good deed does not erase a bad one. I will mark this offense in your military record, and I will make sure to write in detail the events that led to it. Antony showed a small smile as he heard that. A mark on his military record was by no means something he could simply ignore, but the last part of Cain's words meant there would be a context that would diminish the burden of his offense. Thank you for your consideration, Hunt leader. Cain nodded and sent the lightning fall mantis into his ring before walking toward the command center. The vice-captains did not need a word before immediately following the young man. How it went? Cain did not waste time, and once he and the vice-captains reached the center of command, he ordered a detailed description along with video footage of the ambush. Antony and the other vice-captain nodded and gave their report while sending video files through their AI chips. Cain focused on the words of the vice-captains and ordered the Absolute Life Form system to analyze the videos and give him a detailed analysis. Once he studied everything, a small smile appeared as he sighed. Good. Since the damage was so immense, it doesn't matter if there is no infight between the surviving early wave champion beasts. The vice-captains were a little confused by those words, but after a moment, the smartest were able to understand it and turned toward Antony. The level 9 Essence Wave Cultivator also deciphered Cain's words, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. Cain refrained from commanding them to pursue the lightning fall mantis due to its vulnerable condition, making it incapable of defending itself against the early wave champion beasts. Moreover, as only one of them could consume it, there was a high likelihood of conflicts arising among the beasts. There is no need to mourn over the past. You made a mistake and should learn from it. I am not angry, but it will take a lot for me to trust you again like I did before. Antony clenched his fists as he raised his head and looked directly at Cain with eyes full of determination. I will prove my worth and regain my honor. Cain did not care about words, but a flash of surprise appeared on his face as he saw a blue light appear in Antony's eyes for a second before vanishing. Your willpower just rose to the wave champion level. Very good. I will give you a chance to prove your words in the near future. Although for someone like Cain with willpower nearing the limit of the early wave king rank, wave champion level was negligible, it was a great achievement for Antony. There was a chance the level 9 wave warrior could awaken his ego eternal matrix at the early wave champion rank, granting his ego eternal path of power a critical role in his battle power. Antony smiled as he heard that. The chance to fix his mistake was something he was eager to obtain. As for his willpower, while he knew about the existence of the ego eternal path of power, that was where his knowledge about the path ended. Cain noticed the oblivious nature of the vice-captains about the ego eternal path of power but did not bother to correct them. They only needed to focus on pushing themselves to the limit, and they would gain their reward in due time. We will rest for the day and march at the first sign of sunlight. There is a chance to completely obliterate the wounded horde in tomorrow's march, and we should give our all to achieve that. After that, Kane used his ego wave to put the vice captains in embryonic breathing except for Anthony. Kane told Anthony that his hypnosis would not work on someone with the mental defenses of a wave champion. Anthony showed an annoyed expression as he heard that, blaming his bad luck, but he could do nothing about it. Luckily, he was already extremely close to achieving his cultivation goal regarding law comprehension, so there was no problem. Kane returned to his tent and was ready to enter embryonic breathing and cultivate when he saw several messages reach his AI chip module. The ones trying to contact him were none other than Harold and Jack, two of the vice captains of Uriel's group. We were supposed to be in a silent partnership, but now Uriel no longer trusts me, not to mention that you dare to hypnotize me. You did not even bother to accept my propositions, yet you have the gall to use your hypnosis powers on me. No matter how strong you are, you cannot do this to a fellow vice captain. Kane read those messages, and scorn appeared on his face. The truth was that the four vice captains on Uriel's side had attempted to contact him and offered all sorts of deals, but the main idea behind them was that they would work as spies for him. It was clear to Kane that they wanted to work for both sides and wait for a winner to rise before deciding who to follow. Only a fool would trust people like that, and he could only use them as disposable pawns, so the fact they were angry did not matter to him. Apex, please handle them. You can use costly rewards to calm them if it helps. They are garbage, but I still have use for them, so keep them on the hook. What a boring task, but since it will only take me 10 minutes, I will do it. Kane nodded at the system spirit and focused on his cultivation. He could easily handle those four but did not want to sour his mood by arguing with traitorous rats. The next day, the entire military force marched into the forest, ready to slaughter. A day was far from enough to allow the horde to heal from their wounds, and the soldiers were like a tsunami, obliterating everything in their path. William rejoining the military force, plus Antony's enhanced willpower and Kane's blood index were enough for the combined power of the vice captains to kill all the wounded early wave champion beasts. The military force gained momentum after that major victory, and in the days that followed, they eliminated anything that got in their way. 9 days after the demise of the Lightning Fall Mantis, just as the soldiers were in battle formation, ready to march into the forest, a burst of essence wave emerged from one of the tents along with a shining light. The vice captains turned to the tent, and they all knew that Antony was rising to the wave champion rank. The light coming from Antony's tent kept growing stronger, just like the density of the essence wave, drawing a sense of profound awe in the hearts of all those seeing it. Members of the student force also noticed the scene in the military encampment, and those with a powerful background and cultivation knowledge understood the meaning behind that phenomenon. Amos and Dominic displayed somber expressions as they saw that. The light could only mean that Antony was rising to the wave champion rank after having developed a law comprehension over the law of light that reached the deep basic understanding level. Even the duo that was among the greatest geniuses of their generation and had the backing of extremely powerful noble families had to admit that it was an incredible achievement. Anyone with a deep basic understanding of a law or a flawless marrow would have a direct path to the peak of the wave champion rank, and as long as their destiny kept rising, it would not be hard to become wave kings. A wave king had the right to call himself a monarch and had the might to crush mountains with their bare hands. The essence wave density coming from Antony finally reached its zenith before the young man emerged from it, bathed in glorious golden light. He jumped more than 50 meters in the sky and was able to remain there, standing in the air like a legendary being. Walking on air was an ability all wave champions had, but not all of them could master it. You either needed a lot of training or an extraordinarily dense and powerful wave. The awe and admiration of the soldiers only grew stronger as they saw Antony in the sky. Antony could not hide the ecstatic expression on his face as he felt the power running through his body and how his breakthrough improved his already potent sensitivity to the law of light. Amos and Dominic stared at Antony, and the moment they felt the power of this one, they clenched their fists. Although they were extremely close to wave champion, they were still at level 9. There was no way Antony could have more resources than two scions like them, so there was only one explanation for this one to rise to wave champion faster and with such a solid foundation. Antony did not beat Amos and Dominic in terms of hard work or resources, but he had access to daily sessions of embryonic breathing, something the duo did not. It made sense, after all, No matter how strong Amos and Dominic were, they did not have the means to bring a 5-star elementary hypnosis master to a military mission. The duo glanced at each other, and a flash of enlightenment appeared in their eyes as they figured Antony's edge and looked toward another point in the military encampment. Kane was oblivious to what was happening outside his tent since, just like Antony, he was also in the midst of a breakthrough. However, unlike the wave champion bathed in golden light, a thick layer of foul filth covered his body. After almost 2 months of using prime resources, Kane could no longer suppress his cultivation, and his meridians finally extended all over his muscular system. Every muscle fiber, whether smooth, skeletal, or cardiac, was now constantly nurtured by astral wave, and Kane could instantly improve it, exponentially enhancing his strength and speed. Now that was over, Kane's meridians progressed toward their next target. The goal of level 6 was for the meridian to reach the skin, allowing the wave cultivator to have a direct path from their energy pool into the outside. Level 6 wave warriors had an impressive augmentation in terms of wave cloak and wave burst, making their battle power and survival skill much higher. Only after his astral wave stopped bursting and he could no longer push his marrow washing forward did Kane relax his mind. His eyes narrowed as he perceived Antony's rise to the wave champion rank, but he was not surprised since he had monitored the man's growth very closely over the last few days. Great! With Antony's rise to the wave champion rank, it will be much easier for us to reach the foot of Blade Mountain unhindered. Kane smiled as he waved his hand, making a burst of blood lightning cover his body and incinerate all the filth covering his skin. Once the stink was gone, he used the Absolute Life Form system to analyze his progress. The Absolute Life Form system fulfilled the command without delay as always, and in a few seconds, a stream of information appeared in Kane's mind. Scan of vessel completed. Name: Kane Lorifer. Race: Godslayer humankind. Path of power: Astral rebirth, level 6 wave warrior. Lineage: Lightning Lupus wave talent, middle tier 6, high tier 6. Stats: Strength: 5.8 to 6.4, agility 4.1, greater than 0.4.5. Vitality: 7.3 to 7.9, wave 4.2 to 4.6, blood energy 7.4 to 7.9. Marrow washing: 84% completion. Note: wave virus inside vessel enhanced wave talent by 16.7%. Although the improvement did not seem that massive, the last time Kane measured his stats, he was near the peak of level 5. Kane clenched his fists as he felt his strength and analyzed his stats with delight. My vitality is comparable with someone at level 8, but even more important, my marrow washing advanced by 5%. There was nothing more important for Kane than his marrow washing percentage, since it had a critical role in the might of his foundation and how fast he could advance in the astral rebirth path of power. If Kane followed this trend, he would reach a 99% marrow washing by the time he entered level 9. Unfortunately, obtaining a 5% improvement by level without a massive lucky chance would be impossible, as it would become more demanding the more he progressed. I need to figure out a path to improve my marrow washing. I still have time since, even with my enhanced wave talent, I will not reach level 9 before the end of the year. Kane couldn't help but laugh after saying those words. He never thought he would reach a point where he had to worry about advancing too quickly in his cultivation. The increase in Antony's power and Kane's ability to single-handedly take care of the most powerful early wave champion beasts made it so that the military force crushed everything in their path. 10 days before the deadline, the military force finally surpassed the end of the massive mountain range that divided their path and that of the student force, reaching Blade Mountain's foot. From afar, Blade Mountain was a massive structure, with its peak rising for dozens of thousands of meters, but only once they were right beneath it could the soldiers perceive its majesty. Hundreds of indentations, patches of forest, and caverns spread across the massive mountain. The density of the life wave around it was so deep that small clouds formed from time to time. Everybody get in formation. Kane's voice echoed, pushing the soldiers' minds out of the majestic mountain and into the task at hand. The sole goal of rushing to this place, despite the danger they would face, was to secure the massive amount of resources spread across Blade Mountain's foot. King beasts inhabited Blade Mountain before the start of the hunt, so the resources they could get from here were high enough to make even peak wave champions green with envy. The entire military force will be divided into 4 groups. One will remain here and form a new encampment, while the other 3 will spread across the terrain. Every single thing of value in this place, we will take it. Kane's words made the greed in the soldiers' hearts grow even more potent. Some might never see resources of this level again in the future, so they would not leave anything behind. Kane left Lurin in charge of generating the new encampment. The young man had regained his position as first lieutenant due to his impressive feats over the last 3 months and had shown great skill in terms of logistics. Lurin would not work alone since Levi and Orin would be by his side, ensuring the new encampment defenses. The leaders of the 3 groups in charge of scouring the terrain and harvesting the resources would be Kane, Anthony, and William. Kane could use his ego wave to silently explore the terrain, avoiding unnecessary fights. In contrast, Anthony and William could use overwhelming power to crush any early or middle wave beast that would get in their way. The last one had also evolved to wave champion 3 days ago, having achieved flawless marrow, and his battle power was phenomenal. For the next week, the military force worked non-stop, harvesting everything remotely valuable that appeared in their sight. They used every second of sunlight, and were times they would not return to the encampment until deep in the night. Each day the soldiers drained until the last drop of energy in their bodies, but the greed that burned in their hearts invigorated them every morning and helped them push beyond their limit at night. 2 weeks after reaching Blade Mountain's foot, the student forces finally crossed the massive mountain range just as the soldiers were harvesting resources left and right. Kane had already predicted that the student forces would arrive today and made sure no soldiers would be near that zone. His ego wave had shown him the thousands of students half an hour ago, so it was easy for him to call all the soldiers back. Dominic and Amos were at the head of the student forces, and their eyes narrowed when they saw the state of Blade Mountain's foot. It was clear to the duo that the soldiers had harvested every type of herb and ore as far as the eye could see. Even for scions of a powerful noble family, resources that could be useful for King Beast were extremely valuable. It did not take long for the duo to turn toward Kane since they knew he must have been responsible for all of this. Dominic and Amos unleashed the full power of their auras, making the ground beneath their feet crack due to the highly dense nature of their wave. It was clear that they both reached the wave champion rank and did it by achieving deep basic law understanding and flawless marrow. Kane stared at the duo and was not surprised by their power. They were prodigies of powerful noble families, so it would be weird if they did not have powerful foundations. It mattered little to Kane that the duo had already become wave champions. He turned around and waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to return to the encampment. The reason why they worked day and night without rest was to harvest all the available resources before the students arrived. Now everybody would stick to their zones, and any incursion would trigger a ferocious fight, something neither party wanted since they still had a lot of wave beasts to handle. "You, wait there," a young man with dark hair, brown eyes, and a small scar on his neck shouted at Kane. His face had a hateful expression as he saw the barren terrain left after the soldiers' harvest. Kane glanced back and recognized the young man as the third wave champion among the student force. He was initially surprised when his ego wave detected that not only Dominic and Amos evolved beyond the wave warrior rank, but he soon understood things after perceiving the density of that man's astral wave. Unlike the duo, the density of the third wave champion among the students was very low. Clearly, the man exchanged his foundation for a higher cultivation speed and did not come remotely close to flawless marrow. Kane did not react to the man's words and continued walking forward. The name of the third wave champion among the students was Carl. He came from a noble family with a marquis and had a powerful lineage, and there was nothing but excitement in his heart at the start of the hunt. However, the threat of death was too much for someone like him, and things reached a climax when an early wave champion beast almost ripped his head off. That experience shattered his will, so he decided to ignore his foundation and forcefully advance to wave champion. Carl felt great frustration after sacrificing his foundation for cultivation speed, so when he saw how a mere soldier ignored him, he exploded. "Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are?" Carl's astral wave burst as he shouted toward Kane. He did not bother to hide the rage on his face nor his intention to fight. Silence reigned as soldiers and students saw that. Dominic and Amos had unleashed their auras, but neither deployed their wave cloak since that would quickly escalate things. Kane stopped moving and slowly turned around as a red light burst from his eyes, and the full power of his ego wave emerged the next second. The red force field rose like a mighty pillar into the sky before crashing down on Carl, forcefully scanning this one. The student could not do anything since he had not even taken a step in the ego-eternal path of power. Carl could not fight against the red force field, but luckily two blasts of dense waves appeared next to him, making Kane retrieve his ego wave. Carl smiled as Dominic appeared by his side, making courage return to his heart. Dominic did not really care about Carl, but he could not let Kane simply look down on the student force. You took all the resources in the zone, including the ones on our side of the mountain. I just did what you would have done in our place, not to mention, since when do I have to ask for permission to take something I want? Kane's voice was cold, and it was clear he was not willing to back down. HPHM, we would never have acted so shamelessly as you. Carl shouted toward Kane, but his words made Dominic frown since anyone could see the falsehood in them. What a ridiculous lie, and even if what you say is true, that only means you are stupid. Carl could not contain his rage and was about to flash forward when two figures appeared next to Kane, each unleashing a wave much greater than his own. Anthony and William stared at the student with coldness. Kane was the hunt leader and the great commander of the entire military force present, so Carl's disrespect was an offense to all of them. Carl froze when he felt the power of Anthony and William, and the frustration in his heart only grew when he saw that two military members at the same age were able to become wave champions with a much better foundation than his. Apprehension emerged when he felt the eyes of the duo on him, but he was able to calm down when he remembered that Dominic and Amos were by his side. Kane stared at the trio before glancing at Anthony and William, and then he began to walk forward. The duo did not hesitate before marching by his side, increasing their energy with every step. Dominic's eyes narrowed as he saw that and turned toward Amos. They stared at each other for a moment before nodding and walking forward as well. Carl was a little taken aback by their behavior but was able to compose himself and accompany the duo. The thousands of soldiers and students saw that, but none dared to intervene. This was a clash between the best of each group, and if they were to meddle, it would turn into an all-out fight, something neither side wanted. When both sides were 200 meters from each other, Dominic rose to the sky, standing over 50 meters in the air before taking out his broadsword and waving it down. That simple motion generated a small green tornado that came crashing down at the young man in the lead of the enemy's side. Kane saw that tornado coming at him and felt its immense force but kept walking as if nothing was happening. Just as the attack was about to land on him, a barrage of golden arrows tore it apart. Anthony had risen to the sky, and after tearing down that tornado, he charged his bow, unleashing a new barrage of golden arrows toward Dominic. Each projectile was spinning at an incredible speed, granting them immense penetration power. Dominic could not afford to split his focus, using all his power to face those golden arrows. He waved his broadsword from one side to the other, generating walls of super compressed air that stopped the projectiles. As a battle burst in the sky, Amos's body ignited with red flames and unleashed a controlled explosion from his feet, propelling his body forward at a shocking speed. Just like Dominic, Amos targeted the one at the lead, but before he could come anywhere close to Kian, a man covered in a freezing aura intercepted him. A boom! Amos's explosive fist and William's frost palm clashed, generating a blast of fire and ice. One used powerful flames and explosions, while the other used ice and cold energy. Amos's punch carried an explosion that made William's arm tremble, but he did not come intact from the clash since a thick layer of ice covered his hand. Extreme focus appeared on Amos and William's faces since the strength and skills of the other were perfect counters to their respective battle styles. Amos's eyes grew sharp as he emptied his mind of everything else and focused solely on William. William flashed forward, dodging Amos's punch and landing a palm strike on the chest of this one, sending him flying away. Carl's eyes widened as he saw the level of the battles that the other wave champions could achieve, and he knew he did not come anywhere close to that. We are at the same cultivation level, yet there is so much difference between us. Thump! A powerful heartbeat drew Carl's attention, and he saw how Cain continued walking toward him, unleashing a blast of blood lightning. Carl clenched his teeth as he made his astral wave explode, making his entire body adopt a silver color as black armor covered him. He was not over as he took out a massive spiked rod from his space ring, and the force enhancing his skin spread into the weapon. The red light in Cain's eyes reached its zenith as he stared at the wave champion before him. This would be the first time he had a genuine fight against a cultivator above the wave warrior rank. Orlando was a very weak wave champion that rose upon reaching level 7, not to mention the old man was exhausted before the fight even started. Let's see how much I have grown in half a year. Carl clenched his teeth, and his heartbeat grew faster as he saw Cain's red eyes focused on him. There was no way he could keep calm facing the willpower of a wave king. Ah! Carl shouted as he made his astral wave burst, waving his spiked rod toward Cain with all his power. A boom! The spiked rod generated a small blast upon impact but did not come close to hitting its target. Cain easily dodged the rod, and his eyes narrowed as he saw the clumsiness with which Carl used the weapon. While the Saiyan could use his skill to enhance the weapon, it was clear he had little proficiency in it. Unless your weapon mastery is as good as the one you have over your own arms, there is no point for astral cultivators to use them. It must be a decision made out of fear. All those thoughts crossed Cain's mind as he saw the rod on the ground, but he did not waste too much time in useless thoughts and carried on with his counter, sending a blow covered in blood lightning to Carl's liver. As soon as his punch landed, Cain knew there was a problem. It had massive strength since he focused most of his astral wave, but Carl's resistance after using the skill and wearing the armor was no joke. Carl felt pain, but there was also a smile on his face as he understood that his body could handle Cain's attack without much problem. He raised his rod from the ground and waved it to the side with so much strength that it generated a small gale. Cain pushed his body to the ground, dodging the weapon again before rising with all his strength and sending an uppercut. He hoped the blow would shake Carl's brain, giving him a moment to trigger blood revolution. Unfortunately, Cain underestimated Carl's endurance. The uppercut was very powerful but failed to numb the Saiyan, and before Cain could unleash his attack, a powerful silver rod came rushing at him. Cain knew he could not dodge the rod and could only raise his arms, making a shield with them before focusing on them all of his astral wave. A boom! The attack carried all of Carl's strength and sent Cain flying away, making blood emerge from the corner of his mouth and numbing his arms. Ha ha ha, that is what you... Carl was not able to finish his sentence after that lucky strike since Cain immediately flashed back into the fray, appearing right in front of him before thrusting an index finger into his chest. Absolute shock appeared on Carl's face when he saw how that index finger pierced his armor and began to drill into his skin. Get out! The Saiyan screamed in fear as he waved his rod like a madman. Although the attack lacked any sort of finesse, it forced Cain to pull back. Cain's eyes narrowed as he saw that even with Blood Index, he could not instantly overcome Carl's defenses. Of course, it would be different if he aimed at the back of the head, but that would most likely cripple, if not kill, the Saiyan, which was going a step too far. Carl's breathing was rough, and the threat of death made him go wild as he dashed toward Cain and began to strike with his rod using all his strength. Cain could dodge all those strikes, but unless he wanted to wait until Carl ran out of energy, he had to find a way to improve his striking power without aiming at a vital point. After around a minute of dodging the rod, Cain's eyes narrowed, and he took a deep breath as two of his fingers began to turn into red gems. Cain had already finished with Blood Index and had begun to master Blood Hand. Right now, he could transform his index and part of his middle finger. That increased the strength of his fist exponentially but also drained a lot of his energy, so he had to end things fast. Carl had just buried his rod into the ground when he felt another of Cain's punches on his liver, but things were different now. He felt as if Cain's fist was a hammer and the index and middle fingers were two nails buried into his abdomen. The Saiyan's eyes widened with pain, and before he could even adjust, another blow landed on his jaw, making his eyes lose focus for a second. Boom! A blast echoed across the battlefield as Cain connected a full power punch into Carl's chest, sending this one flying away. Although the Saiyan paralysis was the perfect chance for blood revolution, Cain feared that using it alongside Blood Hand could crack Carl's skull and produce severe brain trauma. Cain deactivated Blood Hand the next second and flashed toward Carl, sending a ferocious kick that carried all his torque to the Scion's head before this one could get up. That was just the beginning of Cain's onslaught. Blood Hand did its job, wounding Carl greatly, and now his normal attacks were enough to handle the rest. Soldiers and students saw the battle between their best warriors, and their expressions could not be more different. The first group was full of excitement, while those in the second could not help but look away. The fight between Dominic, Anthony, Amos, and William was close, with neither side being able to overwhelm the other. Nevertheless, Cain practically tossed Carl around like this one was a puppet. Those powerful enough understood that the key behind Cain's dominion was not exactly the young soldier's strength but his enemy's lack of battle awareness. The only thing Carl gained by using a rod was that Cain could easily predict his movements, so victory was never a question. It was just a matter of time before the soldier emerged victorious, but Cain did shock people by being able to fire strikes that could easily break Carl's defenses. Boom! A final blast marked the end of the battle as Cain activated Blood Hand one last time to punch Carl in the chest, burying this one into the ground. Boom! Dominic and Amos noticed the blast and glanced to the side, only to see Cain standing atop an unconscious Carl. Garbage. Useless. The duo cursed in their minds when they saw that Carl not only lost against Cain but was not able to last for over 10 minutes against someone that had yet to become a level 7 wave warrior. Dominic unleashed a small tornado while Amos triggered a massive explosion, pushing their respective opponents away before pulling back. Anthony and William were about to chase after the duo but stopped once Cain raised his hand. The fight is over. Remember to stay in your lane, or else the next time, I will not contain myself. Cain kicked Carl's massive body, sending this one crashing toward Dominic before turning around. Back to the encampment. Take the rest of the day to rest. The instant the thousands of soldiers heard those words, they all immediately followed the command. Cain's aura had grown so strong that his word was law, and everybody had to follow them no matter their strength or military rank. Dominic saw how the military force acted around Cain and could not help but clench his fists. Again and again, he found himself losing against Cain. If not for his cultivation, he would have no way to compare himself with that young monster. Dominic was quite arrogant, being the scion of an extremely powerful noble family that had existed for thousands of years and whose authority on the collapsing lightning sector was only second to the collapsing lightning duke. He could not conceive that someone who came from nothing was stealing the spotlight from him. HMPH, no matter what, I will teach you that your place is beneath me. A vicious light appeared in Dominic's eyes as he glanced at a group of women at the back of the student force. That was a group of beautiful women with decent cultivation since none was beneath level 4. However, many had downcast expressions on their faces, and the other student looked at them with a mixture of pity and disdain. Cain had told the soldiers to rest since, from tomorrow, they would not avoid battles and continue with their mission of exterminating every wave beast in the area. He had just reached his tent and was preparing to sleep when he heard a voice in his mind. Are you not bothered by that group of women? Cain was surprised to hear Apex speak about that. He had noticed those women and had an idea of their current state. It was not secret for Cain there were cultivation techniques that used sexual intercourse to train, and those women must be the so-called cultivation furnaces. Since Cain considered himself a hero, he was not very fond of the strong abusing the weak. However, it would be foolish for him to start a clash against the student force for something like that, not to mention that a significant portion of those women was fine with that sort of arrangement since it also benefited their cultivation. If I could save those in need with my power, I would. Yet, I am too weak to face the entire student force and not stupid enough to waste my life for people I know nothing about. There is one that you know. Cain frowned when he heard that and went back to his memories. The next second, his eyes widened as he saw that Cynthia was actually among that group of women. Have things changed? Apex's voice had a provoking tone as if he dared Cain to act based on this information. Cain's eyes burst with red light as he adopted a meditative position. What do you think? Ha ha ha, you have grown, brat. Cain only smiled as he heard Apex's compliment and soon fell asleep. Although doing it in a meditative position was not ideal, he was in enemy territory and needed to be ready in case anything happened. In the following weeks, soldiers and students began to advance up in Blade Mountain. killing all the wave beasts in their path and harvesting more and more resources. Each group took a different edge to keep a certain distance between themselves. An invisible line divided Blade Mountain, and neither side crossed it since they had more than enough fighting the immensely powerful wave champion beasts on their path. After rising over 10,000 meters into Blade Mountain, the number of wave beasts they found decreased tremendously to the point that there were packs of only 20 to 100 creatures. Nevertheless, their individual power rose to a whole new level. It was not hard to find packs made of 50 wave beasts, with none beneath the early wave champion rank and more than a handful at the middle wave champion rank. Kane was in his tent, analyzing the current state of the battlefield. The situation right now made moving with a massive army impractical. Although sending thousands of low-level wave warriors to attack those packs full of wave champions beasts would certainly weaken the enemy, the casualties would be astronomical. And there was also the fact that powerful soldiers could not fight at full power for fear of collateral damage. Kane's eyes grew sharp as he analyzed his own strength and felt the bursting astral wave inside him. It had been over 2 months since he reached Blade Mountain's foot, and the combination of high-level resources and the constant battle had solidified his cultivation. System, in my current state, what would happen if I fight the Lightning Fall Mantis in a direct one-on-one battle? The absolute life form system immediately carried on with the command, and Kane felt how it produced countless simulations before answering. According to data obtained from 1,000 simulations, there is an 8% chance of Vessel killing the middle wave champion beast. A 81% chance of Vessel forcing the middle wave champion beast to run with severe injuries. A 10% chance of the middle wave champion beast forcing Vessel to run with severe injuries. A 1% chance of the middle wave champion beast killing Vessel. Kane showed a small smile as he analyzed that information. He was powerful enough to defeat middle wave champion beast, but a single mistake could lead to his death, so he could not lower his guard. My current strength allows me to lead a team that can face hordes with a small number of middle wave champion beasts. Good. Only Anthony and William could surpass Kane in battle strength in the entire military force in Blade Mountain. Uriel was also very strong, but the pressure of this mission and lack of resources had pushed back the young man's cultivation, and he remained a level 9 wave warrior for the moment. System, give a list of every soldier capable of enduring the onslaught of an early wave champion beast for an entire minute without assistance. Exclude Uriel, the vice captains working with him, and every soldier in their squads. Although ignoring 10% of the military force would reduce the number of soldiers available, Kane would not pick people he did not trust for a mission where a single wrong step could lead to catastrophic casualties. The absolute life form system had already scanned every single one of the thousands of soldiers fighting beside Kane, so it was able to do that analysis. It took around 5 minutes before a list with 178 names appeared in Kane's mind. Kane was slightly surprised to see that Levi, Orin, and Lumir were among those capable of facing an early wave champion beast. As he analyzed their stats, he saw that the trio had already become level 7, and their foundation was very strong. If they kept their momentum, there was a high chance they could reach flawless marrow or deep basic law understanding. He was even more amazed when he saw that Levi had generated a secondary energy pool similar to his blood energy and that the strength stat of this one surpassed his. AA Saint technique? Kane was still much stronger than Levi, but it was clear that the young man from the Hellblazer family had found some lucky chances. Good. I will take the trio into my team. Using the system aid, Kane formed 3 massive teams with over 50 people each. The leaders will be he, Anthony, and William, and they will separate from the main force and hunt down packs composed of wave champion beasts. Remaining with the main force would only slow them down now that there were no thousands of weak wave beasts around them. Kane did not waste time and sent the command soon after, ensuring everything was in order. All the soldiers received Kane's message through their AI chips and instructions on how to proceed. The ones whose names were mentioned felt their blood burning. The wealth they would gain would be amazing, not to mention that fighting wave champion beasts would push them beyond their limit. Of course, everybody knew that the mission would be extremely dangerous, but Kane's name in the order extinguished all those worries. As for the ones that would not participate in the mission, Kane commanded them to maintain order in the area. That was a fancy way of saying they could spend their days inside the encampment using the extremely dense life wave that soaked the air to cultivate. By the time the first ray of sunlight appeared in the sky, Cain, Antony, and William were already outside the encampment with their forces in formation behind them. Although William and Antony were stronger than Cain, the soldiers that ended up in their teams could not help but look at Levi, Oren, Lumir, and the others with envy. William and Antony glanced at each other as they noticed that, but they could only shake their head and show awkward smiles. None of them could deny that Cain had an aura that made it seem there was no problem great enough that could surpass him. Cain took a deep breath as his eyes grew sharp. A powerful blood lightning covered his figure the next second as he dashed forward, followed by the entire force. The three groups remained together, as they would only split once Cain gave the signal. Cain's eyes glowed with red light as the full power of his ego wave flooded the mountain. He used his mastery over free ego to make the red force field invisible so as not to warn the wave champion beasts. After a few minutes, his eyes narrowed and focused on three different points. They were far away so as not to incite incursion from other packs but close enough so that the military groups could come to assist in case any problem could occur. Antony and William received a message through their AI chips, and the next second, they took the soldiers under their command and moved to the left and right, respectively. The soldiers under Cain did not know where those two would go, but it did not matter. Their mission was to follow Cain, and nothing else mattered. Cain's aura kept rising higher and higher as the blood lightning and astral wave around his body generated a thick layer. Charge into that place. All the soldiers heard Cain's voice in their minds as he commanded them to enter a large cave 500 meters ahead, only to see him vanish the next second. The leader's disappearance could rock the mind of most soldiers, but the ones that were part of this group had absolute trust in Cain's power and intellect. Levi and two level 9 vice captain were the first to enter the cave. There was a radiant sun in the sky, so the place was full of light, making it easy for the trio to see the 23 early wave champion beasts inside. And if that was not enough, there was an even mightier beast at the back of the pack. Pawoo! The sound of an elephant trumpeting emerged from the back of the cave, and the entire force could see a massive beast nearly 3 meters tall with dark silver skin. It was a silver heart elephant, and its mere trumpeting generated a sonic blast that almost sent the soldiers flying away. All the soldiers could feel Silver Heart Elephant's aura, and it was clear the beast had already become a middle wave champion beast, maybe even stronger than the Lightning Fall Mantis. Just as the massive Silver Heart Elephant was ready to march forward, a figure covered in blood lightning appeared out of nowhere next to its face. The middle wave champion beast was shocked, and before it could do anything, the humanoid figure landed a devastating blow on its right eye, making it explode. Kill! Cain's voice echoed across the cave, erasing the fear from the Silver Heart Elephant's trumpeting in the soldiers and filling them with vigor. The battle formations for the soldiers had already been distributed, so they all knew what to do. Cain smiled as he saw the soldiers instantly adopt battle formations and charge toward the early wave champion beast, free of fear and full of conviction. However, he could not split his focus for much longer as the Silver Heart Elephant soon raised from the ground, unleashing a powerful life wave. Cain stared at the creature's head and saw how his punch completely shattered the eye and the bones around it. Although the damage was significant, it was far from crippling the middle wave champion beast. That attack carried the full power of Cain's blood hand, not to mention it took the Silver Heart Elephant by surprise. It can't compare with the Lightning Fall Mantis in terms of speed, but its vitality and defenses are formidable. Pawoo! The Silver Heart Elephant unleashed a battle cry full of killing intent and wrath as it dashed toward Cain, ready to trample the insolent human that dared to destroy its eye. Cain's eyes grew cold as he clenched his right fist with even greater strength. The blood lightning devoured the middle wave champion beast's blood around him, making the power of his blood hand even mightier as he flashed forward. One was a massive beast over 20 tons, while the other was a young human weighing less than 100 kilograms. There was no need to speculate about the winner in a direct clash, but just as they were less than 15 meters away, Cain raised his right arm. Shock appeared in the Silver Heart Elephant when he saw a sphere of red lightning emerge from Cain's hand. It knew that humans could use spells, but those with the dark purple wave usually used melee skills. The sphere instantly reached its face, and now confusion appeared on the silver heart elephant as the attack had no power at all. Just as it wondered what the human's plan was, it noticed that this one was no longer in front of it. A boom! Before the silver heart elephant could perceive Kane's presence, he connected a devastating blow to the beast's right ribs. Ah! The middle wave champion beast screamed in pain as the blow cracked several ribs and sent its massive body crashing against the back of the cave. Before the silver heart elephant could rise, Kane unleashed a torrent of blows that pushed it deeper and deeper against the wall. Both of Kane's hands had 3 fingers resembling blood gems. His mastery over Blood Hand allowed him to metamorph more fingers, but that also drained his energy much faster. Kane held his breath and focused his entire body on punching as hard and fast as possible. Every punch he fired generated an indentation on the silver heart elephant, and he could feel how his fist shattered the muscles, bones, and even lungs. Although the silver heart elephant had immense vitality and defenses, the blows fired by Kane's blood hand were so powerful that they pinned it against the wall. It went like that for 10 seconds before the drain on his energy was so much that he had to deactivate blood hand. The silver heart elephant felt how the punches no longer incapacitated its body and attacked with its tusks, trying to strike Kane. Yet, the human jumped back, easily avoiding the attack. Kane saw how the silver heart elephant adopted a battle stance and could feel the beast's strength, but it was clear that the damage it just took significantly reduced its battle power, and the collapsed lung kept draining its energy. If I push myself to my limit, I could end the beast's life in less than 10 minutes, however, that would exhaust me and endanger everybody if something unexpected happened. After a few seconds of deliberation, Kane decided to transform his fight with the silver heart elephant into a battle of attrition. Pawoo! The middle wave champion beast unleashed a new battle cry as it charged toward Kane, but with much less strength than before. Kane easily dodged the silver heart elephant's stomp and violently kicked the beast's knee before jumping back, evading a massive tusk that sought to impale him. The silver heart elephant was already slow, and now that it had a collapsed lung and severe internal damage, Kane was able to avoid all its attack using virtual sight and his instincts. The fight with the wounded middle wave champion beast became so simple for Kane that he could use his ego wave to analyze the battle of the rest of the soldiers. Good, none of them has received a severe injury yet, and their teamwork is excellent. Suddenly, Kane frowned as he saw the golden flames covering Levi's body. They were extremely similar to the ones used by the Death Guards that worked for Orlando, the wave champion puppet master. He remembered very well how those golden flames increased the guards' battle power, but they did in exchange for their blood vitality. A flash of killing intent appeared in Kane's eyes as the idea appeared in his mind that someone was using his friend for some form of experiment. However, Kane soon relaxed once he noticed that Levi's golden flames tapped into the young man's blood vitality, using it as fuel, but at the same time, it made it grow. His saint technique. There was no way a technique with such power would feel beneath the level of a saint technique. It was clear to Kane that the ability had dangers, but if Levi chose to take that path, then everything was all right. A man must be ready to endure the consequences of their choices. Kane smiled as his father's voice appeared again in his mind. Pawoo! The silver heart elephant roared with strength one more time, and its life wave burst with power. The smile on Kane's face made the beast think the human was mocking it. HMPH. Kane only sneered as he saw the silver heart elephant marching toward him like a crazy beast. Stupid beast. Stupid beast. If the silver heart elephant had shown wisdom, the battle would have been prolonged for a very long time due to its powerful defenses, but now that it attacked like crazy, things changed. Kane dodged the tusk charged with life wave that sought to drill his chest and dashed forward as his index finger morphed into a blood gem, and he used it to pierce into the silver heart elephant's neck. The silver heart elephant's eyes widened as the finger managed to pierce its defenses. Kane did not hesitate before taking the finger out, leaving a massive hole behind that began to bleed profusely. Although the silver heart elephant managed to push Kane away, its legs were trembling, and it wouldn't be long before it fell to the ground dead. Kane continued striking the middle wave champion beast while conserving his energy and making sure to avoid any form of injury. A boom! In 5 minutes, the silver heart elephant could no longer remain straight and plummeted into the ground, generating a small blast due to its massive weight. Soldiers and wave champion beasts turned toward the blast only to see how Cain buried his entire arm into the dying silver heart elephant's eyes, devouring the blood of this one. Just as the middle wave champion beast's heart stopped beating, Cain vanished, and the next second, a cry echoed across the cave. Ah! One early wave champion beast screamed in pain as Cain pierced its back with his index finger, shattering its spine and destroying many inner organs. Not even a second after, Cain removed his finger from the early wave champion beast's back and vanished into the darkness again. Fear emerged in the early wave champion beasts, while the soldiers took the chance that their opponent lost their focus to pushing their offensive. Cain emerged again 3 minutes later when an early wave champion beast was about to rip a soldier's arm. He landed a violent fist on the beast's jaw, shattering it before pulling back, vanishing. The battles carried on like that. The soldiers took advantage of the early wave champion beast's lack of focus, and whenever it seemed that one of them might receive a severe wound, Cain would appear and neutralize the attacker. Less than an hour after Cain killed the silver heart elephant, all 23 early wave champion beasts perished. Some did try to escape, but Cain would send a devastating attack that would push them to the back of the cave. All soldiers had huge smiles as they took out the hearts of the early wave champion beasts and left them at Cain's feet. Although the hearts of those early wave champion beasts were precious, since Cain interfered in all the battles and protected them from the darkness, he had the right to them. Besides, the rest of the corpse was still very valuable, and they gained military credits just for killing the beasts. Cain only nodded as he saw those hearts and kept his hand inside the silver heart elephant's chest. He was only able to take a small portion of the beast's blood before, but now he could devour until the last drop. It took Cain around half an hour to devour the more than 2,000 liters of blood inside the silver heart elephant's body, and he could feel the vigor and energy running through his veins. The soldiers remained inside the cave, tending to their wounds and recovering their energy, ready to assist Anthony or William's groups in case the two needed help. After devouring every ounce of blood inside the silver heart elephant, Cain used his lightning to burn the massive beast and eat its meat. Cain was not worried about Anthony or William since the packs the duo attacked had the same strength that the one he faced, and they were stronger than him. The only reason he was able to finish first was due to his assassination skills and the silver heart elephant's foolishness. It's time to return to the encampment. The soldiers turned to Cain while he issued that command and stored the half-eaten middle wave champion beast in his space ring. Everybody nodded and relaxed since it meant that William and Anthony had finished their battles and did not require their help, so everything must have gone smoothly. For the next 2 months, Cain, William, and Anthony led their groups higher and higher into Blade Mountain, killing packs full of powerful wave champion beasts. The amount of wealth the trio amassed was shocking, even to peak wave champion. Each kill of a wave champion beast meant a direct reward in terms of military credits, not to mention they could do whatever they wanted with the bodies. The gains did not limit to simply wealth as the dense life wave, nutritious meat, and life and death battles pushed forward the cultivation of everybody. There were even vice captains that reached the absolute peak of wave warrior and only chose not to rise to wave champion as they would have to leave Blade Mountain. Facing middle wave champion beasts stopped being a problem for the military force, but they faced a new problem once they reached the midway point to Blade Mountain's peak. A boom. A massive shock wave emerged once Cain connected his right fist to the arm of a wave champion beast. He had morphed 4 of his fingers into blood gems and channeled a massive amount of astral wave into the arm, so despite the beast blocking the attack, he should have done a significant amount of damage. Nevertheless, the wave champion beast barely moved after blocking Cain's punch, and the next moment it waved its arm, sending him flying away. Cain was in midair and without any control over his body when he saw a beast resembling a gorilla twice his size, with 4 arms and flaming hair. Just as the wave champion beast was about to lunge toward him, a man covered in ice energy tackled it, sending it more than 20 meters away. Ah! The wave beast instantly regained control over its body and roared in rage toward William before a sea of golden arrows landed on it. Cain, William, and Anthony fought together because the enemy was a hell gorilla, a late wave champion beast. Anthony's light arrows were extremely fast, and the young man's archery skills allowed him to grant them superb rotation and penetration power. Those light arrows had proven extremely effective even among middle wave champion beasts with great defenses, so it was no wonder an overwhelming shock would assault Antony's heart when he saw the hell ape jumping toward him with minor wounds. Antony immediately generated platforms of essence wave in the air, kicking them and pushing himself up as he sought to put distance between himself and the formidable beast that sought to rip him to pieces. Unfortunately for Antony, he was not the only one that could use airwalk as platforms of life wave formed beneath the hell ape's feet that this one used to rise forward without losing momentum. Just as the hell ape was about to reach Antony, two figures intercepted it. One was covered in red lightning and the other in cold energy, and both fired a powerful blow to the hell ape's stomach, sending this one crashing to the ground. A boom! A blast echoed once the massive figure of the hell ape reached the ground, but not a second passed before this one rose and flashed toward William. The young astral wave cultivator's eyes widened when he saw the late wave champion beast's massive fist appear right before him. He could not dodge it, so he made a cross with his arms and generated a thick ice layer on top of them. Crack! The ice shield crumbled instantly under the might of the hell ape's punch, but it was able to drain some of its power. It sent William flying away but failed to break any of the young man's bones. Before the hell ape could chase after William, a thick light spear blasted into its face. The attack infuriated the beast, but most importantly, it hindered its vision and affected his senses. A boom! Ah! A shock wave accompanied by a scream of pain echoed once Cain connected a ferocious blow on the back of the hell ape's head. He focused all his astral wave and blood energy into that blow while pushing Blood Hand to the limit to enhance his right fist's destructive power. Cain knew that focusing all his astral wave into his fist would leave the rest of his body unprotected, but that was the only way in which he could raise the potency of his attack high enough to harm the beast. That is why he only performed that attack once Antony hindered the hell ape's senses, since, otherwise, the danger would have been too much. A small smile appeared on Cain's face as he felt the bones on the hell ape's skull cracking, but right then, his instinct began to scream danger. The hell ape's eyes almost lost focus due to that blow, but it clenched its teeth as it waved its arm to its back, aiming at the human that dared to sneak up on him. Cain raised his arms and focused his astral wave and blood energy in them as fast as he could before the hell ape's forearm clashed with him. Crack! The sound of bone shattering emerged from Cain's arms as the hell ape's forearm sent him flying away with blood coming out of his mouth. Cain clenched his teeth as he pushed his ego wave to the limit to suppress the pain of having his arms broken and stop himself from losing consciousness. The hell ape's eyes burst with killing intent as it focused on Cain, but before he could take a step forward, its knees trembled, and it fell to the ground. Cain's punch produced severe brain trauma, and even with its vitality, that was an injury that severely affected its battle power. Sky Rain. Antony did not hesitate to send his most powerful attack once he saw the hell ape wounded. He tenses his bow, generating arrow after arrow of light to appear in the sky. Over 200 arrows of light appeared in the sky, draining almost all of Antony's energy pool before falling with immense speed and power over the hell ape's figure. The hell ape raised its arm over its head, defending itself from the light arrows. The brain trauma hindered its body's movement and domain over life wave, making its wave cloak lose much power. By the time the last light arrow had fallen from the sky, there were dozens of bloody holes all over the late wave champion beast. Ice Age Clash. Before the hell ape could even take a breath, William clashed against this one. A thick, incredibly cold ice armor full of spikes covered the astral wave champion's body, and he collided with the late wave champion beast. Ah! The hell ape was sent flying away while screaming in pain. The clash not only left new holes all over its body but also left a layer of frost energy that froze its skin and muscles, leading to cellular death. Before the hell ape's body could even touch the ground, Cain flashed toward the beast. His arms were broken, but his legs still worked, so he sent a vicious kick covered in astral wave and blood energy to its head. Just as the hell ape seemed to reach its end, the beast's fur ignited with powerful flames that pushed the trio away. Cain, William, and Antony were not able to get near the late wave champion beast and saw how this one used that chance to run away. Although the trio wanted to kill it, they were exhausted and wounded, so chasing after the late wave champion beast was not wise. Antony and William glanced at Cain for a second, and after this one nodded, They went to help the rest of the soldiers. The duo was tired and had little energy left, but they were able to put pressure on middle wave champion beasts. Cain would have wanted to help, but little energy was left in his body, and he received severe wounds that needed immediate attention. Cain removed several wave champion beasts' hearts from his space ring before generating a mantle of blood lightning that devoured the blood in them and sent it into his body. His eyes grew sharp, and his ego wave burst with power as he focused all the astral wave and blood essence into his arm to improve the speed at which they healed. Dozens of battles took place around Cain, with the soldiers battling over 30 early wave champion beasts and 6 that had already reached the middle wave champion level. The soldiers made sure to stay away from Cain to avoid interrupting his recovery, and none of the wave champion beasts dared to get anywhere near him. After 5 hours and having devoured the blood of nearly 20 early wave champion beasts' hearts, Cain's arms had fully healed, and most of his internal wounds were already gone. Cain raised his arms and clenched them, smiling as he felt his strength. He then focused on the battlefield and released a small sigh. The battle with the Horde was a victory, and there were no casualties on their side, but all the middle wave champion beasts managed to escape, and most of the soldiers endured severe wounds that would force them to rest for several days. It was clear to Cain that they were not ready to advance beyond this point. The battle with the Hell Ape pushed the trio to their limits, and they nearly lost their lives more than once. A clash with a horde with more than one late wave champion beast would carry significant casualties among the soldiers. After cleaning the battlefield, Cain led the soldiers back to the encampment, where they were told to rest for the next 2 days. Cain reached his tent and shut down communications as he adopted a meditative stance and focused. His heart had no frustration since he knew they would face resistance like this, and it happened later than he expected. Of course, that did not mean he would just accept it. Immediately, his mind began to search for ways to improve his power and that of the soldiers around him. There was not much to do regarding battle formation or equipment since they already used the beast they could handle, so the answer had to emerge from within. My current skills can unleash the full power of my astral wave and blood energy. Blood hand is an exceptionally powerful technique, and searching for a new saint technique would be foolish. The best path forward is either awakening my visualization technique or evolving my Asura form. Asura form was a skill of Cain's previous life, and just like one would expect from the name of first gear, there was a second one. He had meditated extensively on the technique and used the absolute life form system to decipher the next step forward. First gear improved Cain's speed, acceleration, and torque by overlocking the heart's circulatory system. After blood renewal, his body grew strong enough to endure it without side effects, which is why he thought of taking the next step. According to his calculations, second gear would drive the rate of his blood circulatory system 5 times faster than first gear, exponentially increasing his speed and agility, and that was just the beginning. Due to the current state of Cain's blood, second gear would generate a qualitative improvement in his metabolic systems, improving his speed of thought and reflexes, as well as the power of his muscles, causing a raw increase in his physical strength. Cain did not doubt that second gear would raise his battle power an entire level, allowing his physical strikes to overcome the defenses of someone like Carl without the need for bloodhand. Unfortunately, such a powerful technique required an even mightier constitution. According to the simulation performed by the Absolute Life Form system, if Cain were to use it now, it would instantly lead to blood vessel rupture and cerebral hemorrhage, not to mention that it would submit all his organs to a level of stress they could not handle. To trigger second gear safely, Cain needed to achieve a 95% marrow washing, and even then, his body could not endure the stress for long. It was clear to Cain that second gear was not in the foreseeable future, so he turned his attention to his second card. Cain took the first step in the generation of his visualization technique the moment his alter ego came into existence. The key to advancing was learning to harvest the power of the entity inside his soul dimension and nurture it. After Cain's willpower rose to the Wave King level, he felt a change in his alter ego, and that feeling grew stronger after overcoming the ordeal that was the sudden appearance of the lightning fall mantis. Once his alter ego reached the point in which Cain could draw its power from the ethereal into the material plane, the name of the visualization technique would come instinctively to him. Yet, he was still not at that point, and there was no direct way to accelerate things. The easiest way to improve my willpower would be by improving my cultivation. According to what Master said, the power and abilities one can harness from their alter ego would depend on their personality and cultivation in the ego-eternal path of power. Master's oceanic constitution must have evolved over the course of the years, but I am sure that even in its most basic form, it should have been of immense help. The feeling of hitting Zarek's body was still clear in Kane's mind, and he was sure that even now, with all his improvements, he would still be unable to harm this one. Understanding the strength of visualization technique could grant made Kane eager to develop his own. He was sure that the power of his duality alter ego would be nothing short of amazing. No matter how much I want it, there is no way to forcefully trigger my visualization technique's awakening, and even if there were, it would undoubtedly affect its potential, so I would not take it. In the end, there was nothing Kane could do to force their way up, so he chose to look to the center of Blade Mountain. That zone must be full of packs led by middle wave champion beasts, and they would be the perfect training for the soldiers until their power rose high enough that they could take late wave champion beasts. Kane had stayed away from that zone since it could lead to an unnecessary clash with the student force, but it was not like he was afraid, so there was no hesitation as he sent the command to Anthony and William. The next month went by without incident, with Kane, Anthony, William, and all the soldiers that fought by their side growing stronger. A boom. The sound of explosions and broken bones echoed as Kane and his group butchered a pack of wave champion beasts. There were merely 25 of them, with a single middle wave champion beast leading them, so it was not hard for the soldiers to kill all of them in less than an hour. Kane buried his hand in the golden-winged wolf's chest, devouring the creature's blood essence when his eyes narrowed as he looked to the left. He was the first to see it, but it did not take long for the rest of the soldiers to notice the presence of a group made of 42 students. Dominic was the group's leader, and his eyes grew cold as he stared at Kane and the rest of the soldiers. A tense atmosphere emerged the moment both groups looked at each other. Although there were fewer students, 4 of them had already become wave champions. Still, many level 9 soldiers with powerful foundations and great battle experience could face them. In the end, it was impossible to say which side would be the winner in a clash, but one thing was inevitable, and that was that there would be substantial casualties on both sides. Kane removed his hand from the middle wave champion beast and sent the creature into his space ring as he stared at Dominic. A red light appeared in his eyes as he focused on the students and was ready to strike with killing intent if the other party showed any sign of violence. Although Dominic had a powerful desire to crush Kane, he was smart enough not to pick battles he could not win. If he attacked and even one of the soldiers managed to escape alive, he would be charged with breaking the codes and rules of the Godslayer humankind empire. "Let's go." Dominic said nothing else before leaving with the rest of his forces. The soldiers relaxed as they saw that and carried on recollecting the spoils of the battle. "Everything is fine, but more and more clashes will happen as we remain in the area. I must ensure our forces are ready to handle any students' incursion." Over the next month, soldiers and the students had several encounters, and there were times when battles almost started. It was common for those children of noble families to look down on regular soldiers, so they were enraged by the fact that they were taking down the packs they sought to kill. However, there was nothing the students could do since they could only depend on their strength in this place, and the backing of their families did not matter. Kane made sure that the soldiers knew they had to avoid conflicts and focus on increasing their power so they could face the late wave champion beasts, but also gave the order to answer to any act of violence from the student side with absolute prejudice. Anthony and William were growing more and more powerful, having solidified their cultivation and making strides to the middle wave champion level. Both were now using wave artifacts that greatly enhanced their battle powers and mastered new and more powerful techniques, making their combined power equal that of a late wave champion beast. It would not be hard for both of them to take on the Hell Ape on their own if they faced this again, but the problem was that the packs at Blade Mountain's peak had more than just one late wave champion beast. Simply relying on the duo would be foolish since there was not enough time to raise their cultivation to a level where they could take care of multiple late wave champion beasts independently. The entire military force had to grow powerful enough so they could at least hinder the movements of late wave champion beasts. Kane understood that, which is why he focused on improving the power of the soldiers and his own. Right now, he was in his tent, and there was an expression of absolute focus on his face as his astral wave burst with power, and a foul substance emerged through his pores. He had suppressed his cultivation as much as he could, yet, right now, his meridian had finally extended over his entire muscular system and pierced his skin, generating a direct path from the rebirth heart to the outside. The power of Kane's wave cloak, wave focus, and wave burst grew exponentially after finishing with level 6, and now he needed to branch his meridians again. In level 7, a cultivator must branch their meridians, generating a path from the outside world into their sacred organs. It would form a route for the life wave to enter the body, drastically improving your cultivation speed and stamina. A cultivator's meridians were like a new extremity, so branching them was an excruciating process, but Kane's eyes exploded with red light as he suppressed the pain. He could not allow any distraction as he had to focus on using his bursting astral wave and blood energy to cleanse his marrow. Every second counted, and Kane would not allow anything to mess with the improvement of his foundation, erasing everything from his mind other than the purification of his marrow. After his astral wave calmed down, Kane relaxed. He opened his eyes and waved his hand, generating a blast of blood lightning that burned all the filth covering his body. Kane clenched his fists, and a large smile appeared as he felt his strength and energy improvement. That thrill only grew stronger when he saw how all the fingers in both hands transformed into blood gems, and the force began to extend to the rest of the fist. Once Kane managed to alter both hands, he would have reached the limit of the second level of Blood Hand. He would have to wait to become a wave champion to start the third level or achieve flawless marrow. System, scan me. The absolute life form system followed Kane's command as always, and it did not take long for a stream of information to appear in his mind. Scan of vessel completed. Name, Kane Lorifer race, Godslayer humankind. Path of power. Astral rebirth, level 7 wave warrior. Lineage, lightning lupus wave talent, middle tier 6, high tier 6. Stats. Strength, 6.4, greater than 7.9 agility. 4.5, greater than 6.0. Vitality. 7.9, greater than 9.9 wave. 4.6, greater than 5.9 blood energy. 7.9, greater than 9.4. Marrow washing. 88% completion. Note. Wave virus inside vessel enhanced wave talent by 16.7%. Kane was satisfied with his stats. Each of them, including his agility, was off the charts for a level 7 wave warrior, especially his vitality that matched someone at the rank's peak. Despite the improvement of 4% in his marrow washing, his wave talent did not improve, but Kane expected something like that. The higher the tier, the harder it was to improve. The only thing that bothered Kane was the improvement of his marrow washing. It was 4%, which was very good, but even if he could keep that rate, which would be extremely difficult, he would only reach flawless marrow before becoming a wave champion. Many geniuses took flawless marrow as their goal, and Kane was among them until not too long ago, but now he wanted to rise even higher. To achieve a level that even the greatest geniuses of military noble families could only dream of, a 100% marrow washing. I need to find a way to drastically improve the tempering of my bones if I want any chance to reach that level. Kane was determined to do all in his power to reach that goal. It would not be easy and force him to push himself beyond his limits repeatedly, but the gains would be incredible if he managed to do it. Just his foundation would attain a level where Wave King would not be a possibility but a certainty. After Kane's rise to level 7 and the upgrades of William and Antony, along with the overall improvement of all the soldiers, the military force was able to once again march higher into Blade Mountain, facing packs led by late wave champion beasts. 9 months had passed since the hunt's start, and the military force had risen over 30,000 meters into Blade Mountain. At that point, the area had all sorts of craters and fists indentation. Most believe it to be the remains of a battle between king beasts, but those were actually left by a certain clash between 3 very powerful cultivators. Kane returned to his tent when night fell, and he was so exhausted that he fell to the ground. They had just faced a pack with 2 late wave champion beasts, and the pressure he, Antony, and William faced was overwhelming. It was not the first time they faced that particular pack, But today was the day they pushed themselves and used every ounce of power inside their bodies to kill the late wave champion beasts instead of just making them flee the battlefield. Just as he was about to fall asleep, Kane saw that a message had reached his AI chip module, and the one that sent it was no other than his counterpart in the student force, Dominic. There was no doubt that Dominic hated his gut, and he had no problem with that since the feeling was mutual, which is why Kane was so confused to see this one sending a message to him. He had nothing to lose by seeing what was inside, so he opened the file and got an invitation. Dominic wanted the soldier force led by him, Anthony, and William to help the student force take care of a pack. Dominic knew that Kane would have many questions, so he wrote all the details into the file. It turned out that the student force had come in contact with a mine full of wave crystals, and it seemed there were mid and even high-quality wave crystals inside. Although the Scion would have wanted to keep everything for himself, there was a strong pack with 4 late wave champion beasts protecting the mine and devouring the wave crystals inside it. If they did not move fast enough, those beasts would eat everything and leave nothing, so speed was of the essence. After reading that letter, Kane had a lot to consider, but the first thing he did was rest. He closed his eyes, and after making sure the absolute life form system surveilled the area, he fell asleep. 5 hours later, Kane opened his eyes. He was still tired but had regained enough strength for a reconnaissance mission. Dominic did not reveal the localization of the wave crystal mine in the message, but it was not hard for Kane to predict the movements of the student force using the times they clashed with the soldiers as a reference. Kane left the encampment after ensuring Anthony and William were ready to handle any possible night incursion. Then he traveled to the side of the mountain occupied by the student force, and after almost 2 hours, a mine full of wave crystal appeared in his ego wave. Kane slowly spread his ego wave into the mine, analyzing every wave beast inside. His mastery over free ego was high enough to hide it from those beasts as he thoroughly analyzed their battle powers. Just as he reached the bottom of the mine, he felt 2 sets of eyes focusing on him. Kane did not hesitate before immediately retrieving his ego wave and using void breath to hide his presence before leaving the arena. Roar! SSSSS! Powerful bestial howls emerged from the mine as 2 wave champion beasts detected someone watching them. Luckily, Kane had been very careful, not revealing his presence and leaving the place as soon as those wave champion beasts detected his ego wave. Kane glanced at the mine as he fled. For those beasts to detect his ego wave, they were not only extremely powerful, but their perception was top-notch, so any assassination attempt for his part would be suicide. Peak Wave Champion Beast. A cold light appeared in Kane's eyes as he understood that 2 of the 4 so-called late wave champion beasts were peak wave champion beasts. There was a chance that Dominic did not know, but it was most likely that the Scion knew and just hid it. The good news was that the number of wave champion beasts inside the mine did not surpass 40, although half were middle wave champion beasts. Kane returned to the encampment and called William and Anthony to his tent. There he explained what he found out and discussed their next step. Although Kane was the hunt leader, accepting Dominic's invitation was not something he felt comfortable doing without asking for the opinion of the other 2. After some discussion, the trio decided to accept Dominic's invitation. Sooner or later, they would have to face that pack, and it was better to take care of them before they consumed every wave crystal inside the mine. Kane did not waste time and responded to Dominic with the condition for the work, exactly what they would take care of, and the amount of wealth they would keep for themselves. Dominic was surprised when he saw that message since it had information about the mine and pack that he had not disclosed. However, he did not delay things and accepted Kane's conditions since they were fair. Once Kane saw that everything was in order and the fine details of the mission were taken care of, he sent a message to the soldiers' AI chips, informing them of the conjoined mission between the soldier and student forces. There were many soldiers that did not like what they read since the last encounters they had with the student force had soured their already bad relationship, but Kane did not ask their opinion. He, Anthony, and William would put their lives on the line when they faced the peak wave champion beast, and the others would follow through or suffer the consequences of insubordination. The soldiers led by Kane, Anthony, and William meet with the student force 5 meters away from the mine's entrance. The ones at the head of the student force were Dominic, Amos, and another young man with characteristics of the Hellblazer family. Now that there were many wave champions among the students, Carl was far from being among the top 3, and Joseph took that place. Kane glanced at Joseph, and his eyes narrowed. The young man had a very powerful foundation, but it did not seem this one rose to wave champion after having achieved flawless marrow. Still, Kane did not look down on the man since the power of his bloodline made him a real threat. Dominic and Kane stared at each other briefly before nodding and flashing to the mine. A little over 300 warriors were between both groups, but even if they worked together, none felt in the mood to chat. Once they were less than 200 meters from the mine entrance, soldiers and students unleashed their wave cloak and made it burst with power. Kane and Dominic knew they could not trust each other, so even if they were working together, they would not fight together. Each force would take care of one peak and late wave champion beast along with half of the pack and establish their battlefield away from the other. That is why soldiers and students made their wave burst, alerting the beasts of their presence. None of them worried that the beasts would remain inside the mine since, just like humans were greedy, beasts were extremely territorial and would respond to any challenge to their authority with fierceness. The first one to emerge from the mine was a massive insect-like beast that resembled a giant centipede. The creature had a dark exoskeleton, and a green liquid dropped from its fangs and legs. Dominic adopted a solemn expression as he stared at the peak wave champion beasts by the name of 100 Poisons. He grabbed his massive sword and waved it with all his power, sending an enormous windblade to the beast. Despite its massive body, 100 Poisons managed to dodge that windblade, and its eyes focused on Dominic as it charged to this one alongside several more wave champion beasts. When Dominic saw how one of the late wave champion beasts was accompanying 100 Poisons, he fired another strike before moving away with the student force. Kane saw the number of wave champion beasts that went after the student force and was around half of the battle strength of the entire pack inside the mine. Both peak wave champion beasts seemed to have already divided the other beasts, making their job easier. Rumble. The sound of lightning drew Kane's attention, and he turned to the entrance of the mine as a mighty wolf emerged from it. The peak wave champion beast had white fur bathed in blue lightning. A small smile appeared on Kane's face as he stared at the peak wave champion beast he had chosen to face, a lightning lupus. The Godslayer human and wave beast looked at each other and felt the bloodline running in the other. However, the only response they incited was killing intent. The fact they shared the same lineage did not matter as they were from different species, and right now, one had the sole mission of killing the other. Kane's energy exploded as blood lightning covered his body, and the fingers in both hands transformed into blood gems. He would not see the end of this fight if he did not unleash all his strength from the star. Not far away from Kane, William unleashed all his power, generating an ice armor to grow above his wave artifact. Once the aura of the duo reached its peak, Kane and William flashed toward the lightning lupus, and they were not alone since the 7 strongest essence wave cultivators among the soldier force moved behind them. The lightning lupus life wave burst and flashed toward Kane and William just as the essence wave cultivators unleashed a barrage of spells against it. Those spells moved at supersonic speed as the essence wave cultivators pushed their energy to the limit, but even then, the lightning lupus could dodge all of them while approaching the duo. It was about to reach Kane and William when several light arrows that hid in the shadow of the other spells collided with its body. Anthony had hidden his aura and joined the other essence wave cultivators, only showing his power in the last second so he could take the lightning lupus by surprise. Those light arrows did minor damage to the lightning lupus due to the powerful defenses of the lightning armor around its body but hindered its movements long enough for Kane and William to land a punch in its chest. Kane and William's joint strike sent the lightning lupus flying toward the mine entrance's edge, but before the dust could disperse, the beasts flashed back into the fray. William raised his arms in the last second as a lightning claw clashed with it. The lightning lupus paw was small, but the young man felt a mountain crashing against him. The lightning lupus reflexes and speed surprised the rest of the soldiers, but there was one that knew just how fast and durable the beast was. The instant the lightning lupus claw stroked against William's arms, a kick bathed in blood lightning and charged with a massive amount of astral wave landed on the beast's ribs. That claw strike sent William flying away just as Kane's kick pushed the lightning lupus to the side, and that was just the start since a new barrage of spells fell into the beast before this one could get up. Kane's eyes burst with red light as the full power of his ego wave focused on the lightning lupus movements and instructed the soldiers when and where to attack. He knew that if the beast was left unhindered for a second, at least one of the Essene wave cultivators behind him would die. The battle between Kane, Anthony, William, and the 7 Essence Wave warriors against the lightning lupus lasted over half an hour and leveled everything around them. Deep wounds were all over the lightning lupus, with parts of its body covered in a layer of frost, but the humans were not any better. Kane's left arm was broken, and so was Anthony's right leg, and there was a large cut on William's chest as a claw strike managed to pierce his armor and reach his skin. A boom! A shock wave echoed across the battlefield as a fist bathed in blood lightning collided with a lightning claw. Kane's eyes narrowed as he felt the bones on his wrist and shoulder about to snap, but he resisted long enough until a light spear collided in the lightning lupus left ribs. The light spear pushed the peak wave champion beast away with a bloody hole in its chest, and just as it turned toward the shining young man in the air, a barrage of spells came at it. The beast had no problem dodging those spells but allowed Anthony to fire light arrows that forced it to pull back. It took all of the lightning lupus focus to dodge those arrows, which is why it did not notice William appear right behind it. An ice armor that covered William burst with cold energy the instant he tackled the peak wave champion beast. Ah! The lightning lupus yelled in pain as the tackle sent it flying away, and things were not over. While the beast was in midair, Kane jumped toward it and fired a ferocious right hook to its head. Crack! The sound of bones cracking emerged from the lightning lupus skull as that blow sent it crashing into the ground. Anthony, William, and the 7 Essence Wave cultivators smiled when they heard that sound since it meant that the damage to the lightning lupus had reached a critical point. None of the soldiers wanted to lose that chance, and they flashed at full speed toward the crashing zone as they made their wave explode and were ready to unleash their mighty's attacks on the wounded peak wave champion beast. Go away! The soldiers were around 50 meters away from the lightning lupus, a perfect distance to fire their spells, when they heard Kane's voice, and the next thing they saw was a blast of lightning. Powerful arcs of lightning spread in every direction from inside the lightning lupus, instantly covering a radius of 40 meters. The second they heard Kane's voice, the soldiers stopped advancing, saving themselves from the blast, but their instincts screamed danger as the lightning arcs began to spread out even further, at blinding speed and with outrageous strength. All the soldiers immediately ran away from the lightning lupus, but the lightning arcs were so fast that it caught one of them in a second, and everybody saw how it vaporized his body, killing him on the spot. The lightning arcs grew even stronger after killing that soldier and continued spreading. Just as another of the Essence Wave cultivators was about to get caught, Kane appeared in front of this one and put his arms forward as he formed a shield with his blood lightning. Awe appeared in the hearts of the Essence Wave cultivators as they saw Kane holding back the wave of blue lightning arcs. It was like a man stopping the might of a tsunami on his own. Kane's bloodline granted him resistance to lightning, and his blood lightning was of higher quality than the blue lightning, but the power of the lightning lupus was too great. His entire body trembled, and burn marks spread across his skin as he held the lightning wave. An overwhelming killing intent appeared in the lightning lupus as it saw Kane holding its attack back, but as it intended to pour even more of its life wave into the blue lightning, its body shook and puked a mouthful of blood. The arcs of blue lightning vanished since the lightning lupus could not hold the attack any longer due to the severe internal damage, not to mention that the technique consumed its blood vitality in order to unleash its full power. Kane nearly fell to the ground once he no longer had to resist the wave of blue lightning arcs but was able to stand still as he focused on the peak wave champion beast and the terrain around them. The wave of lightning arcs had melted the ground around them, making it seem they were fighting on top of a volcano. That was lightning rage. It was supposed to be a technique a lightning lupus obtained after becoming a king beast, but this one managed to unleash it at peak wave champion by using its blood vitality as a catalyst. Kane had already learned all he needed from his enemy, which is why he was able to react so fast to the lightning lupus attack. It would be a lie to say that the attack did not surprise him, but he knew it would not happen again, and it was their chance to end this battle. Attack! Just like the soldiers did not hesitate to follow Kane's command when this one told them to pull back, the instant they heard the order to fight, they made their wave explode with all the power left in their bodies and flashed back into the fray. The lightning lupus was not going just to resign itself to its death and made its life wave burst one last time as it charged toward the humans, full of killing intent. Kane and William took the front while Anthony and the remaining 6 Essence Wave cultivators unleashed their most powerful spells against the peak wave champion beast. A boom! A boom! A boom! Explosions echoed across the melted battlefield as the 9 soldiers clashed against the peak wave champion beast, slowly draining the life of the beast one attack at a time. Kane saw how the lightning lupus flashed at him with its maws open, aiming at his neck. His eyes grew sharp as a cold light appeared in them, and he dodged those fangs at the last second before sending a right punch toward the beast's throat. It's over. That punch pushed the lightning lupus back, and while it could remain standing, it could no longer breathe and was drowning with its own blood. Fear appeared in the eyes of the beast as it saw the young man bathed in blood lightning walking forward, and the idea of running away appeared in its mind. Kane saw that, but he was not worried. The peak wave champion beast was fast but received too much damage during this battle and would not be able to run from him and Anthony. Time to end this. The battle had been hard and truly pushed Kane and the rest of the soldiers beyond their limit, so he would not play around with the lightning lupus and would grant it a respectful death. Kane clenched his fists as he channeled all his strength in it and was ready to flash forward when it happened. Rumble. The ground beneath his feet began to tremble and did not limit itself to a small area. An earthquake covered the entire Blade Mountain. Kane's eyes widened as he was shocked by the sudden turn of events. The Godslayer Humankind Empire's technology was incredibly advanced and was able to predict things like earthquakes with 100% certainty, but there was no such report regarding Blade Mountain. Rumble. The earthquake grew even more powerful, generating massive crevices all across Blade Mountain. And just as things seemed they could not get any more wild, the mountain peak shattered as a giant beam of energy rose into the sky. Boom! The energy beam seemed to have clashed with an invisible wall in the sky, and giant cracks appeared before collapsing, leaving behind a 10,000-meter large portal. Kane's mind froze for a second as he saw that gargantuan portal in the sky. Go! Apex's voice echoed inside Kane's mind, making a burst of red light emerge from his eyes as he clenched his teeth and ran up the mountain. Kane was the first but was not the only one, as all wave champion beasts began to run toward the portal, forgetting about their fights. Soldiers and students were shocked to see that even those dying wave champion beasts moved toward the portal as if a force they could not resist compelled them to go. Most people were confused and shocked by the portal, but Dominic and Amos understood what it meant, and a ferocious greed emerged from their hearts as they forgot about everything else and prepared to flash forward. However, Dominic stopped at the last second, and a sharp light appeared in his eyes as he flashed toward the student encampment. When they saw Kane and Amos dashing toward the portal, everybody understood that whatever was on the other side would be amazing. Kane's body burst with blood lightning as he pushed forward, using the last shred of energy left in his body to reach the massive portal in the sky. Although his eyes remained in the portal, his ego wave had silently spread around, showing him the actions of humans and beasts. Kane saw how Amos unleashed blasts from the bottom of his feet in order to impulse his body forward, and he was not alone since all the soldiers and students were also making their way to the portal. The behavior of soldiers and students made sense, but Kane could not help but frown as he saw the way the wave champion beasts were acting. Every beast in the entire Blade Mountain began to run toward the portal as if their life depended on it. The way those beasts acted was as if they were under the control of powerful hypnosis, and they would not hesitate to give their life in order to fulfill the command implanted in their mind, which was to enter the portal. That was already weird enough, and what came next shocked everybody as a gravitational pulse emerged from the portal and covered the entire Blade Mountain. Kane felt that force went through his body and did nothing to him or the other humans, but it affected the wave champion beasts, raising them from the ground and driving them into the portal. Some of those wave champion beasts weighed over 30 tons, but the gravitational force raised them as if they were feathers and drove them into the portal at a shocking speed. The captains and university teachers were watching the state of Blade Mountain using the devices in their respective star cruisers, and what they saw was a picture that came from Legends. Hundreds of humans were rising to the mountain peak to reach a massive 10,000-meter large portal that was currently sucking hundreds of wave champion beasts. Kane ran at full speed, but he saw how the others were closing in, and there was not much energy left in him since the battle with the lightning lupus left him exhausted. However, he was unwilling to allow anyone, whether a soldier or student, to rush past him. A decisive light appeared in Kane's eyes as he channeled what little astral wave was left inside him into his feet and jumped with all his strength. Amos, Anthony, and William saw how Kane jumped to the sky, and they did not understand what he sought to achieve. There was no way he could have mastered airwalk as a level 7 wave warrior, and even if it did, that was not faster than climbing the mountain. However, the trio then saw how Kane landed on the back of one of the wave champion beasts that the portal's gravitational force pulled from the ground, and they understood the plan of this one. Kane wanted to use the wave champion beasts as stepping stones in order to reach the portal faster. If that was not a high enough display of wisdom and ingenuity, what happened next reached the peak. Kane had just landed on one of the beasts as he buried his hands on its back. Ah! The wave champion beast screamed in pain when that hand pierced its back and reached its heart, but its eyes did not leave the portal in the sky. Kane devoured a burst of blood essence that he transformed into blood energy to enhance his leg's power and jumped toward the next beast. A boom! There was so much strength in Kane's jump that he generated a small shockwave, and everybody saw how he raised to the sky at a speed that not even wave champions could equal. Amos, William, and Anthony saw that, but although their feelings toward Kane differed, the trio admitted that his ingenuity was superb. They noticed that some sought to emulate Kane's actions and shook their heads. Carl jumped toward one of the floating wave champion beasts and nearly fell. Standing on top of the beast was incredibly complicated as this one was constantly shaking, and trying to get a stable base from which to jump was nearly impossible. Kane could stand on top of the beast's back without a problem because of his superb control over his body. As for jumping, his ego wave showed him every corner of the beast, revealing to him where to kick. A boom! A small blast echoed across the mountain when one of the people that attempted to copy Kane fell from the wave beast and crashed into the ground. Kane heard that blast but did bother to look at those dumb enough to use the wave champion beasts as literal stepping stones without the body control needed to actually remain on top of them. There was a wave crystal in his mouth that he used to recover some of his astral wave while rising. Every time he attacked one of the wave champion beasts, he would use a small portion of the blood essence to recover some of his stamina. He was getting closer and closer to the portal, and a sharp light appeared in his eyes as he finally reached the massive phenomenon that covered the sky above Blade Mountain. It was even more majestic up close and swallowed those giant wave champion beasts as if they were candy. Kane had no idea what was on the other side of the portal, but he had read of such majestic events taking place across history, and all of them were associated with massive lucky chances. "Don't you dare to get in!" That booming voice appeared in the sky just as Kane was about to rise into the dimension. All the soldiers and students turned to the origin and saw a figure in the distance flashing in their direction at a shocking speed. He was a middle-aged man with short dark hair, and a powerful blast of flames emerged from the soil of his feet, allowing his body to move at a supersonic speed, generating one sonic boom after another. The man was too far away to discern much from him, but those flames and the speed at which his body moved tell everybody two things. He was much more powerful than a peak wave champion and was likely connected to Hellblazer University. Amos showed a mixture of surprise and happiness when he saw that. He recognized the middle-aged man as one of the elders of the Hellblazer family but had no idea this one was in the vicinity. It was not just a coincidence that an elder from the Hellblazer family would be here. The group from Hellblazer University had several geniuses with great potential, and there was no way a noble family would leave them unprotected. Normally, these powerhouses would remain hidden to give the illusion to the geniuses that they were in real danger and stimulate their potential. Still, the emergence of the portal in the sky made the middle-aged man's heart explode with greed. He wanted whatever was on the other side for him and would not allow a bunch of brats to get in his way. In the middle-aged man's mind, there was no way Kane would ignore his word, allowing him to be the first to enter the portal, but that only proved how little he knew the young man. HMPH, Kane sneered before jumping from the back of the beast, vanishing inside the portal. "You dare!" The eyes of the elder from the Hellblazer family burst with rage when he saw how a mere wave warrior dared to ignore his words, and the jet of flames coming from his feet grew even stronger, improving the speed at which he approached the portal. A boom! An explosion echoed across the sky when the middle-aged man seemed to have crashed against an invisible wall surrounding Blade Mountain. The crash sent the middle-aged man stumbling back, but he was able to regain control of his body extremely fast before focusing on the portal in the sky. This one seemed to have generated an invisible force field around Blade Mountain, limiting certain people's passage. The middle-aged man had lived for a long time and knew that this type of dimension seemed to prefer young people full of potential and disdained old geezers like him who had already reached their growth limit. "You cannot stop me." Most people in his position would have given up, but the elder from the Hellblazer family was unwilling. People think that a Wave King was a great monarch, and they were right most of the time, but there were cases when they only worked as glorified babysitters. That was the case of the middle-aged man, which is why he was ready to burn everything in his path in order to enter that dimension. A boom! Flames emerged from the middle-aged man's body as he prepared to force his way in. His actions might harm the young people inside Blade Mountain, but he couldn't care less. Hellblazer burst. The flames covering the elder glowed with a red light as if blood was being used as fuel. He then flashed forward like a meteorite toward the invisible force field, ready to blast a hole through it. Fear appeared in the hearts of the soldiers and students on the mountain when they saw that. Even the dumbest of them understood that the clash between the elder and the force field would generate a rain of fire that would fall on them. A crazy light appeared in the elder's eyes as the idea of obtaining the treasure on the other side of the portal appeared in his mind. Just as he was about to clash with the force field, a figure appeared in front of him and grabbed his neck. A boom! The clash between the elder and the unknown figure generated a blast of flames, but giant streams of water emerged from the body of the first and instantly extinguished them. Shock and fear appeared in the elder's heart when the hand tightened around his neck. He saw the blue light in the eyes of the other person, and any idea of fighting back vanished from his mind. The man who managed to stop the Hellblazer elder was a legendary figure in the soldiers' hearts, and someone's scions were always warned to stay away. Zarok stared at the Hellblazer elder with coldness. He put more and more power on his left hand, suffocating the middle-aged man before using his right fist to punch this one right in the chest. Ah! The elder unleashed a cry of pain as blood and pieces of his internal organs emerged from his mouth, and things were far from over since Zarok was not satisfied with a single blow. A boom! A boom! A boom! Every blow of Zarok on the elder had so much power that shockwaves spread across the sky. After the fifth blow and seeing how the middle-aged man was about to fall unconscious, he unleashed one final punch with all his strength. Zarek's punch sent the elder flying away, making him dive thousands of meters before crashing into the ground. Soldiers and students saw how the elder generated a massive crater upon impact and did not know whether he was alive or not, but they did not care either. Even the scions of the Hellblazer University did not care since the elder's actions almost put their life in danger. Just as they wondered what would happen next, they saw an incredibly powerful blue ego wave emerge from Zarok and clash against the invisible force field covering Blade Mountain. Unlike the Hellblazer elder, who acted rashly and unleashed more power than he could control, Zarok displayed absolute dominion over his ego wave. The blue ego wave spread across the force field, trying to find a way in, and when it found there wasn't one, Zarok extended his palm and began to squeeze. The ego wave mimicked its master and squeezed around the force field, trying to break it. Rumble! The force field trembled under the ego wave's pressure but remained firm despite Zarok exerting enough power to crush a small mountain. Zarok retracted his ego wave after a few seconds since it was clear that the force field protecting the Blade Mountain had more than enough power to stop him. A figure covered in shadows appeared next to Zarok, glancing at the portal with a profound gaze. "So this is the reason you say we should remain nearby." Zarok glanced at Jonathan before looking back at the portal in the sky. Although his cultivation was higher, Jonathan was an essence wave cultivator and mastered the law of shadows, which allowed this one to perceive disturbance in space. "I felt the presence of a strong dimensional force for a moment during our battle against Bloodless No. 4. Still, I never expected that it would be something like this." Seeing such a fantastic phenomenon in the sky filled Jonathan's heart with awe, and part of him wanted to enter it, but he was not as foolish as the Hellblazer elder. It might be due to the presence of youths full of great potential or just coincidence. In any case, it rejects people like us. I will send the information to the Imperial Lightning Fort. What will you do? Zarok would have wanted to silence any information about the portal in the sky, but that was not possible, and he knew that powerful individuals would come to this place very soon. He was strong, but the portal above Blade Mountain would incite greed in people whose power stood way above the Wave King rank. Jonathan stared at the portal for a few seconds before softly shaking his head. The sphere of influence from the Aegon family does not spread into Blade Mountain. I will inform my superior when I am back. Zarok turned toward Jonathan, and a grateful light appeared in his eyes as he softly nodded. The fewer powerful organizations meddled in this place, the easier it would be for the Imperial Lightning Fort to establish control. That brat was the first to enter. Considering Kane's will and talent, he may reach the highest stage of that dimension. That place holds power that vastly surpasses Wave King's. Do you think he will be fine? Zarok could not help but adopt a solemn expression when he heard that. Kane was extremely talented, but the dangers inside that dimension would push him to the limit, and if he ascended high enough, the sun's heat could melt his wings and make him fall into oblivion. There is no point in wasting my time thinking about what could happen. I can only prepare for the time when he emerges from the dimension. Jonathan understood the last part of Zarek's words. If Kane managed to obtain a great fortune inside that dimension, many powerhouses could try and take it away from him. I will you and that boy fortune. I will be leaving now. It was a pleasure fighting by your side. Jonathan clasped his hands and performed a small bow towards Zarok before transforming into streams of shadows that faded in the sky. Zarok also clasped his hands at the fading shadows before adopting a meditative position in the sky and looking at the portal one last time before closing his eyes. After crossing the portal, Kane found himself in a dark dimension full of shining dots of light in the distance. It was like a starry dark sky, and he was at the center of it. Just as he wondered what he was supposed to do, an immense pain assaulted him as streams of blood, astral wave, and even ego wave emerged from inside his body and began to amass in front of him. Ah! Kane shouted as the agony was unbearable, and if it was not for his willpower, he might have lost consciousness. More and more of those three essences emerged from Kane, generating a bigger and bigger cocoon in front of him. The process lasted for around 20 seconds. Kane fell to the ground and was having difficulty breathing as that unbearable pain was still clear in his mind. Luckily, the next second, the dots of light began to unleash streams of shining energy that flooded his body and the large blood cocoon in front of him. A sense of shock and awe appeared in Kane's eyes when he noticed how that shining light took less than 3 minutes to completely heal his body and regenerate all that the cocoon had taken from him. This shining light, it is stronger and more pure than any other energy I have used before. Kane did not lose this opportunity and adopted a meditative position, trying to mobilize that shining light to cultivate. The shining light posed no resistance, and Kane felt how it nurtured his flesh and blood, strengthened his meridians, and tempered his astral wave. As the starry light improved his cultivation and foundation, Kane focused on the blood cocoon that wantonly devoured it. Although whatever was inside was certainly essential for this place, there was nothing he could do about it other than wait. Kian did not hesitate before activating embryonic breathing in order to push his cultivation speed to a new level. He stood like that for over an hour before opening his eyes since the starry light faded. Thump! Just as the starry sky stopped nurturing him, a heartbeat emerged from the blood cocoon, and it was the first of many. Thump! 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 Kane noticed as the heartbeats grew faster and more powerful, as cracks emerged on the blood cocoon. It did not take long for the blood cocoon to shatter to pieces, and what appeared in front of Kane was a sword, more specifically, a machete. The weapon was not very long or wide and had a red handle with a thin chain. Kane stared at the weapon for a moment and felt as if it was part of him, which taking into consideration its component, it was. Kane opened his palm, and the machete instantly flew to him. At the moment it was in his grasp, he teleported out of the dimension full of starry light. He appeared in a forest packed full of giant trees that rose over 1,000 meters with crowns so large that they covered the sky. However, what truly mattered was the immense weakness that assaulted him. System. Appearing in an unknown place and having most of his strength gone was not a good combination, so Kane immediately commanded the absolute life form system to scan the surroundings and check the state of his body. Like always, the faithful system gave Kane an answer. Analyzing. Basic scan force field works without any problem. No life forms are near vessels. Unknown force invaded vessel's body, weakening body and energy pool to the standard of a level 1 wave warrior. Searching for a counter against weakening force. There are possible solutions, but they will require time for the system to provide them. Permission to use the full power of the system in the task? Kane did not immediately answer the system. Now that he knew there was no immediate danger, he took a moment to analyze his surroundings and talk with the one who incited him into this place. Apex, do you have any specific information regarding this dimension? Kane was not illiterate regarding the type of phenomenon, like the portal above Blade Mountain. Although his knowledge was shallow, he knew there were times when special dimensions would spontaneously open and were the key to unique inheritances. Those inheritances may have been left behind for an ancient powerhouse or generated by the world. The second was rarer and also much more valuable, coming into existence once a specific place's laws and natural power reached a zenith. Apex constantly gathered information about the Gaia continent and the world as a whole, so Kane hoped this one would have an answer for him. There are records of Blade Mountain showing signs of possibly birthing an inheritance, but those were primarily based on gossip, so I cannot be sure. Either way, this place is special, and you might find a lucky chance. Unfortunately for Kane, Apex did not have the answer he sought. He sighed, but there was not much he could do about it. Apex, work with the system to find an answer to this weakness. Okay. The system spirit knew that while the dimension could contain a massive lucky chance, there were bound to be dangers, so he would do his best to help Kane. Rumble. Just as Kane was trying to figure out his next step, the forest began to tremble, and a gale of wind hit him with so much strength that it almost sent him flying away. The sources of the gale came from what seemed to be the center of this place, and just as Kane focused on it, a wall of light appeared 100 meters behind him. Kane immediately moved away from the wall of light, and he noticed that it seemed to extend all over the forest's edge. A strange feeling appeared in Kane's heart when he focused on the wall of light. The idea appeared in his mind that he would leave this place if he touched it. From where that feeling came, Kane had no idea, but he would not act on instinct if he had the chance to prove it. His eyes narrowed as he attempted to use his free ego, and slowly a red force field emerged from his mind. Even though his body and astral wave were at the boundary of level 1, he could still use his ego wave. However, this one also weakened, and its range was barely a few dozen meters. Whatever the force weakening me is, it can affect my body, energy pool, and even ego wave, but cannot hinder the power of the absolute life form system or its AI chip module. Unfortunately, I cannot contact the exterior even if the module works perfectly. After that small analysis, Kane manipulated his ego wave and sent it into the wall of light. A piece of his red force field touched the phenomenon, and it was ripped from the main part of his ego wave, generating a sharp pain in his mind. He lost control of that piece of his ego wave, and that part of his willpower would crumble into nothing in seconds now that it was disconnected from the ego eternal matrix. Yet, before disintegrating, that fragment of the red force field transmitted an image. At least there is an exit. In the image, Kane saw Blade Mountain's sky, meaning there was a way out of this place. That calmed him a little since that discarded the idea this place was a slaughterhouse for young geniuses. If that is the exit, then, Kane turned to the center of the forest and assumed that he would find the path forward there, whatever that might be. He then glanced at the weapon and attempted to mobilize his astral wave into it. The machete could not only flawlessly blend with astral wave, but every ounce of energy Kane channeled into it was condensed and refined, leaving a very thin and sharp dark purple edge. Clearly, this was a melee weapon designed for astral wave cultivators, but Kane shook his head. No matter how good the machete was, it was not wise to use it if his mastery over it was lesser than that over his arms. Kane sent the machete into his space ring, but that proved to be a mistake as a sense of vertigo and nausea assaulted him the moment the weapon left his hand. It was so powerful that he fell to the ground. Luckily those feelings faded once Kane took out the machete from his space ring and held it. Kane took a moment to regulate his breathing before looking at the machete again and understanding that he could not lose it no matter what. Those feelings of nausea and vertigo were so intense that he could not stand, much less fight, in that condition. This place demands me to fight using the weapon birthed from my essence. Although he did not like it, there was not much Cain could do about it, and he had to hold the machete with his right hand. He then began to move forward to the center of the forest. He had not advanced even 100 meters when his eyes narrowed as he glanced to the left. A creature appeared in the basic scan force field, and slowly approached him. Cain continued walking forward as if he had not noticed it, and once the creature finally showed itself and lunged toward him from the back, he easily dodged the attack and hacked with his machete. The weapon landed right in the center of the creature's chest, leaving a deep cut and sending it flying away over 10 meters. Ah! A cry of rage and pain emerged from the creature. It had a humanoid body made of wood and flesh, with a single arm that held a large sword. Cain stared at the creature, and his eyes grew sharp as he saw that the flesh in it seemed to belong to a wave champion beast. So that is where they end up. Thousands of wave champion beasts entered the portal. Cain had wondered what happened to them, and it seemed that whatever was in control of this place used them as a component for the monsters like the one in front of him. Ah! The monster roared for a second time, generating a blast of life wave before charging toward Cain with absolute bloodlust in its eyes. Cain was able to dodge the monster's sword strikes with ease. They were both at the same cultivation level, but he could use his ego wave to enhance his speed of thought and reflexes. After a few minutes and verifying that the monster could only use melee strikes without any spell or skill, Cain decided to end it. He dodged the monster's sword before cutting its neck with the machete. The creature fell to the ground after having its head separated from its body and immediately began to tremble, unleashing a dark mist and withering. Cain jumped away and held his breath while using his wave cloak to prevent the mist from entering his body. He did not know what it was or if it was poisonous. However, while he did not want to be near it, the machete had other plans. It unleashed a suctioning force that drew the mist, leaving nothing left. Cain's eyes narrowed as he felt he had regained a little strength and focused on the weapon. It seems that the machete is fighting back the weakening force, and it grows more powerful by devouring the mist left by those sword monsters. After all the mist was gone, the sword monster's corpse crumbled into a pile of dust except for a small red orb. Cain stared at the red orb and picked it up before sending his ego wave into it. He immediately noticed the immense blood vitality and pure life wave inside. The quantity was small, but the quality was superb. After making sure there were no other sword monsters around, Cain focused on the red orb and began to absorb its energy. Awe and shock appeared in Cain's eyes as he felt how the power purified his astral wave and tempered his flesh and blood. The effect of training with the red orb was better than anything Cain had used before. Not only was the energy overwhelmingly potent, but it was also very serene so he could use it non-stop. Unfortunately, Cain drained the red sphere in less than 3 minutes, and this one crumbled into dust, just like the red of the sword monster's body. Cain began to smile as a red light emerged in his eyes. The red spheres were what he needed to temper his body so he could rise above flawless marrow. I will need thousands of these red spheres to generate a qualitative improvement in my constitution. Killing intent emerged in Cain's eyes as he focused on the forest. Logic stated that the closer he got to the center, the more numerous and stronger the sword monster would be. Cain took a deep breath as he began to walk faster and faster into the forest. Despite his speed increasing, his presence grew weaker and weaker until it practically vanished. He was not going to wait for the sword monster's attacks and intended to be the hunter, killing those monsters so the machete would fight off the weakening force and collect the red spheres. If he was a normal cultivator, following that path would have been complicated, but he had the absolute life form system working as a scout. It did not take long for another sword monster to appear in the basic scan force field, S range, and Cain did not hesitate before silently approaching the beast. Unlike the first sword monster that Cain battled, this one was nearly 3 meters tall, with huge arms holding 2 massive swords. Like wave champion beasts, it seemed that the monsters were not the same and had unique features. The sword monster was on a tree's branch, over 50 meters above the ground, waiting for the presence of a human to attack when suddenly, a figure appeared behind it. It raised one of its swords, stopping the machete from cutting its head, but that careless defense broke its stance, making it easy for Cain to send it crashing into the ground with a single kick. A boom! Cain saw how the sword monster stood up from the ground without much problem, but the fall broke one of its arms, and it could no longer hold two swords simultaneously. Its battle power equals that of a level 2 wave warrior, but while its defense and strength are formidable, it has very low agility. Ah! The sword monster roared with rage as it focused its life wave on its sword and legs before escalating the three in order to reach Cain. There is no wisdom in them, only killing intent. Cain shook his head at the foolish behavior of the sword monster. He charged his astral wave into his legs and jumped toward the monster. Taking advantage of the fact that it could not move freely with the sword buried into the tree's trunk, he cut its head off. The sword monster fell to the ground, and just like the other, a dark mist emerged from its decaying corpse, leaving nothing more than a red sphere. Cain picked up the red sphere as the machete devoured the dark mist. He smiled at realizing that the amount of energy in this sphere was more than in the last one, reducing the amount he would need. For the next 2 weeks, Cain advanced into the forest, facing more and more sword monsters. Although all the monsters had humanoid forms, their battle styles varied. Some sword monsters use multiple swords, while others use only one. There were those that focused on speed, others on strength, and even those whose swordplay focused solely on defense. Cain slowly regained his strength due to the dark mist the machete consumed, and his constitution and energy pool kept improving due to the constant use of red orbs. However, the fights were not getting easier since not only were the sword monsters growing more powerful, but their swordplay began to evolve alongside their cultivation. 3 thin swords and a machete clashed again and again. The swords displayed much greater skills, but the one wielding a machete was faster and could predict the enemy's movements. Cain's eyes were extremely sharp as he deployed the full power of his ego wave and virtual sight to face the sword monster. There was not much difference between Cain's current strength and the monster's, yet it took everything he had not to lose. For the first time since he started this cultivation journey, Cain found himself pressured by an opponent with similar cultivation. The reason was that Cain could not let go of the machete, allowing him only to use one arm free, and that the sword monster displayed truly superb swordplay. Cain saw how those swords could change from incredibly fast to immensely strong, and every attack he used was either blocked or redirected. If it weren't for his ego wave improving his speed of thought, he would have been forced to run away a long time ago. A sharp light appeared in Cain's eyes as he pulled back to avoid the sword monster from cutting his neck. He then took a deep breath and pushed his focus to the limit in order to unleash his secondary energy pool. Blood energy was not accessible to Cain when he first appeared in the forest, but after strengthening the machete over the last few weeks, he was able to unleash a very small amount of it. Cain generated a small blast of blood lightning that covered his arms and machete, allowing him to hack toward the sword monster with so much strength that he pushed the 3 swords out of his way before severing. The machete made a diagonal cut on the sword monster's chest, splitting this one in 2 and killing it. Cain did not feel happy when he saw the sword monster's death. He had to deploy a greater cultivation stage than the enemy to defeat a single monster, which meant that he could not advance deeper. He stared at the machete, and since he could not stop holding it, there was only one real path forward. I need to learn how to use this weapon. That thought appeared with the notion that those who had already mastered the sword had a serious advantage in this place. It was a problem considering that one of Cain's enemies showed immense dexterity with a broadsword. Over the next few days, Cain no longer advanced deeper and instead chose to fight sword monsters strong enough to push him, but not so much that he could not divide his attention. The battles took a while as he no longer fought with the intent of just killing the sword monsters but learning from their swordplay. The absolute life form system also analyzed all that Cain saw and learned. Although the focus was on figuring out a way to handle the weakening force, developing swordplay took less than 5% of its computational power. In only 3 days, Cain's domain over the machete went from a complete lack of it to one that did not fall too much behind his control over his own arm. Cain's swordplay focused on speed and strength, exploiting the enemy's blind spots and openings to land decisive strikes. Every strike sought to sever limbs and leave deep cuts that reached the internal organs. After those few days of training, Cain faced another sword monster that was as powerful as the one wielding 3 weapons. It had 2 large swords and a very thin body that seemed to exude speed. The sword monster flashed at Cain and hacked from above and to the right, aiming at the young man's head and waist. Just as those swords were about to reach their target, Cain used his machete to push one away and block the other. Next, he twisted his machete in a small circle, cutting the sword monster's wrist and severing that hand. Now that the machete was no longer a handicap and could use it as intended, Cain became much more powerful. Ah! The sword monster unleashed a roar of pain of rage as it hacked with his remaining hand, but Cain countered it. Cain's machete flashed toward the left but did not aim at the sword. Ah! The sword monster screamed with greater strength this time since the machete cut his elbows, severing his only arm left. It could not yell for much longer as the machete separated its head from the rest of its body. Cain and a sword monster with a single arm were fighting on top of a very thin tree branch. The human and the monster displayed superb footwork, and their weapons clashed at an impressive speed. Despite only having a single arm, the sword monster could manipulate its weapon better than any of the monsters Cain had faced before and was able to blend attack and defense flawlessly. Cain took a step back just in time to avoid a sword from cutting his neck, and then he immediately moved forward, hacking with his machete. The battle was extremely intense and pushed him to his limits, but that was precisely the type of training that allowed him to advance so fast. After a month inside the forest, Cain's cultivation returned to the start of level 4, and he unleashed level 6 battle power thanks to his blood energy and ego wave. His mastery over the machete grew with every battle, and it was reaching the point that he felt extremely comfortable with the weapon by his side. That was just the improvement in terms of his machete's ability to shield him from the weakening force. Cain's cultivation had undergone a terrific refinement thanks to the red orbs, with his astral wave reaching an exceptionally pure state. As for the improvement in his constitution, it was hard to tell for sure, but Cain was confident that his next marrow washing would be extremely potent. A sharp light appeared in Cain's eyes when the machete and the sword monster's weapon clashed, and neither could push the other back. He stomped the tree's branch with his feet, breaking the part in front of him and sending the monster falling to the ground. While the sword monster was still mid-air, Cain lunged toward it at full speed and hacked with so much strength that it split it in two. Dark mist emerged from the corpse and was devoured by Cain's machete as he took the red orb and deposited it into his space ring. He had killed so many of these monsters that consuming the red orbs directly after a fight was no longer productive. The battle was hard but did not leave Cain exhausted, so he was ready to advance further when a figure appeared at the edge of the basic scan force field, and it was not a sword monster. Cain focused on that place for a moment, and after some thinking, he went forward. A young man with golden hair fought a massive sword monster that held a sword nearly as large as its body. Every swing of the bastard sword generated small gales due to its power, but the young man maintained a safe distance. The weapon in the young man's hand was not exactly a sword, as it would be better to call it a blade due to its form. It was not that large and thin, granting it great speed but also fragility. Luckily, that was not a problem due to the young man's battle style. Every time the young man waved his blade, arcs of golden light would emerge from it and flash at immense speed toward the sword monster. The sword monster was able to shatter most of the arcs of golden light, but some managed to reach its body, leaving deep wounds. Ah! A cry of rage and pain emerged from the sword monster as it charged toward the young man, ready to split this one from the head down. The young man saw the wild charge of the sword monster, and his essence wave burst to its limit, making a golden light cover his entire body. Instead of moving back, he pushed his focus to its limit and waited. Just as the sword monster appeared by his side and hacked down toward his head, he took a single step to the side, using his blade to hit the bastard sword's upper edge and burying it into the ground. The bastard sword nearly vanished into the ground due to its potency, temporarily immobilizing the sword monster since these creatures could not let go of their weapons. After that, the young man's golden light exploded with even greater power and began slashing at the sword monster with a shocking speed. All the blade strikes did not only cut since they also unleashed arcs of golden light, making the wounds extremely deep. The young man's battle style displayed the reason why calling essence cultivators simply magic casters would be a grave mistake. Ah! One final roar of pain and rage emerged from the sword monster as the blade and arcs of light cut its body to pieces. A smile appeared on the young man after killing the sword monster and seeing the vast amount of dark mist entering his blade. Just as he was about to grab the red orb left behind by the monster, a hand touched his shoulder. The young man's eyes widened when he realized that someone had managed to stand right behind him, and he did not notice it until that person made contact. He immediately made his essence wave explode with all its power, flashing forward before turning around and sending a barrage of arcs of golden light. Those arcs of golden light were sent in a hurry, but they had great power. Yet, a machete bathed in blood lightning shattered all of them with a single movement. Kane. Hello, Anthony. The first person that Kane saw inside the dimension was no other than the first soldier to become a wave champion among the thousands that reached Blade Mountain. Kane suspected that dozens, if not hundreds, of people had reached this dimension, but he had not seen anyone before since he advanced too fast. His delay due to his swordplay training must have been the reason some of the strongest were catching up to him. Anthony put his guard up when he saw Kane. They were in a different dimension, and there was no way to communicate with the outside world, so the rules and codes of the Empire mattered very little at this point. However, he was able to relax when he remembered that shoulder tap and realized that if Kane had wanted to harm him, that machete would have cut his head off. Temporary alliance. Anthony proposed something that was common knowledge for all cultivators across the entire world, especially humans that were known for their greed. Individuals could form a temporary alliance during the search for treasures. It was an unwritten rule that they would look after each other during the search, doing their best to protect the other. However, that would stop the moment they found the treasure, and at that point, they would have to decide how to advance. Kane showed a small smile as he heard that and nodded. Anthony showed a battle power at peak level 5 and would be of help in the ensuing battles. Now that everything was in order, Anthony took the red orb before adopting a meditative position and began cultivating to restore his strength. "Do you have any insight about this place?" Kane asked while looking around, tactically unleashing his ego wave, so Anthony would not question his ability to perceive the surroundings. "Although I come from noble family, my father was only a viscount, so our knowledge about the collapsing lightning sector is very limited. However, I noticed that the light wall surrounding this place was advancing." Kane was a little surprised to hear the last part. The forest was so full of trees, and he had advanced so much that he could no longer see the wall of light. It seemed there was a time limit to reach the forest center. How fast, it is hard to tell, but from what I saw, it should reach this place in around 10 days. Learning that his advancing speed was enough to leave the wall of light far behind relaxed Kane. That way, he would not have to sacrifice his sword training to avoid being expelled from the dimension. "What about you?" Now it was Anthony's time to ask Kane about his understanding of this place. "I don't know much other than it seems to be a natural inheritance since it communicates to us through feelings instead of actual words. Also, touching the wall of light will take you out of this dimension and back to the real world." Anthony was surprised to learn that he could leave this place by simply touching the wall of light, and when he wondered how Kane managed to figure it out, he looked at the red force field that moved around him. "Our next step should be making our way into the center of the forest, but slowly and focusing on developing our swordplay. There must be a reason why the dimension forces us to use the swords at all times." Anthony agreed with Kane's strategy. Simply rushing forward and ignoring their weapon would be a dire mistake. "By the way, before we move forward, I need to ask, how many people have you killed?" Anthony was surprised by that question and could see in Kane's eyes that this one needed an answer. Anthony stared at Kane for a moment before shaking his head. He had taken part in all kinds of missions, including capturing criminals, but never was he forced to take a life. Kane was a little surprised. He found it hard to believe that Anthony had reached this far without having to murder someone, but he also saw that this one was telling the truth. "Brat, don't use yourself as a frame for what is common." Apex's voice echoed inside Kane's mind, making him release a slight chuckle before sighing. Taking a life had become a very normal thing for him, especially after those months inside the dream of his past life and the awakening of his alter ego. "Am I becoming more like my previous life, insensible to everything?" Kane did not lose too much time on those thoughts and simply shook his head. "When we meet other people, follow my lead and do not hesitate." Anthony's eyes grew sharp as he understood the meaning behind those words and nodded. They were in a separate dimension full of people seeking to obtain whatever treasure was inside. He was not naive enough to think that everything could be solved with words. Now that was out of the way, and after Anthony recovered enough energy, the duo flashed toward the center of the forest. Kane and Anthony spent the next 2 weeks going from one battle to another. The duo advanced quickly, but not as fast as they could since they deliberately prolonged certain fights for hours when finding a sword monster with a swordplay that they could learn from. Right now, Kane and Anthony were fighting against a 3-meter-tall sword monster that held a single longsword between its hands. Despite its massive size, the monster moved its body and waved its sword phenomenally fast. A rain of small arcs of light fell to the sword monster, but this one was able to shatter all of them with a single wave of its sword, and without losing momentum, it twisted its body and parried a machete bathed in blood lightning that sought to cut its head off. Kane frowned as he saw how the sword monster easily pushed him back, and things only grew more dire as this one chased after him. He managed to dodge most of the sword strikes, but some managed to reach him and cut past his armor and into his skin. None of those wounds were deadly or weakened his battle power, but everything could change if he made a single mistake. Kane endured that barrage for 30 seconds, and his eyes grew sharp as a new shower of arcs of light fell from the sky above the sword monster. The sword monster unleashed a powerful strike that sent Kane flying away before shattering all the arcs of light above its head. That was supposed to be it, but there was a reason why Anthony took 30 seconds to unleash that attack. The broken pieces of the arcs of light became sharp needles that flashed toward the sword monster from all directions at speed this one could not avoid or block. The sword monster could only raise its arms to defend its head as the rain of light needles pierced into its body. Unfortunately for the monster, as it did that, Kane appeared right in front of it and hacked with all his strength, severing its right leg off. Ah! A cry of rage and pain emerged from the sword monster after losing its leg and falling to the ground. Now that it could not adopt a battle stance, it took less than 3 minutes for Kane and Anthony to destroy the monster's head. Great quantities of dark mist emerged from the sword monster's corpse, and both the machete and blade unleashed a suctioning power, devouring as much as they could before there was nothing left. Kane picked up the red orb and stored it in his space ring. He and Anthony had come to an arrangement that they would divide the orbs equally, and this one was his. The duo moved away from the battlefield, and after finding a place empty of all enemies, they began to restore their energy. Just as they were ready to move again, Kane's eyes narrowed as he turned to the south. Anthony frowned as he saw that, and the next second, Kane spoke in his mind using Ego Wave. The words he heard surprised him, and the next second, a sharp light appeared in his eyes as he nodded. Kane and Anthony rose from the tree branch they were in and began to move to the south, in the opposite direction from the center of the forest. The reason for their movement became clear after a few minutes when 2 men appeared in their sight. They were members of the student force. By what Anthony remembered, both were level 9 in the outside world. None of them would be a problem for him, a mighty wave champion, but things were different in this dimension where everybody's cultivation had been suppressed. Kane discarded the notion of a diplomatic approach from the beginning as he did not intend to waste his time with science if there was a better way to find what they knew. Anthony saw how Kane suddenly vanished but was not concerned since this was part of the plan. His mind became focused as he tightened the grip on his sword, and before the duo could find his presence, he unleashed a barrage of arcs of light. What? Look out! The attack took the student by surprise. Both made their wave cloak burst at full power before using their skills to defend. A bark armor covered one of the students, making him resemble a large Trent as he raised his bastard sword and used it as a shield to defend his head and vital organs. On the other hand, the second student waved his sword, generating streams of water around his body that deflected some of the arcs of light. Both of them could resist the attack, but there were still deep wounds on their arms and legs since they focused on protecting their heads and upper body. It is Anthony. Get him! Rage and killing intent burst from the eyes of both students as they attacked with all they had the instant they saw Anthony on a tree branch. The astral cultivator flashed at full speed toward Anthony, making his armor bulkier. Anthony was ready to unleash a barrage of strikes toward the Trent-like student, but he was forced to focus on the jets of water fired in his direction. The essence cultivator aimed his sword as if this one was a cannon, concentrating large amounts of water into the blade before firing thin jets of water that could make a hole in a tree. Anthony was able to neutralize those jets with his arcs of light. The distraction fulfilled its purpose since the astral cultivator was about to jump toward his tree branch. A melee fight with the Trent-like student would not be wise, so Antony jumped out of the branch. In midair, he sent a sharp arc of light that cut the branch just as the astral cultivator landed on it, making this one fall to the ground as well. The essence cultivator intended to fire water jets toward Antony while this one was midair, but his partner got in the way and had to attack with much slower streams. Antony saw how the water streams moved around the astral cultivator and made their way toward him but did not grow worried as his arcs of light easily destroyed them. The astral cultivator focused his wave on his legs, so the moment he touched the ground, he could flash toward Antony at a shocking speed. Antony had already predicted that but did not move away, and as the bastard sword came his way, he dodged to the side with ease before unleashing a flurry of blade cuts that shattered the bark armor. The astral cultivator was taken by surprise by the melee attack and was able to push Antony away by waving his bastard sword, but the damage he endured was too much since there was not a part of his body that was not bleeding. "Marlon, help me!" Now that the battle had become too dangerous, the astral cultivator shouted for his friend to come by his side so that this one could cover their retreat and they could escape. When no answer came to his plea, an ominous feeling appeared in the astral cultivator's heart, and he turned his eyes away from Antony only to see how a figure bathed in red lightning held Marlon by the neck and suffocated him. Cain. An overwhelming fear appeared in the heart of the astral cultivator when he realized that one of the worst nightmares of the student force had come for him. HMPH. Where are you looking? The astral cultivator heard a sneer in front of him before a barrage of arcs of light landed point blank on his chest. Marlon slowly opened his eyes, and there was a confused expression on his face as he looked around, trying to figure out what just happened. The last thing he remembered was two red eyes and then losing consciousness due to suffocation. He looked down and saw his hands and legs tied up, but the sword was still in his hands. The rope around Marlon's hands and legs was made of special flexible steel, so he could not easily break out of it. "Chris!" Marlon shouted when he noticed his comrade was by his side, and fear emerged in his heart when he saw the dozens of deep cuts on this one. Chris turned to the side and stared at Marlon, but a voice interrupted them before he could say a word. "I was getting bored. Now that the two of you are awake, we can start." Marlon and Chris turned to their left and saw Cain walking toward them. They also noticed Antony resting against a tree, but this one seemed to have no interest in them. Antony knew that Cain was more suited to handle this type of situation, so he just watched. Cain's eyes glowed with red light as the power of this ego wave burst, and he sent it to the duo's minds. Chris and Marlon trembled for a second, and their eyes almost lost focus, but they were able to resist. A flash of pain appeared on Cain's face as the duo managed to resist his hypnosis. He was a 5-star elementary hypnosis master, and the science had no overwhelming willpower, so the hypnosis should have worked. Unfortunately for Cain, this dimension weakened his ego wave but did not affect people's mental defenses. "Ah, I guess we will have to do it the hard way." Chris could not stop trembling as the shadow Cain cast over his heart was too great, but Marlon was different. "Who do you think you are to tide me? I am the son of Marquis Galadriel." Marlon was the only son of a Marquis, a mighty wave king who had pampered him all his life. No matter how great the trouble he got in, his father would always make all go away. That upbringing made Marlon think there was nothing he could not do as long as the victims had a lower background. "Untie me now, and I will pardon this." Marlon could not finish his sentence as Cain grabbed him by the chest and began to strike his face. Cain showed nothing as he punched Marlon repeatedly, breaking the bones on the face of the scion and making it bloody. Even when the scion could no longer breathe due to the broken bones and blood, Cain did not stop. "Stop, you are going to kill him." Chris finally could not hold on anymore and shouted, but the next second he wished he had kept his mouth shut as Cain turned toward him. Those red eyes and bloody fists terrified him so much he could not stop trembling. Cain took out a green capsule from his space ring and injected it into Marlon's neck, making the body of the young scion spam before slowly healing. "It will take around 10 minutes for him to regain the ability to speak. If you have not answered all my questions by then, I will have to make a lesson out of you so that your friend knows that I am serious." Chris' eyes widened when he heard that, and the idea he would suffer an even worse punishment than Marlon terrified him. I will tell you all you want to know. Kane's assassination training also included intelligence gathering and psychological torture, so breaking down a couple of scions was a piece of cake. He asked many questions to Chris, and this one could not answer them fast enough. Ultimately, Kane and Anthony got all the intel they could possibly need from Chris, and they could not help but frown at what they just learned. Chris and Marlon were part of a larger team led by Amos. Unlike Kane, Amos could promise people that followed him great rewards using his background, so he formed a group with 12 powerful cultivators around him. Amos sent the duo to scout the surroundings with the sole purpose of finding other humans. It was clear to Kane that the young master from the Hellblazer family was not interested in a fair competition and planned to squash it down as soon as possible. Thanks to Chris, Kane learned the name and battle power of all the people in Amos's group. Once the interrogation was over, the idea of killing the duo crossed Kane's mind, but he soon shook his head. While killing people he considered evil was extremely easy, he saw himself as a hero and would not go around killing everybody that got in his way. Kane took out the two scions' swords and their space rings, making them so weak they could not even talk. If you remain here, the wall of light will eventually send you out. You could try to return to Amos, but there is a 99% chance you will die at the hands of a sword monster. Your choice. Kane did not wait to see the expression on the duo's faces, and he glanced toward Anthony before both flashed out of that place. Anthony's eyes narrowed as he saw the direction that Kane took was precisely the one that Chris told them Amos's group was. Are you planning on fighting them? Although Anthony and Kane worked very well together and displayed great battle power, there was no way they could handle Amos and another 10 scions. We will first perform some reconnaissance. Amos's group is dangerous, so we must gather more information about them. There is also the task that Man gave about searching for other humans, which means that some people we know might be in danger, especially a friend of mine. We will decide how to proceed once we have enough information. Kane did not hide the emotional factor of his decision, but he deployed an objective approach to the problem that was Amos. Anthony considered things for a moment before nodding. He would not jump into a suicidal battle just because Kane said so, but he would support this one if the decision made sense. The duo had advanced for less than half an hour when Kane's eyes grew sharp as he detected 3 people. One of them was running, and the other 2 were chasing. The one running was no other than Oren, and the ones chasing her were Carl and Jortar. The young woman displayed superb footwork, dodging all the attacks that came her way, but a large scorched cut on her left leg and right arm hindered her speed. Carl and Jortar showed fierce smiles as they pushed their astral wave to their peak, closing the distance toward Oren. Jortar appeared right behind Oren, thanks to the metal pipes on his back, impulsing his body forward. His smile grew vicious as he raised his sword and hacked toward Oren's back. A boom! Before Jortar's arm could descend, a shock wave echoed across the forest, and a red flash propelled toward the trio at a shocking speed. The next thing everybody saw was an arm covered in rock armor holding a long sword flying away. Ah! Jortar unleashed a scream of unbearable pain as a machete just cut off his right arm, and the next second, a sense of nausea and vertigo pushed him to the ground since he no longer held his sword. Carl's eyes widened as he saw that, and all the fierceness in his heart vanished, replaced by an immense fear when he saw 2 red eyes focusing on him. Wait! Carl could not say anything else before Kane flashed forward and began to strike. The scion defended himself but was no match for Kane, and in less than 10 seconds, the machete severed his right wrist, making a hand and sword fall to the ground. Ah! Like Jortar, Carl unleashed a scream of pain before the weakness of losing his sword threw him to the ground. Anthony appeared on the battlefield once all was over. He had to move as fast as possible, but Kane was faster. Just as the duo turned toward Oren and were about to ask if she needed help to recover, the women spoke. There is no time to lose. Amos's team ambushed mine. I escaped under William's command to find help, but these 2 followed me. Oren did not lose time, going straight to the point, and the expression on her face made clear the urgency of the matter. Anthony frowned when he heard that, and he knew that they needed to act fast. How do we handle them? Anthony had just finished his question when he saw Kane cut Carl's head off before flashing toward Jortar and doing the same to this one. Kane did not wait for a second or explain his ruthless behavior to the duo as he stored the space rings of Karl and Jortar before picking Orin and putting the women on his back. Where? Orin was a little taken aback by the sudden bloodshed. Still, as someone who took the assassination military specialization, she could focus her mind in a second. 6 o'clock. 9,000 meters. Kane's blood lightning burst with power as he flashed in that direction. Anthony did not remain behind, using his light armor to follow the duo. A boom, a boom, a boom. Elemental explosions and shock waves echoed across the forest as 9 young men with university marks fought against a group of 6 soldiers. 2 long swords clashed repeatedly in the center of the battlefield, one bathed in explosive flames and the other in cold energy. Amos and William fought with all they had, using every ounce of energy and strength in their bodies to finish the other. There was no need to hide the killing intent in their hearts since things had escalated beyond the point they could achieve a peaceful outcome. Although the battle between Amos and William was the mightiest, the ones around them were just as spectacular, especially one of 2 young men fighting with golden and red fire. Levi used all his power to face Joseph, the second strongest student from Hellblazer University. Neither could overcome the other, and just like Amos and William, their battle reached an impasse. The problem for the soldiers was that while they did not fall behind in terms of average individual power, the Scions had the numerical advantage. The wounds on the soldiers keep growing, and it will only be a matter of time before they would crumble. Ah! William's eyes narrowed when he heard that scream and saw that one of the soldiers was losing a hand and pulling back to not lose his life as well. Bastard, you will pay dearly for this crime once we leave the dimension. What are you talking about? All of you perished under the hands of the sword monsters. That is what we saw and what everybody in the Empire will believe. Amos mocked William as he wielded his sword with more and more strength, unleashing powerful blasts of flames with each impact. The young man from the Hellblazer family knew very well what would happen if the Imperial Lightning Fort learned about his ambush of soldiers, which is why he would not leave anyone alive. You should have handed over that boy, maybe then you could have kept your life. HMPH, if I were to hand over my comrades just because some piece of shit says so, then I will be no better than the pigs of the Hellblazer family. William's eyes glowed with silver light for a second as he uttered those words. He was the kind of man that would follow his heart and would rather die with his head high than live on his knees. Amos's face twisted with fury when he heard how William dared to refer to members of the Hellblazer family as pigs. You lowly soldier. How dare you speak of the great Hellblazer family like that? I will burn your filthy tongue. Amos's reaction might seem a little over the top for someone so calm as him, but he faced a powerful indoctrination since birth, making the Hellblazer family's honor something no one could challenge. William's sword pierced forward, but Amos pushed forward instead of moving back, allowing the blade to penetrate his shoulder and granting him the chance to strike his enemy in the chest. William clenched his teeth as he redirected as much of his astral wave as he could into his chest before Amos's sword clashed with it, leaving a deep cut and triggering an explosion that sent him flying away. A boom! The rest of the soldiers noticed that, but they could barely keep the students at bay, much less render someone else assistance, so there was nothing they could do to help William. Amos showed a fierce smile as he saw William clash against a large tree with a deep wound on the chest. That last attack was risky but allowed him to land a decisive blow, and now it was time to end the battle. Although he could no longer use his right arm due to the hole in his shoulder and the ice energy freezing his muscles, his mastery over the sword was high enough to wield it with his left arm. Die! Amos flashed forward, ready to give William the final blow, taking advantage of this one being too weak to fight back. A boom, however, just as he was midway, a shock wave echoed across the forest, and Amos's eyes widened as his instincts began to scream danger. The scion of the Hellblazer family's instincts and battle awareness was much better than those of Jortar, and he was able to twist his body and put his sword in the path of the machete aiming at his neck. A boom! A massive blast of fire and lightning was triggered by the clash of the machete and sword, and it was Amos's time to be sent flying away since the power behind the machete was too much for him to handle with that feeble defense. Kane's figure became visible the next second, and the red force field overflowed the battlefield the next second, pressuring all the students' minds. His eyes grew sharp as he analyzed the battlefield and the state of the soldiers and students. Orin, go guard William. Antony, help the Lumiere and the others. Antony and Orin reached the battlefield the next second, and the duo nodded toward Kane before flashing to their respective targets. Kane was enough to make things hard for the students, but now that Antony and Orin were also present, their numerical advantage was almost gone. Amos was able to rise from the ground very fast, and rage appeared in his heart as he saw Kane and the other two reaching the battlefield just as he was ready to exterminate all the soldiers. That feeling grew stronger when he noticed how Kane signaled for Orin and Antony to help the other as if he was not a threat. However, Amos did not allow that emotion to get the best of him, and he took a deep breath and calmed his heart. Kane noticed the change in Amos, and the sense of danger he felt from the Scion grew. Those who lost themselves in their rage were easy to overcome, and those who managed to remain calm in a precarious situation were the truly dangerous ones. What happened with Jortar and Carl? Amos had sent the duo after Orin after wounding the girl, and they should have been more than powerful enough to handle her. Yet, Orin appeared with Kane, so the outcome of those two could not have been good. The same thing that will happen to you. Kane's voice was cold as the blood lightning burst with power, and he calmly walked forward. HMPH, you are underestimating me. Powerful flames covered Amos's body, burning the cold energy that froze the muscles on his right shoulder, allowing him to hold his sword with both hands. I estimate you just fine. Kane's voice had not faded when he flashed toward Amos and began hacking with his machete. Amos was able to follow those attacks with his eyes as he had regained a lot of his previous strength, but Kane's swordplay beastly surpassed him. That, plus the wounds on his body, pushed him into a defensive stance he could not escape. The situation around the battlefield took a large turn since Antony's power helped the soldiers surpass the students by a slight margin. Levi relaxed now that the rest of the soldiers were fine and could focus on Joseph, slowly pushing back this one with his golden flames. Amos saw that, but there was nothing he could do. He could barely move as Kane kept him pinned into a specific part of the battlefield. After a few minutes, wounds started to appear on the students as Antony's attacks were too fast and unpredictable for them, and even Joseph was beginning to lose ground against Levi. Pull back. Amos issued that order, wanting to leave this battlefield before they suffered wounds that could diminish their battle power. He was ready to use all his power to push Kane away since he believed this one would cling to him, but things did not go that way. As soon as Amos attempted to escape, Kane pulled back, leaving him alone. Confusion briefly filled the Scion's mind, but then he understood Kane's goal. Look out! Joseph heard Amos's voice, but he could not lose focus as Levi attacked with a nearly suicidal might once he attempted to move away, not allowing his mind to concentrate on anything else. That was a grave mistake since Joseph only perceived the machete cutting his neck when it was too late. Joseph's eyes were full of disbelief as his mind failed to process when the machete separated his head from the rest of his body. Kane grabbed the head midair and used his machete to pierce the corpse, using the blood refinement art to devour the blood inside as he stared at Amos and the other students. None of you will be leaving. A red force field full of killing intent rushed toward the students and covered them. Since the other party attacked them and attempted to take their life, there was no reason why he would let them escape. Although Kane's brutality and slaughter intent surprised the soldiers, since things escalated to this point, with Joseph already dead, it was better to go all the way. Amos clenched his teeth when he saw that, and a sharp light appeared in his eyes when he saw how the rest of the students behaved. If they were ready to fight with their life on the line, they would have a chance, but Joseph's horrific death already broke their fighting spirit. There was no way Amos would fight to the death, and he was ready to escape, leaving the rest of the students that saw him as a leader to their luck. However, before Amos or Kane could make a move, a voice emerged from the trees. Such merciless and killing intent. You really do honor your military code name, Saint of Killers. However, I cannot let you kill so many promising stars from the Empire. A man emerged from the trees and was not alone since a young woman was beside him. Kane's face did not change because he had already perceived that man's presence thanks to his basic scan force field. The one who spoke was no other than Dominic, and he was not alone since Cynthia was by his side. The power dynamic changed once again. Cynthia's power was so little no one bothered with her, But Dominic's aura was powerful and sharp, not to mention that the young man's mastery over the sword should be the greatest of everybody present. Cain focused on the sword in Dominic's right hand, and it was a bastard sword, very similar to the one the Scion used in the real world. His mastery over the machete was good, but he was not so arrogant as to think he could surpass the swordplay of someone that dedicated his life to it. Only after thoroughly analyzing Dominic did Cain's eyes turn toward the young woman, and he could see fear in her eyes. The fact she was here was already strange since she was a level 3 wave warrior and not a very talented one. Dominic showed a small smile as he saw Cain focus on Cynthia, and then he put his hand over the woman's shoulder, making her tremble. "I learned there that you were fond of this little girl, and it seems I was not wrong." Dominic walked to the ground of students with Cynthia by his side, and on the way, he glanced at Amos before positioning himself at the lead. A flash of rage appeared in Amos's eyes when he saw Dominic's behavior. There was no doubt in his heart that the man saw the battle but only chose to intervene now that his position as leader was no longer stable. Although the Hellblazer's Scion would have wanted to push Dominic in the face, he knew how to control his emotions, and no matter how much he hated it, they needed this one to face the catastrophic threat that was Cain. Dominic knew there was nothing Amos could do right now and no longer focused on this one since there was much greater prey in front of him. He did not underestimate Cain, and that was why he returned to the encampment for Cynthia instead of immediately flashing toward the portal. The Scion took a deep breath, and the focus on his eyes reached its limit as he prepared for a crucial clash of schemes. "The goal of this dimension is not to kill each other but those monsters, so I don't see why we should keep fighting like this." Dominic spoke calmly, but that did not stop him from tightening his grip around Cynthia's shoulder, making an expression of pain appear on her face. Cain's eyes grew colder as the red light burst with even greater power. His face was emotionless, but the red force field covering the battlefield began to express a monstrous killing intent. "Now that you are no longer hiding, the risk-reward ratio of killing all of you is no longer worth it. You can leave, but she must remain with me." A complicated expression appeared on Cynthia's face when she heard Cain's words. There was a mixture of happiness and remorse. Antony, William, Oren, and other soldiers turned toward Cain when they heard that. It was clear by Dominic's words and Cain's behavior that the young woman was not just a simple acquaintance. Dominic's smile grew wider as he heard that. His grip on Cynthia's shoulder grew stronger. Crack. Students and soldiers could hear bone-cracking sounds emerging from Cynthia's shoulders due to the pressure of Dominic's grip. "You really care about her? Did she not make a fool out of you and spent the last year you two were together bullying you and fooling around with other men?" The soldiers and students were surprised to hear that, but Cain's face did not change and continued showing no emotion. Dominic's eyes narrowed as he could not see Cain's mind or predict anything of this one, so he went even further with his words. "You know, we originally had plans to trick you. This girl was more than ready to play with you, following my commands, but after seeing you in battle, I understood that such a cliché like that would never work on someone like you. She begged me to give her a chance to prove herself, saying that you would fall so madly in love that there would be nothing she could not make you do. Of course, I did not believe it and threw her away with the other cultivation furnaces." A sense of utter shock affected the mind of everybody hearing Dominic's words, along with a numbing confusion. If he wanted to use Cynthia as a hostage, there was no sense in revealing the young woman's nefarious and shameless behavior. However, Cain's reaction shook them even more. "I figure that you had something like that planned the moment I saw her for the first time among the students. Nevertheless, my nature is that of a hero, and I will not save those I can, even if they are not worth it." Cynthia's eyes began tearing as their guilt, shame, and remorse grew stronger after hearing those words. The reaction of the student was different, with many of them sneering. Some even began to whisper, wondering how they were so afraid of a man with such a weak mentality. The soldiers did not dare to show such contempt, but it was clear they were not fond of that sort of behavior in a leader. Still, since it did not cost them anything, none would interfere with Cain's saving Cynthia. However, things would never be so easy with Dominic taking the lead. "I don't intend to fight since that would not be counterproductive, but just handing her over because you say so doesn't seem fine. You took the life of a valuable member of our group, so you must pay for it. Hand over all your red orbs and return Joseph's space ring." Kane's eyes grew colder, and its red light shone with a ferocious might, indicating just how much rage was in his heart right now. Still, he deposited his red orbs in Joseph's space ring and walked forward. "Don't move." Dominic did not allow Kane to take more than a single step before shouting, raising his sword. He would not let such a powerful astral cultivator get in striking distance. Kane's eyes narrowed, but he did not challenge Dominic's words. "What you propose? There is a distance of 200 meters between us. Leave your sword 50 meters ahead, and then I will release Cynthia. You will throw the space ring to me when she reaches the sword. If you don't do it, I will send a barrage of wind blades forward, killing her." Kane stared at Dominic for a moment and did not accept immediately, but once the Scion began to tighten the grip on Cynthia's shoulder, he sighed before nodding. Antony and the rest of the soldiers frowned when they saw that letting go of his sword would leave Kane vulnerable, jeopardizing all their lives. Unfortunately for the soldiers, it did not seem that Kane could see the dangers, and he lunged his machete, making it land 50 meters ahead. Immediately, his face grew pale, and it seemed there was little to no strength left in his body. Dominic focused on Kane for a few seconds before finally letting go of Cynthia. The moment she was free, the young woman immediately walked forward, and the only reason she did not run seemed to be her fear of Dominic. Once Cynthia reached the machete buried in the ground, Kane used what little strength was in his body to throw the space ring toward Dominic. Cynthia began to walk faster and faster past that point, and in the last 10 meters, she almost jumped toward Kane, landing on the chest of this one. The instant Cynthia reached Kane's embrace, a poisonous greed replaced the fear in her eyes, and a small sword in the form of a dagger emerged from her sleeve. Blood painted the ground the next second. Kane's blood tainted the ground beneath his feet, and a sense of utter shock filled the hearts of all the soldiers and students as the ego wave vanished from the battlefield. Even in his weakened state, Kane could use his free ego, but the wound appeared so dire that he could not even think. That scene paralyzed everybody except for the one that orchestrated the entire thing. Dominic showed a vicious smile as he saw the blood falling into the ground. For the last few months, he had been training Cynthia in the art of deception and even went to the extreme of obtaining a robe that could hide things from Ego Wave. Everything the Scion did was calculated considering every possible factor. He even tricked the students by his side, all to allow Cynthia close enough to land a lethal blow to Kane. The fact that losing your sword in this dimension left you in an extremely weakened state was just what Dominic needed. Dominic was ready to carry on with the next phase of his plan, taking advantage of the soldiers' shock to kill everybody and take control of the student force, when a voice echoed. "Is this the best you have?" That voice was so cold that it made Dominic, the Scions, and even the soldiers tremble. It had no rage or anger, the opposite. There was a lack of emotion in it, so disturbing that the willpower of those youths present could not tolerate it. So disappointing. If the others were shocked, one could not even imagine the terror flooding Cynthia's heart as she saw two red eyes focusing on her. Cynthia's body began to tremble, and her instincts screamed for her to run away, but she could not move due to the hand holding her short sword. The blood on the ground was indeed Kane's, but it was not due to the sword piercing his chest but him holding the blade with his right hand. "Please, forgive." Cynthia was not able to finish her sentence as Kane pushed her sword away, leaving her so weak she could do nothing to stop the young man from grabbing her by the neck and raising her into the air. The turn of events made it hard for students and soldiers to react, not knowing what to do, but Dominic regained focus very fast. Dominic did not understand how Kane saw behind his scheme or why this one could retain that much power despite losing the machete, but none of that mattered right now. He needed to act fast and attack before Kane retrieved the weapon. The Scion's essence wave charged the bastard sword, and he was ready to send a mighty blade wind when Kane held Cynthia's body between them. "If you attack, she will die first." Dominic couldn't care less about Cynthia now that the woman was no longer of use, but Kane had yet to finish speaking. "Of course, if you don't value the life of the people following your commands, go ahead and kill her." The bastard sword had already risen into the air when Dominic heard that and noticed the change in the students behind him. Even if he did not care about Cynthia, how the rest of the Scions looked at him was very important for his future. Those seconds of hesitation were enough for Antony and Levi to flash forward, positioning themselves right next to Kane. Now even if Dominic did attack, the duo would manage to block it. Dominic's eyes burned with rage, but there was no point in carrying on with his attack now, so he lowered his sword before looking at Kane. How did you know? He had worked on that scheme for over half a year, spending countless hours training Cynthia and learning about Kane's psychological profile, but all that effort went to waste. He can't understand how Kane's realized Cynthia's true intentions. Soldiers and students turned toward Kane as both sides were full of curiosity. Kane moved Cynthia to the side, just enough to look Dominic in the eyes. People can change, evolve, become better versions of themselves. We can rise above our nature, and our past does not define our future. However, this woman does not change. She keeps falling into deprivation and cannot hide the desire in her heart. I must admit that you trained her very well, but while there was fear in her eyes, she could not hide her greed whenever she saw me. Dominic frowned when he heard that. He did not doubt that Kane's perception picked up Cynthia's greed, but that was too little to figure out everything. That greed could have been due to her learning about your current background and wanting it for herself by becoming your partner. Kane showed a small smile before shaking his head. She did not see me as a partner but as a sheep ready for the slaughterhouse. She is a good actress, but humans are too weak regarding greed. Dominic could only sigh as he heard that. Nothing that he said right now could change the fact his plan failed. I assume you want your precious pawn back. If that is the case, hand over Joseph's space ring along with all the red orbs you have. The tables had turned, and now the one demanding a ransom for Cynthia was Kane. Cynthia could not breathe, much less talk due to the strength of Kane's grip around her neck, so she could only send a pleading gaze in Dominic's direction so this one would save her. Dominic clenched his fists as he saw how things were developing. He would have let the woman die if there were no one else, but that was not the case. I can return Joseph's space ring, but I will not hand over my red orbs. I value the life of all the people following my commands, but everything depends on how useful they are to me. She is now nothing more than a hindrance, but I am willing to pay for her return due to her past service. Those words were hard for Cynthia but were what the rest of the students wanted to hear. For scions from powerful noble families, friendship might have value, but the true core of a relationship was usefulness. Kane tightened his grip over Cynthia's neck after hearing Dominic's refusal, but seeing that this one did not seem inclined to reconsider, he accepted the deal. Throw the ring to me. Once I have it, I will let her go. How'd I know you will do it? You don't care about her, and neither do I, and unlike you, I am someone that keeps his word. Dominic frowned as he did not like to depend on the good faith of other people during a deal, but Kane's words were true. He did not care about Cynthia. If this one were to kill her after getting the ring, it would not affect him. After some consideration, the scion threw Joseph's ring toward Kane, and this one caught it with his free hand. Since I have the space ring, I will keep my word and send her to you. She was about to be free, but for a reason that escaped her comprehension, Cynthia began to tremble, and her instincts could not stop screaming. Under everybody's gaze, Kane tossed Cynthia in the air before channeling every iota of astral wave and blood energy into his right fist. Here you have her, Kane shouted as he punched Cynthia in her sternum, shattering all the bones in her ribcage and sending her flying toward Dominic. That level of cruelty and mercilessness in that attack was something students and soldiers had never seen before. Kane did it in a way that she would suffer but would not end her life. A scream of utter agony emerged from Cynthia's mouth, along with a mouthful of blood and pieces of her internal organs. Dominic was taken aback by that brutality, so he only reacted once Cynthia's body was less than 10 meters away. The woman's body blocked his view, but he felt a powerful force rushing at him. He waved his bastard sword, generating a gale that forcefully sent Cynthia flying to the left, and then he saw how Kane was about to reach him. Kane had used Cynthia's body to cover his movements. The machete was already on his hands, and a massive amount of astral wave and blood lightning covered it. Dominic buried his bastard sword on the ground, generating a wall of sharp wind blades in front of him. Those wind blades could cut steel, but Kane's eyes showed no hesitation, and he drove forward, making dozens of deep cuts appear all over his body, but also allowing him to hack with monstrous strength toward Dominic. Dominic raised his bastard sword from the ground and used it as a shield, but Kane's strength surpassed his by a large margin. The machete pushed the bastard sword down, burying itself on the Scion's shoulder and destroying the sternum. The pain was immense, but Dominic knew he could not let it overcome him. He clenched his teeth and focused his essence wave on his left palm before touching Kane's chest. Kane's eyes widened as a powerful air cannon burst directly into his chest, pushing him away. Dominic felt how the machete seared his muscles and bones on the way out, but he ignored the pain before turning around and flashing away. Kane was not just going to let the Scion flee, and the instant his feet touched the ground, his astral wave burst at full power before chasing after this one. He left 2 simple words for the rest of the soldiers. Kill everybody, kill everybody. Those words carried a sense of brutality and decisiveness that affected all those who heard them, although in different ways. The students felt an overwhelming fear while a slaughter intent flooded the soldiers' hearts and minds. Not even a second went by before Levi and Orin flashed toward the students, full of killing intent, and it did not take long for the others to follow along. Now that Kane was gone, chasing after Dominic, the student force's overall power was not inferior to that of the soldiers, but their fighting spirit was gone, and the only thing on their minds was to escape. It was not hard to figure out how a battle between a group full of killing intent and courage against one that saw no chance of victory would go. The fight did not last more than 10 minutes. In that window of time, 4 students perished, and the rest managed to escape with grave wounds. Anthony and the rest were taking care of the students' wave artifacts and space ring when they saw Kane returning. There was no need to ask how the battle went since they saw him holding Dominic's severed right arm. The Scion must have managed to run away, but not without suffering severe wounds and losing one of his limbs. Although regenerating an arm would not be that difficult for someone with Dominic's resources, they were in a secret dimension with no connection to the outside world, so they doubted he would manage to fix it. All the soldiers adopted respectful stances the moment they saw Kane and allowed him to take whatever he might want from the spoils of the battle against the students. It was their power and help that saved their life, but even more important, his scheming and ruthless mind drew awe and terror into their souls. Kane was not humble and took a good portion of the red orbs and some wave crystals. He had no interest in the wave artifacts, drugs, or anything else that the students left since he had better things. After that, the soldiers saw how Kane buried his machete in the soldiers' corpses, draining the blood out of these ones in order to restore his blood energy and vitality. Although Dominic was wounded during the chase, the Scion was still very powerful and skillful with the sword, so Kane did receive some injuries and depleted most of his energy pool. The dimension might be weakening all those youths' bodies, but it did not truly diminish their vitality, so Kane felt a rush of blood essence through his body that equaled that of Wave Champion Beast. The soldiers saw all that but did not say a word and waited silently. Instinctively they saw Kane as their leader and were waiting for his instructions on how to advance. Kane did not take long to recover most of his energy, and his body was at full vitality after devouring all the blood in those corpses. He noticed how the soldiers were looking at him. Just as he was about to give them instructions, his eyes narrowed, and he saw one student alive on the battlefield. Anthony almost trembled when Kane's red eyes focused on him. He immediately understood the reason for that gaze. A dying young woman covered in blood was not far away from them. Cynthia's condition was critical, and it was only a matter of time before she perished. Most of the bones on her body were shattered, puncturing her internal organs, making these last few moments of life torture. Anthony and the other soldiers did not end her life, not so they could see her suffer, but because they did not know what Kane wanted to do with it and did not dare to assume in his name. I did not know how to proceed. Kane only shook his head before walking toward the woman and then bending his knees so he could watch her closely. Help me. It took all of Cynthia's body to utter those 2 words as she drowned in her own blood. Kane looked at her, but there was nothing in his eyes. He felt no rage, pity, or anything else for Cynthia. Actually, after the awakening of his alter ego, all those previous grievances faded from his mind. The only reason his attack on Cynthia was so cruel was to inspire fear in the student and make things easier for his side. The red light in Kane's eyes faded since there was no need to use his willpower to improve his mental state for what he was about to do next. Kane's palm tapped on the center of Cynthia's skull, and her eyes trembled before the light in them faded. There was no external damage, but that simple tap generated a massive brain trauma that ended the woman's life. I am not cruel for the sake of cruelty. I told you to kill everybody, not to let them agonize in pain during the last few minutes of their life. The soldiers adopted incredibly solemn expressions when they heard those words. Blind cruelty and savagery were not strengths but a sign of someone that could not control his emotions. Bury the corpses. Cain gave that command to Antony before signaling the rest to wait for him as he vanished into the forest. Antony did not master the law of earth, but for someone with his training and cultivation, it was very easy to use his essence wave and control the ground to make a common pit. Cain returned in half an hour and then used his ego wave to send an image into the mind of everybody present. The soldiers saw a map of the forest, with them at the center and several red points around them. Remaining in a large group is counterproductive since the sword monsters do not form packs, and the students are no longer a real threat. We should divide into teams of 2 and spread out, hitting different targets but still being close enough so we can ask for help in case something unexpected were to happen. All the soldiers that managed to reach this deep into the forest were very talented and skilled, so the idea of dividing into teams of 2 so they could face the swords monsters on their own was not something that scared them. Cain let them pair up according to their affinity before giving everybody a direction they should follow. Are there any questions? Levi considered things for a moment before raising his hands. I have one, but it is unrelated to battle formation and strategy. Cain glanced at Levi and could figure out what this one wanted to ask. It was something all soldiers wanted to know but were too afraid to ask in case they offended him. Antony, William, Lurin, Levi, Orin, and the others could not prevent their minds from wondering how he overcame the dimension's weakening force after losing his machete. Cain stared at the soldiers for a moment before nodding and making his red force field manifest around his body. This dimension weakens us by affecting the vibrational frequency of our bodies in waves. That piece of information alone was impressive, and they guessed that Cain was able to come to that conclusion thanks to his ego wave. Still, that did not explain how he was able to counter it. Cain then raised his index finger, and this one transformed into a blood gem and unleashed a small vibrational force. Thanks to my training, I have knowledge of vibrational powers. Although somewhat shallow, it was high enough to allow me to learn the vibrational frequency that my machete uses to counter that of this dimension. Then my ego wave forced my cell to replicate my machete's vibrational frequency, allowing me to use part of my power after losing the weapon. There was awe in the soldiers' eyes as they understood a little of just how amazing the ego wave of someone at mind over body was, but they were also disappointed since none of them could do something like that. After that, there were no more questions, and everybody moved out. Cain remained with Antony as their battle style covered the weak points of the other and had already developed excellent teamwork. Around a week after the clash with Dominic and Amos's group, Cain felt a change in his body. The weakening force made it hard to discern the advance of his cultivation, but the AI chip module took care of that. The duo had finished taking care of a powerful sword monster and moved to a safe location before Cain adopted a meditative position on a branch and unleashed his ego wave. My ego wave will cover an arena of 200 meters around us. Stay 100 meters in front of me, so you can stop anyone from coming near. Antony heard that and then saw the red force field soon become invisible. He understood that Cain was about to advance to level 8. Antony understood that Cain wanted him to be 100 meters away to act as a shield against any intruder and keep a safe distance between them. The Essence Cultivator did not feel anything wrong about that. After all, they have known each other for less than a year. Cain saw Antony adopting a solemn attitude before flashing forward, remaining precisely 100 meters away from him. He then put his back against the tree's trunk and waved his hands, taking out a pile of red orbs and a medium-quality wave crystal. A sense of complete focus appeared in Cain's mind, and he emptied his mind of everything as he carried on with his advancement. The astral wave inside his body burst with power as his meridians grew, finishing their new circulatory system that connected the outside world directly to the rebirth heart. From now on, his skin would act as a natural filter, taking the life wave from the surroundings and sending it straight into his sacred organ for transformation. A system like that meant a massive increase in his stamina and cultivation speed. At this point, Cain felt a weird sensation and knew he could induce a qualitative change in his astral wave if he wanted, which would provoke an evolution of his body's constitution. Since he reached the peak of level 7, Kane could evolve into a wave champion if he so desired, but there was no way he would take that path. Not only would that path be worthless in this dimension, but it would waste a lot of his potential and practically sever his journey to Wave King. Level 8 and Level 9 were special cultivation levels. Their goal was to improve the cultivation foundation, fix any flaws that could have remained during their journey through levels 1 to 7, and increase their mental capabilities. In detail, Level 8 made the cultivator generate an entirely new set of meridians that would rise from the rebirth heart and reach the only organ that had yet to be altered by the astral wave, the brain. It was an extremely delicate process since the brain was the home of the soul dimension that contained the essence of your soul and your ego eternal matrix that embodied your personality. If the cultivator had done everything right, the meridians would nurture the brain cell with a refined astral wave, translating into a higher speed of thought and reflexes, along with improved computational skills and cognitive abilities. Kane's focus reached its limit as he divided his mind into two essential tasks. He used the astral wave burst to induce a potent marrow washing and carefully spread his meridians across his brain. Filth emerged from Kane's pores as the meridians reached the outer layer of the brain known as the cerebral cortex. As soon as the meridian penetrated into the cortex, Kane felt a boost in his cognitive abilities. His perception, memory, attention, language, and decision-making all suffered a massive improvement. After around half an hour, the burst of astral wave finally calmed down, and the expansion of the meridians across the cerebral cortex stopped its growth. Kane opened his eyes, and a sense of awe filled his heart when he saw the way in which his brain could now handle the sensory information. That was not all, since the initiation of voluntary motor movements also improved, meaning the delay between tough and actions diminished significantly. Kane's mental abilities were already impressive due to the power of his ego wave, but now they have reached the level where they could keep up with those of a peak wave champion. Of course, that did not mean that Kane could fight against a peak wave champion. No matter how fast his brain could process the information, if his body could not keep up with it. I am at the early stage of level 8. Next comes the expansion of my meridians to the corpus callosum, thalamus, and hypothalamus for the end. Kane smiled as he felt the power of his body and mind, but the next second he almost puked due to the disgusting smell that his improved sense of smell picked up. He immediately waved his hand, burning all the filth covering his body. Only then did he relax and send a familiar command to the absolute life form system. "System, scan me." The system's voice appeared the next second as this one carried on with the command faithfully. Scan of vessel completed. Name: Kane Lorifer. Race: Godslayer humankind. Path of power: Astral rebirth, level 8 wave warrior. Lineage: Lightning lupus wave talent, high tier 6, high tier 6. Stats: Strength: 7.9 to 9.6 agility, 6.0 to 7.7 vitality, 9.9 to 12.4. Wave: 5.9 to 7.7 blood energy, 9.4 to 11.4, marrow washing, 92% completion. Note: Wave virus inside vessel enhanced wave talent by 17.2%. Kane was ecstatic by the burst of strength that carried his advance to level 8 and even more when he saw the marrow washing percentage. Every time it was harder to extract the filth and pollution from his marrow since there was less of it and it was harder to reach, so obtaining a 4%, just like he did during his breakthrough to level 7, was actually a great accomplishment. Kane also noticed the qualitative improvement of his astral wave, which was definitely due to the red orbs he kept consuming day and night, refining and cleansing his energy pool. The improvement of the wave virus effect was simply due to Kane's growth as a grand genetic coder. Their wave talent stayed the same because it would take much more than that to rise to tier 7. Of all the stats, the one that mattered to Kane the most after his marrow washing percentage was his vitality. It had already overcome the boundaries of Wave Warrior and reached the realm of Wave Champion, which was very important for the evolution of his Asura form. Kane stood up with a smile, but he immediately frowned. While he could feel there was more strength in his body, the dimension's weakening force did not allow him to use any of that. The only way he could deploy the full power of his current cultivation would be if his machete completely nullified the force affecting his vibrational frequency. However, that would take simply too much time. Antony noticed that Cain had finished his breakthrough and walked toward him as they discussed what to do next. They were close enough to the center of the forest to catch a glimpse of the pillar of light in it. My astral wave is nearly fully tempered, and I can no longer improve my swordplay with the sword monsters. There is no point in remaining longer in this forest. What about you? For obvious reasons, Cain's energy pool was smaller than Antony's, so it took less time for him to refine his wave entirely. The red orbs have tempered around 90% of my essence wave. As for my swordplay, there is also little room for improvement fighting against the monsters in this forest. Cain considered everything, and after a few moments, he devised a path for the two of them. Let's keep moving to the Pillar of Light. If you have yet to fully temper your wave by the time we reach there, I will guard you for 5 days. There was still a lot of time before the wall of light reached them, and Cain was sure this was not a test of speed, but still, he did not want to remain in the forest when there was no reason for it. Antony showed a smile and nodded. Cain's path was very good, and he was more than happy to take it. With that over, Cain and Antony began to move forward. The essence wave cultivator spent every moment with the red orbs, and since the energy of this one was so calm, he could even use it while running. They met several swords monsters in their path, some of them really strong, but that was only due to their cultivation, not the swordplay. The duo did not waste too much time with them, killing them as fast as possible before continuing. After a week, the duo finally reached the majestic Pillar of Light. It had a radius of over 200 meters and rose so far into the sky that it seemed capable of reaching the peak of this dimension. Antony had yet to fully temper his essence wave and did not want to advance to the next stage without doing it. Cain kept his word and guarded this one for 5 days. Cain and Antony were not the only ones that reached the Pillar of Light, but everybody stood at a safe distance from the others as they did the final refinement of their wave. Luckily for the essence cultivator, he only needed 3 days to refine his energy pool, giving him the confidence to handle any threat on the other side of the Pillar of Light. Cain nodded toward Antony once this one finished training and walked forward, putting a hand over the Pillar of Light. The instant Cain touched the Pillar of Light, his body fused into this one, and he rose into the sky before vanishing from the forest. Many people saw that and feeling more confident, they also advanced to the pillar. Cain's mind went blank after touching the pillar, and the only thing he felt was moving from one place to another at a simply overwhelming speed. When his sight returned, and he saw his surroundings, a sense of overwhelming danger assaulted him. The reason for that was the hundreds of sword monsters surrounding him from all directions. His first thought was to unleash every iota of astral wave and blood energy from his body to face those monsters, but to his shock, he could not do it. There were hundreds of monsters around him the second he reached the second stage, and he could not use his energy pool. How was he supposed to fight all of them? Luckily, while the sword monsters' eyes were full of slaughter intent and it was clear they wanted nothing more than to lunge toward Cain and reap him to pieces, it seemed that they could not move. Learning that the dimension paralyzed the sword monster calmed Cain, and he was able to analyze things with a cold mind. He first realized that he had a small crystal in the center of his forehead, but he had no idea what its use was. Then he focused on the monster's power, and they were all at level 6. It seemed that this dimension generated enemies according to his cultivation. The higher his level, the stronger the enemies would have been. Also, while he could not use his astral wave or blood energy right now, a weakening force was no longer diminishing his cultivation. He was sure that once the trial began, he would be able to use the full power of his cultivation to face the sword monsters. Just like when he entered the forest dimension and felt an intent in his mind telling him to reach the Pillar of Light, there was also a new intent here trying to communicate the essence of this trial. Although it took a little time for Cain to fully understand it, it was clear in the end. The intent wanted to seal some of his senses. As for how many, that was up to Cain to decide. The more senses he lost before the battle started, the greater the reward would be in the end. The number of sword monsters was near endless, and Cain just had to keep killing until no more energy was left in his body. Then he would need to touch the crystal in his forehead to advance to the third stage. Having understood the essence of the trial, Cain had to decide which of his senses he would have to give up. Although someone like him could use his ego wave to replace all of them, he was sure that the dimension already thought of that and would not let him use his red force field. Luckily, he had a power that not even the dimension seemed capable of suppressing or even detecting, the absolute life form system. Right now, Kane could not use his free ego, but nothing was hindering the power of his basic scan force field. System, generate a three-dimensional hologram of the battlefield in my mind. Task assigned. Task completed. Kane closed his eyes, and he could see a picture of the battlefield with every monster around him. It was not as good as relying on his sight, but it would not hinder his battle power and allow him to sever his senses without a problem. Once he handled that, Kane focused on the other aspect of this trial, stamina. He needed to kill as many of the sword monsters before rising to the next stage, and for that, he needed to find a way to kill them using the least amount of energy possible. The machete was still in his hand, and he knew he could not let go of it even if the weakening force of the forest dimension was no longer active. Luckily, nothing urged him to start this fight, so he had time. Now it was time to use basic virtual simulation, so he could develop battle plans to handle the sword monsters more efficiently. After 20 minutes, he came up with an answer in the form of a technique by the name of severing domain. It was simple yet effective and would allow him to face the never-ending horde of sword monsters. Now that everything was in place, Kane allowed the power of this dimension to sever all his senses except his sense of touch. That one was the only thing that the basic scan force field could not replicate, and without it, he could not be able to attack or defend properly. The next second, Kane found himself in a world of darkness, unable to see, hear, smell, or taste anything. It was a truly devastating sensation that could break the mind of normal people in a matter of seconds, but it was not enough to challenge the Wave King's willpower. Despite the overwhelming darkness, Kane did not lose focus since the basic scan force field showed him how 5 sword monsters lunged toward him. Kane did not move from his position but adopted a battle stance, and just as the sword monsters entered the rage of his machete, he hacked with such ferocity and speed that neither of them managed to touch his body before splitting apart. As soon as the sword monsters perished, they exploded into a burst of dark mist, but this time it was not the machete that devoured it, but the crystal in Kane's forehead. It was completely white, but the dark mist from those sword monsters made small black dots emerge in it. Kane had no time to care about the change in the crystal since not even a second after killing those 5 sword monsters, more came at him, full of killing intent and ferocity. The speed at which his machete moved was just the right one to sever those sword monsters before they could get near him. Kane could have easily unleashed attacks that would have killed dozens of these level 6 sword monsters if he wanted, but this was a test of skill and endurance. That was why he limited Wave Burst to 500% and refrained from using Bloodhand or Asura form. Just those 2 skills would have made Kane unstoppable in this place for the first few minutes, and hundreds of level 6 sword monsters would have perished, but then he would have drained his energy and been forced to leave this place. The machete carried on with its arcs, splitting all the sword monsters into pieces. A radius of 2.5 meters around Kane was empty of everything despite hundreds of monsters doing all in their power to reach the young man. Severing Domain was a sword skill that combined small body movements and long arcs with the machete, using the weapon's slicing power to split everything that entered it. It was an awe-inspiring domain skill, especially since it only took the system a few minutes to come up with it, but it would only work with unintelligent monsters. A well-trained army would find a way to exploit its weaknesses, sacrificing some people if needed to stop the machete and then overwhelm Kane. Kane's eyes burst with red light as he hacked in all directions. He had to use the full power of his ego wave to enhance his speed of thought, or else he would make a mistake or read the basic scan force field's hologram wrong. If that were to happen, he might not even have the time to touch the crystal and die at the hands of the sword monsters. Sword monsters attacked from all directions, and some even jumped toward Kane so they could attack from above, but the machete split all of them. All of the monsters burst into dark mist upon death, so there was no pile of corpses amassing around Kane and forcing him to move, which was good. 10 minutes had passed since the start of the fight, and the numbers perished under the might of Kane's machete reached over 300, but there was no end to them. Kane did not feel tired, and his breathing was calm, but he frowned as he felt the numbness in his arms. The machete's edge was extremely sharp and could easily cut the sword monsters, but the speed at which he had to move his arms was too much, and his muscles were starting to realize it. Unfortunately, Cain could not slow down. If he did it, his machete might lack the momentum to cut the several sword monsters at once, and that would force him to fight on the run, depleting his stamina even faster. This trial would not be easy and would push Cain's mind and body to their absolute limit. How much time has passed? I am so tired I can barely discern the passage of time. Cain's eyes burned with such a potent red light that it seemed capable of shining over the dimension, but that was like the last flash of heat from a candle about to turn off. He had split apart so many sword monsters that he could not keep up with the number, but no number was high enough. The more he killed, the better it would be, so he just carried on non-stop. The numbness in Cain's arms extended to his legs at first before spreading to every part of his body. That did not last forever since soon, a wave of pain replaced it, and he could feel how the muscle fibers broke due to the immense effort, but he just clenched his teeth and carried on. Every second that passed was a chance to kill another sword monster and absorb their dark mist. Still, it also carried a tortuous pain since his relentless movements with the machete already overexerted his body to the point it began to destroy itself from within. The crystal in Cain's forehead had already turned blacker than night, but he felt there was more to it. Cain felt something was missing and was very close to reaching it. That feeling pushed him to continue hacking despite every fiber of his body urging him to rest. The domain around his figure diminished to 1 meter due to the physical exhaustion, and it would not be long before those sword monsters got close enough to really do some damage. Right now, it only took a minor wound for him to lose his tempo, which would mean the end of this trial. By that point, he either touched the crystal in his forehead and ended the fight or perished under the monster's claws. Cain clenched his teeth and hands with so much strength that they were bleeding as he pushed his body forward despite this one already starting to shut down. There was but a stream of his astral wave and blood energy left inside him, and he was stretching them out so they could last just one more second. Finally, although Cain did not know it, he killed 3.300 sword monsters, and it was at that moment the crystal in his forehead began to change. The crystal shivered briefly before a shining dot appeared in its center, like a lone star in a dark sky. Just like Cain felt something was missing even after the crystal turned dark, the emergence of the star told him he had completed his mission in this place. He was so tired that turning his attention to the crystal, even for an instant, allowed one of the sword monsters to cross his domain and leave a long wound on his right shoulder. That wound threw his body to the ground and allowed the dozens of sword monsters around to lunge toward him with their weapon first. As the swords were about to impale his body from every direction, Cain touched the crystal on his forehead with his left hand. A boom! A massive shockwave emerged from the crystal, pushing all those sword monsters away and saving Cain's life. Cain's senses returned shortly after that blast, but he remained on the ground with no strength in his body. The exhaustion was so much he felt his consciousness slipping away. As Cain wondered what was supposed to happen next, a burst of vitality emerged from the crystal on his forehead and began to nurture his body, astral wave, and even he felt the energy reaching his brain and the mysterious dimension inside it. There was shock and awe in Cain's eyes when he realized that the power of the crystal managed to reach his soul dimension. Anything that could nurture his spirit was extremely valuable, and he was sure he would not have obtained such a gift without the star. The force healed all the damage to his body, helped him recover his stamina, made the mental fatigue disappear, and slightly improved his constitution and soul. It took around a day for the crystal to stop making that force flow across Cain's body, and right the next second, he vanished from that dimension. Cain's eyes widened when he saw himself appearing in the sky, and he had no idea how high since there was a deep fog covering the ground beneath him. He was not alone since there were over a dozen figures that appeared in the sky at the same time as him. The fact that all of them appeared right as Cain finished in that dimension could not be a coincidence. Cain did not know it, but he was the last to finish the second dimension, and everybody was unknowingly waiting for him. Cain and the other floated in the sky for less than a second before falling to the ground at a shocking speed. They fall so fast that none of the cultivators should have the time to discern anything from the others, but he was different. Cain's mind was extremely sharp, and he was able to discern the identity and location of one of the people in the sky right before falling into the fog. A burst of killing intent and red light emerged from his eyes as he bent his knees and back, adopting a jumping position. The muscles on his legs bulged as he tensed them and began to focus his astral wave and blood energy on them. Kane's eyes narrowed as he felt the fog acting like some sort of cushion, diminishing his speed and severely hindering his perception. That would have made it harder to find anyone, but there was no reason to fear getting lost since the crystal in your forehead drove you on the right path. The direction that the crystal compelled Kane to take was north, but his target was the northwest, and he would not give that person a chance to run away. As soon as Kane's feet touched the ground, he jumped forward with so much strength that he generated a small blast. A boom! The terrain was completely barren, with nothing but the fog, so nothing stopped Kane's movements. That jump propelled his body forward with immense power, allowing him to cross hundreds of meters in a few seconds. Kane's astral wave and blood energy grew more and more powerful midair, and once he finally touched the ground again, he flashed forward at a phenomenal speed, covering more than 100 meters every second. The fog severely hindered Kane's senses, and it did the same with his ego wave, but he could still unleash it forward, allowing him to locate his enemy before this one appeared in his line of sight. After 2 minutes of running at full speed, Kane's pupils dilated as his ego wave showed him his prey. Blood lightning and astral wave coursed through the machete as he tightened its grip. A powerful gale emerged ahead, blasting in all directions. It was clear that the person who unleashed that attack felt that someone was coming but could not figure out the location of the enemy. Kane showed a cold smile as he saw that gale, and he once again jumped forward with all his power, breaking apart the wall of wind and appearing right in front of the enemy he wanted to kill so much. The machete collided with a bastard sword used as a shield. However, the first was coated in astral wave, and the immense strength of an astral cultivator was behind it, while essence wave enhanced the second, so the clash did not end in a draw. "You!" Dominic shouted that word before Kane's machete sent him flying away. He could not understand how the young soldier managed to find him so fast, and it was even more shocking that the machete sent him flying away. Although his left arm was still missing, Dominic was a powerful early wave champion, and the second dimension healed almost all of the wounds that Kane left in his body. The fact that Kane could so easily overcome him in a battle of strength made him understand how dangerous the young soldier was and that he could not let this one live. Kane noticed the killing intent in Dominic's eyes, but that only made his smile grow wider and his heartbeat stronger as he activated Asura form. He immediately chased after Dominic, and the blood energy in his right palm increased. Dominic knew he could not let this become a melee battle, but he could do nothing to stop the next clash due to their proximity, so the best path forward was to diminish Kane's momentum. He was confident in handling the machete as he got an estimate of Kane's physical strength during that last collision. The Scion buried the sword in the ground, regaining control over his body before opening his mouth and unleashing a mighty gale. Kane pushed forward despite facing winds that could send small vehicles flying away. Still, that diminished his momentum, affecting the strength of his next attack. Dominic raised his bastard sword, confident that he could handle the machete, but when Kane's weapon touched his, he felt an unstoppable power that nearly broke the bones on his arm. "Ah!" Dominic could not help but release a small scream of pain as the power of the machete was simply too much and sent him flying away without control. He managed to block it, but its force traveled from the bastard sword to his arm, all the way to his body and inner organs. It was like getting rammed by a giant truck. Even if a shield were in front of you, the impact force would still reach you and do severe damage. Despite the pain and injuries, Dominic did not have time to rest since Kane jumped toward him, and the machete descended right at his head. His bastard sword unleashed a small blast of air that pushed his body to the left, saving his head from being divided in two. A boom! Dominic's eyes widened when he saw an explosion occur right next to his head due to the machete's overwhelming force. Unlike most Scions who only participated in battles where there was no danger for their lives, Dominic had experienced all kinds of fights throughout his life, and more than once, he had found himself in life-and-death battles. That granted him a powerful battle awareness, allowing him to quickly discover the key behind Kane's monstrous strength. It was not the machete or the energy covering the weapon but Kane's hand which allowed those strikes to carry so much power. All 5 fingers had turned into blood gems, and the transformation showed signs of extending to the rest of the hand. As someone that mastered swordplay, Dominic knew the importance of the strength of your arm and hand. A firm grip could grant stability and control, ensuring greater precision and accuracy, but that was not all. A powerful grip granted a greater power transfer. When the grip is firm, the force generated by the body's movement can be efficiently transferred to the sword, resulting in a more powerful strike. The energy from the wielder's muscles is effectively channeled into the blade, maximizing its impact. Dominic could not be certain about the nature of Kane's technique, but it was clear it enhanced this one's hands, allowing every strike of that machete to carry so much power that nothing could stop it. That analysis took a long time to describe, but less than a second had passed since the machete clashed with the ground instead of on Dominic's head. Kane's eyes followed Dominic's head, and he waved his machete to the left, breaking the ground beneath him. Dominic could not avoid the attack, so the only thing he could do was to use the bastard sword as a shield despite knowing that the impact would still harm him. A boom! A new explosion of kinetic force occurred when the machete touched the bastard sword, sending Dominic flying into the air while puking blood. Dominic did not have a moment to rest before being forced to block again, as Kane appeared in the air in front of him and hacked down with both hands. A boom! The strength behind the machete grew even bigger, and Dominic crashed into the ground with so much power that he nearly fell unconscious. However, Dominic bit the tip of his tongue, using the sharp pain to wake him before unleashing a cannon of air from his bastard sword that pushed him out of the crater. A boom! Dominic did it just in time to avoid Kane's dive, which would have taken his life. Still, that just bought him a few more seconds since there was no way he could escape from the monsters in front of him. The bones on his right arm were full of small cracks, and he had suffered severe internal damage. He no longer had the strength to fight Kane and did not think escaping could be possible. Dominic would have used his background if the enemy was anyone else, but he knew that would not work against the machete-wielding maniac in front of him. Kane's red eyes focused on Dominic, and the power of the machete grew even mightier as he was ready to flash forward, but then his eyes widened, and he looked to the left. Dominic noticed the look in Kane's eyes and turned to the left, hoping to see a friendly face, but he saw the opposite. The ones that appeared were two vice-captains, both wave champions. "Look out!" The one that shouted was Kane, and those words had a sense of urgency. Dominic was confused, but everything became clear when he saw how one of the vice-captains stabbed the other in the back with a golden sword. The ones that appeared were William and Uriel, and as soon as the last one saw the fight between Kane and Dominic, a frenzied light emerged in his eyes. Uriel's attack was too fast, and William could not stop the sword from piercing his chest. William's eyes showed the disbelief in his heart. He knew that Uriel had problems with Kane but never thought he would act this way despite them forming a temporary alliance after randomly bumping into each other inside the fog. The sword pierced the right lung but failed to sever the heart, so William could still act, generating a blast of ice that froze the wound, stopping the bleeding and also sealing the golden sword. Kane overcame the shock and was ready to flash toward William and Uriel, but he felt a burst of essence wave coming from Dominic. The Scion knew this might be his only chance to rise from this situation alive, so he did not hesitate before unleashing all his energy into the next attack. A tornado blasted in Kane's direction, forcing him to block it, which pushed him farther from the battlefield. Right after that, Dominic fired a barrage of wind blades toward William. Uriel made sure to immobilize William, allowing those wind blades to land directly. "Ah!" William roared as he made his astral wave burst at full power and defended from the wind blades, but the golden sword had done too much damage. It took around 5 seconds for the combined damage from the golden sword and wind blades to kill William. Dominic's face was pale as he was forced to use a secret technique that overdrew his energy pool and left him in a state of exhaustion, but that did not stop a small smile from appearing on his face. The Scion knew about Uriel as he had done his research on all vice-captains. He was confused about all that had just happened, but it was clear that the golden swordsman was not on Kane's side, and the enemy of my enemy was a friend. Uriel took his sword from William's chest and did not bother to look at Dominic, focusing solely on Kane with nothing but a crazy killing intent in his eyes. In the past few months, Uriel's words had turned upside down. He could no longer trust in the allies that once followed his every command, and his position in the military kept falling. Everything he had worked so hard for was crumbling, and the one he blamed for that was right in front of him. Even if it meant sacrificing his sense of duty and brotherhood, Uriel did not care as long as he could end the nightmare that was Cain Lorifer. Cain broke the tornado apart, and he could see Uriel's craziness and Dominic's killing intent. The tables had turned, and he would now be facing two wave champions that focused on speed and who could cover each other's weak spots. Defeating Uriel and William in a direct fight would be nearly impossible for Cain, but he was not focusing on that. Right now, Cain's eyes could only see William's corpse lying on the ground in a pool of his own blood. They had fought together for the good part of a year, and although William was not someone of many words, Cain knew he could trust that man to follow his command without fear or hesitation. In every sense of the word, William was an exemplary soldier and would have become a great military leader in the future, but that glorious path was severed. Cain knew that the reason Uriel killed William was because of him. Of course, one could easily put the blame on Uriel's despicable behavior or William's lack of awareness, but Cain was not like that. He was smart enough to understand that he should not feel guilty about it, but emotions were not logical. I should have killed Uriel. I grew overconfident in my ability to handle him, resulting in William's death. I made a mistake. Cain's eyes grew colder as the red light on them burst with monstrous rage. There were no emotions on his face, but that only made it even more terrifying. Dominic and Uriel trembled when those red eyes turned toward them, and for an instant, they felt in the presence of an ancient monster capable of erasing entire civilizations. I will kill you. I will kill you, Cain's voice echoed across the fog, full of such a monstrous killing intent that it froze the blood of anyone that heard it. A pillar of reddish-purple energy emerged from his body and rose into the sky as he made his astral wave, and blood energy burst with all their power. That wild explosion of energy did not last long since the next second, Cain compressed all of it to its limit around his body and machete. Then, he stomped the ground with so much strength that a cloud of dust covered his figure, and the only thing that emerged from it was a red force field that drove forward like an unstoppable tsunami. Dominic and Uriel could not help but tremble as Cain's ego wave surrounded them, as they could feel all the rage and anger on his enemy and the fact that he would not stop at anything to kill them both. Things grew more dire when the red force field became invisible, and neither could feel it anymore. The duo immediately got close to each other. There was no trust between the scions, but they knew that Cain was their enemy and needed to work together, or they would die. Uriel took the front, making his astral wave burst at full power, while Dominic rose to the sky with phantom wings. Their battle formation was the most common between astral and essence cultivators, but something more complex would not work since they knew nothing about each other. The fact that two early wave champions from noble families would not dare to make the first attack against a level 8 wave warrior was ludicrous, but that precisely was what happened. Dominic and Uriel did not dare to enter the dust cloud since they feared Cain's assassination skills. However, nothing happened after 10 seconds of waiting, confusing the duo. Suddenly, Dominic's eyes widened, and he waved his bastard sword, generating a powerful wind that dissipated the cloud of dust. Damn it! Dominic could not help but shout in anger when he saw that Cain had vanished. The cloud of dust and the ego wave that sowed fear into their hearts were just distractions, giving Cain time to escape. Uriel's face grew pale when he saw that Cain had left. He had killed William, and if anyone in the Imperial Lightning Fort found out, he was dead. The fog was too heavy, and Uriel had no way of following Cain's tracks, but Dominic was different. The young Essence Wave champion put his bastard sword on his forehead, and the next second, a gale emerged from his body and expanded in all directions. There was not much power in that gale, but it expanded with an overwhelming speed, and Dominic would know everything that came into contact with it. There, Dominic pointed to the north, and the duo flashed at full speed. Uriel's body glowed with a golden light as he dashed forward like a madman. The only way he could keep his life after leaving this place would be to end Cain's. Dominic did not have Uriel's crazy zeal since nothing would happen to him even if Cain revealed his part in William's death. Still, he needed to kill Cain since this one grew too fast and would become a serious problem in the future. Uriel and Dominic mastered light and wind, so their speed was superb, and they were able to get Cain in their line of sight in less than 5 minutes. Blood lightning covered Cain's body and was moving at an impressive speed, but his agility was still a level beneath that of the duo. He was not surprised that Uriel and Dominic managed to catch up, but it was still a little impressive they did it so fast. It seems that they really want to kill me. Kane turned his eyes forward before taking a red capsule from his space ring and injecting it into his chest. The next second, his body grew more vigorous, and his speed rose immensely. Dominic's eyes widened when he saw Kane's speed. He did not know what was inside the capsule, but Uriel solved his doubts. That is the berserker state. It will improve his vitality and speed for an entire hour, but then he will be extremely weakened. Dominic nodded and took a deep breath as he made his essence wave burst, ignoring the wounds he had received before and pushing forward. Kane heard Uriel's words, and a small smile appeared on his face for an instant before being replaced by a solemn attitude. He kept moving forward, pushing his body to its limit, moving so fast that he neared the speed of sound. Although Dominic and Uriel knew they just had to keep up with Kane and would manage to kill this one, they were confused about why he would have used berserker state. If Kane had fought against them, maybe he could have at least killed one before dying, but the only thing he gained with the wave virus was to delay things. After over 50 minutes of running at full speed and crossing more than 800 kilometers, a majestic black castle appeared in the trio's sight. It was massive, covered by black metal, and there was a door in the center with the image of a single star. Dominic and Uriel had also felt the compulsion from the crystals in their foreheads that pushed them into a particular direction, and the one in front of them should belong to Kane. If Kane were to enter, there was no way to tell what kind of lucky chance he would get, and he might gain the strength to defeat both of them. "You think I will let you live?" Uriel shouted with rage as the golden light around his body grew stronger, improving his physical capabilities but simultaneously making his face pale. That burst in strength came at the price of his vitality, but he was more than willing to pay it so he could kill Kane. Kane saw how Uriel flashed toward him, full of killing intent and openings. He smiled again before stomping the ground, generating a new dust cloud covering his figure. HMPH, as I would fall on the same trick twice. Uriel jumped over the dust cloud, thinking he would see Kane come out on the other side and then dive toward this one. That proved a grave mistake since just as Uriel was above the dust cloud, Kane rose from this one and attacked with his machete. The attack took Uriel by surprise, and he attempted to parry with his golden sword, but the machete had so much power that it pushed his weapon away, leaving Kane a free path. Horror appeared in Uriel's eyes when he saw Kane preparing to hack with the machete again, but to his luck, he was not alone. Dominic fired 2 wind blades toward Kane's back, and the only way to avoid them would be to move away from Uriel immediately. Uriel smiled as he was sure that Kane would choose to dodge the wind blades, but a sense of utter doom assaulted his heart as he saw 2 red eyes focusing on his skull. Wait! Kane ignored Uriel's plea for mercy and hacked with his machete, burying the weapon on top of the Scion's head. Right after ending Uriel's life, he redirected as much of his astral wave as possible into his back to protect it from Dominic's attack. The wind blades landed on Kane's back, cutting through the layer of blood lightning, astral wave, and armor, severing the muscles and damaging the bones. Kane clenched his teeth as he endured the pain. He used Uriel's corpse as a platform, killing this one and driving his body toward the Black Castle. Dominic's eyes were full of fear when he saw Kane's removing the machete and pieces of Uriel's brain falling to the ground. That level of determination to kill the enemy, even if it meant suffering a severe wound, was something he did not have. I need to kill him. Dominic knew there was already an irreconcilable enmity between him and Kane, so he had to end the life of this one right here, and now, or else there would be no other chance. The Scion channeled his essence wave into his bastard sword to unleash his final blow, but a golden projectile forced him to interrupt its charge. He could easily push it away and saw it was Uriel's golden sword. That attack posed no threat to someone like Dominic but was able to delay his attack and give Kane a chance to get near the castle. Die! Dominic roared as he waved his bastard sword down, using all the essence wave left in his body to fire a massive tornado composed of thousands of tiny wind blades. Kane could see the attack with his ego wave, and the side effects of berserker state were kicking in, but none of that mattered as he crossed the gate into the castle. As soon as Kane entered the castle, the gate of this one shut down, stopping Dominic's attack from coming in. No! Dominic shouted with rage as he could not accept that Cain had managed to escape alive after killing Uriel. If he was able to do something like that while being a level 8 wave warrior, what would happen when this one became a wave champion? His strongest attack was unable to make even a dent in the Black Castle, and trying to force his way in would be a total waste of time. Damn it! Rage and resentment flowed through Dominic's heart as he hacked to the ground with blind fury. It took a long time for him to calm his heart, and only then did he focus on the crystal on his forehead and head to his castle. Cain lost consciousness shortly after crossing the gate. The wounds on his body and the drain on his astral wave and blood energy were extreme, and it took him 3 days to finally wake up. Even then, he could not stand up and had to crawl into a wall to adopt a sitting position. He looked at his surroundings and realized that the interior of that massive castle was a vast white room. The only thing inside it was his machete, which had vanished from his grip and now floated in the center of the place. Just like in every other stage of this dimension, Cain figured out the next step by perceiving the intent sent into his soul. He needed to touch the machete to start the final stage of the inheritance. What would happen there was impossible to know, but if he succeeded, it would mark the end of the trials. Cain was very lucky that this trial would only start when he was ready, allowing him to heal from the many wounds on his body and the side effects of berserker state. The first thing he did was take a lot of medical drugs from his space ring and the ones he stole from Joseph and Uriel. That stabilized his condition after a few hours, and then he took a bunch of wave champion beasts' hearts and wave crystals. A stream of vitality and astral wave coursed through Cain's body over and over again. Slowly, the state of his flesh, blood, and meridians improved, becoming even stronger than before. When talented cultivators are pushed to exhaustion, they can exert even greater power than their previous limit, and once they heal, they rise even stronger. It was similar to a water well, capable of holding more liquid when excavated beyond its limit. 4 days and more resources than a standard level 9 wave warrior needed to cross into wave champion, but Cain managed to recover from everything, and the strength of his body and mind was never better. Cain rose from the ground and checked his body before focusing on the machete. He needed to touch it to start the final trial of this inheritance. Improving his cultivation would be useless since he was sure that would only make the future enemy even more potent, so instead of wasting time, Cain walked forward with eyes full of red light. Cain reached the machete in a few seconds, and once he put his hand over the weapon, this one shattered into millions of dots of light. Next, the crystal in Cain's forehead did the same, unleashing an ocean of dark mist that fused with the dots of light. It did not take long for a whirling mass of dark red plasma to form, devouring the energy inside the castle. Cain immediately moved away from the revolving plasma as he felt danger coming from it. There was nothing he could do against it, so he waited. Once the energy inside the revolving dark red plasma reached its zenith, it began to mutate, transforming into a humanoid figure 1 meter and 85 centimeters tall. Its size mattered very little. What really bothered Cain was that it was a perfect physical copy of him, except entirely red. Cain's eyes narrowed, and he sent his ego wave forward, which to his surprise, the entity did not resist. He could analyze this one in detail. It was just as identical to him on the outside as on the inside. If I am correct, this sword avatar is identical regarding physical power and energy pool. However, there is no molecular change on its hands or traces of lightning in his astral wave, so it did not copy my skills like blood lightning or blood hand. I can detect forces inside him that I cannot quite figure out. Am I supposed to fight against an opponent that is physically equal to me but uses different techniques? Isn't that too easy? Cain was so accustomed to facing enemies with higher cultivation that fighting someone at level 8 did not seem a challenge at all. Against someone with his own cultivation, Cain was sure of victory, as the key to his battle power had always been his ego wave. Not to mention that he had a secondary energy pool, blood energy, and mastered a saint technique, blood hand. Although the trial seemed easy, Cain was sure it would be harder than it appeared, but he was still very confident. He made his astral wave and blood energy burst before adopting a battle stance. How hard could it be to defeat a level 8 wave warrior? Cain understood just how misled that thought was right after adopting his battle stance, since that marked the start of the fight, and the sword avatar displayed its true power. A boom! What Cain heard was not an explosion but a sonic boom, and by the time the sound reached his ears, the sword avatar was already in front of him. It was not hard for a wave champion or incredibly powerful wave warrior to send attacks at the speed of sound, but achieving an instant acceleration capable of breaking the sound barrier with your body was beyond amazing. That meant that someone could instantly achieve a speed that surpassed 334 meters per second or 1,234 kilometers per hour. That was moving faster than bullets fired from most of the old world's weapons. Cain could barely raise his arm to block the sword avatar's punch, which sent him flying away to the edge of the room. That attack had immense strength and momentum and generated a shock wave upon impact, improving its striking power immensely. If Cain had not reinforced both arms with astral wave and blood lightning in the last second, the attack would have fractured his arms, essentially ending the battle. A boom. Another sonic boom echoed across the room as the sword avatar flashed toward Cain, but just as it was ready to send one of those devastating punches, a powerful heartbeat appeared. Thump! Cain activated Asura form as he was able to react to the supersonic movements of the sword avatar, dodging the right punch aimed at his head and responding with a counter that used the full torque of his body. Even if you possess some incredible technique, you are just a soulless entity without authentic battle experience. Those were Cain's thoughts as his punch, in which he charged a massive amount of astral wave, was about to land on the sword avatar's head. However, once again, the sword avatar proved its might as it quickly bent its outstretched arm at the elbow, throwing Cain's counter off angle. Cain's eyes widened as he saw that skill level, but his instincts kicked right away, sending a left hook, a move the sword avatar mimicked perfectly. One punch carried a massive amount of astral wave and blood lightning, while the other generated a shock wave. Cain and the sword avatar suffered during the clash. Still, the human endured more damage since the astral wave surrounding the entity vibrated in such a way that it acted like a cushion, diminishing the kinetic force of any attack that came in contact with it. Cain's eyes almost lost focus due to the blow to the face, but he regained control very fast, thanks to his ego wave, and moved away from the sword avatar. His eyes were sharp as he stared at the enemy, and he understood something. All that time I used it, the machete was not only getting stronger but was also learning from me. My battle skills and martial technique are under its domain. Facing an opponent with the same physical and energy stats, whose martial skills were as good as yours, but who could display more powerful technique than yours, that was a really dangerous trial, and unlike the others, there was no way out of the castle, and things would only end when one of the two perished. The only silver lining in all of this was that the sword avatar had weaker mental fortitude than Cain since it lacked an ego wave, and even though its vibrating astral wave diminished a lot of the damage in the last blow, it still numbed the entity's body. Cain did not lose his chance and flashed forward, sending an uppercut to the sword avatar, but this one reacted at the last second, putting both arms above its jaw. That blow sent the sword avatar into the roof, but just as Cain intended to follow after this one, it kicked the air, allowing its body to deploy what seemed to be airwalk. Cain's eyes widened as he saw the sword avatar generate sonic booms with its feet, moving across the room's ceiling at supersonic speed. Although Astral Wave Champion could move through the air using airwalk, none of them could do it with such dexterity and speed, not to mention that the sword avatar was doing it using the same strength and energy pool that Cain's. Cain followed the movements of the sword avatar with his eyes, but while his mind could follow the enemy, his body was too late to react, and a sharp pain appeared on his back. Ah! A scream of pain echoed across the room as the sword avatar punched Cain's back with so much power that it almost fractured his spine. That attack sent the human flying away and would have been much worse if not for this one redirecting all his astral wave to his back at the last second. Cain clenched his teeth and spat the blood on his mouth as he regained control of his body and sent a kick to the sword avatar that had lunged toward him. That kick landed on the sword avatar's chest, but once again, the vibrating mantle of astral wave drained most of its kinetic force. It did little damage to the sword avatar but pushed it back, giving Cain a few moments to regain his breathing and figure out what to do next. Cain's eyes grew sharp as he figured out that the only way to break the sword avatar's defensive layer would be by using Bloodhand, but the technique drained his energy very fast, so he had to be sure when to use it. He flashed forward, ready to exert so much pressure on the sword avatar that this one could not move freely, and then unleash a barrage of devastating attacks using Bloodhand. However, just as he was about to reach the sword avatar, the body of this one began to generate a humming sound before splitting into 3 identical figures. Such techniques could trick the eyes, but should not be a problem for someone like Cain with a powerful ego wave. Yet, Cain could not help but clench his fists since the humming sound also acted as a barrier against the red force field, forcing him to rely only on his sight. The one on the left, luckily, Cain had an even more powerful tool to scan the enemy. The basic scan force field detected the real one, and Apex shouted the information into his mind. The 3 sword avatars flashed toward Cain but were slower than before. That technique seemed to put a lot of pressure on it, weakening its physical might. Cain hid that it knew the real one until they were right in front of each other. Then, the fingers on his right and left hands turned into blood gems, and he punched the real sword avatar with both fists. A boom! A boom! Each punch generated a small blast due to the immense power behind them and sent the sword avatar flying away while puking blood. The strength of Cain's fists managed to break through the vibrating astral wave. The sword avatar regained control of its body quickly, and there was confusion on its face as it did not understand how Cain managed to find the real one. This dimension could analyze everything about Cain except for the absolute life form system, and it was the one thing that could drive him to victory. It was not just the basic scan force field, since, after enough time and learning about the sword avatar's skills, the AI chip module could deploy a virtual sight potent enough to predict the movements of this one with 75% accuracy. I can win. Cain's eyes burned with red light as he flashed toward the sword avatar, ready to reignite the fight and crush this one. The enemy could have better techniques and the same martial skills as him, but he had a supercomputer in his mind that could help him predict its next movements. The sword avatar did not shy away from the fight and once again divided its body into 3 identical figures before flashing forward. A boom! A boom! Just like before, Cain was able to land 2 powerful punches on the real sword avatar. After that, the entity no longer used that technique because it was clear it was not luck that made Cain figure out the real one. Cain was getting more and more useful to the attacks of the sword avatar, and the light at the end of the tunnel finally showed up. I can win. Just as that thought became even stronger in Cain's mind and the clash between the two reached a balance, the sword avatar put some distance between the two. Cain frowned as he saw a solemn expression on the sword avatar's face. Boom! A sonic boom emerged from inside the sword avatar's body, making the muscles of this one bulge, and the astral wave's output improved tremendously. Boom! Boom! As this one became stronger, more sonic booms emerged from inside the sword avatar. Cain's instinct warned him of danger, but by then, the sword avatar had already appeared before him and sent him flying away while pucking blood after landing a kick on his chest. He bounced against the room's walls, and before he could even touch the ground, the sword avatar connected another kick, pushing him from one direction to the other. The sword avatar's battle power rose an entire level when it used that technique, and while it was clear it would not be able to use it for a long time by the tears occurring around its flesh, Cain would not last long if things carried on that way. After being sent flying away for the 7th time, Cain felt he was losing consciousness, so he clenched his teeth and generated a field of blood lightning around his body. The sword avatar did not jump into the red lightning since Cain could not keep it for long, and there was no need to take unnecessary injuries now that the victory was clear. Cain puked a mouthful of blood as he attempted to regulate his breathing. A small smile appeared on his face as he saw his current state and knew there was only one way forward. So be it. The red light in Cain's eyes reached its zenith as the speed and strength of his heartbeat skyrocketed. Thump! Cain's entire body began to tremble and become redder, affecting even the sclera of his eyes. It was a truly fiendish appearance, no different from the depictions of devils in the old world. He felt his blood surging with so much force that it immediately ruptured many of his vessels. Every second of this left severe internal damage, but it granted an overwhelming speed and strength in exchange. Second gear. The sword avatar heard those 2 words, only to be sent flying away the next second, crashing against the room's wall. Shock appeared in its eyes as the speed of Cain overcame it. Second gear granted Cain an instant acceleration that neared Mach 2, meaning 2 times the speed of sound. The sword avatar did not have time to analyze how Cain could do something like that, as the human was already in front of it, ready to unleash a new attack. It was too fast, so it only managed to raise its arms and focus its astral wave on them. Cain's hand fingers turned into blood gems as he fired punch after punch toward the sword avatar, ready to break this one defensive and then its skull. The sword avatar did not just take the onslaught quietly, as its astral wave began to vibrate with even more strength before unleashing an immensely powerful sound wave. Cain was surprised by that attack, and the sound wave made his eardrums bleed, disorienting him enough for the sword avatar could connect a straight blow to his chest, sending him flying away. Speed and strength were massively improved during second gear, but it did nothing to enhance defense. Actually, the intense internal damage endured by the second did any new damage Cain received much more severe. Cain regained control over his body very fast, but not before puking a mouthful of blood. His legs trembled but stood straight by sheer willpower. Time was of the essence, so Cain was ready to dash back into the fray immediately, but then he noticed how the sword avatar inhaled more and more air into its lungs. If just the astral wave could unleash such a powerful sonic wave, then one could only imagine what the sword avatar could do with a scream. Cain immediately transmuted the astral wave around his ears, making it a filter for sound waves, and used his ego wave to shut down his sense of hearing to prevent neural damage. After that, Cain flashed forward at full speed, but just as he was halfway to the sword avatar, this one stopped inhaling, and then he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Cain saw a small hole the size of a grain of rice on his shoulder. His mind had reached such a high level of concentration that he could figure out what happened instantly. The sword avatar did not unleash a sonic scream. Instead, he packed a crazy amount of air into his lungs and used sonic waves to compress it before releasing it like a projectile capable of traveling at supersonic speed. It was not just one, since a barrage of those projectiles emerged from the sword avatar's mouth and flashed toward Cain at a speed that was nearly impossible to dodge. Anyone else would have pulled back, but Cain just clenched his teeth and flashed forward, using virtual sight to predict the path of the projectiles. Even with that, it would be impossible to dodge them at such a close distance, but he could make sure they landed on parts of his body that would not affect his battle power. The sword avatar shot those projectiles faster but could not stop Cain from appearing right in front of it. Cain activated Blood Hand in his right hand. He struck directly toward the sword avatar's solar plexus, generating a momentary contraction of the diagrams and removing all the air from his enemy's lungs. Right after that, Cain sent a left hook toward the sword avatar's head, blasting this one into the ground and immediately following with a kick that sent it back into the room's walls. The sword avatar's bones cracked under the immense power of Cain's attack, but it was not defenseless. Just as Cain sent an axe kick toward its neck, it made its entire body spin, dodging the attack. Next, the sword avatar generated a shock wave from the sole of its feet, pushing him away from Cain before rising into the air. Cain's eyes narrowed as the sword avatar moved across the ceiling at supersonic speed, but this time he was able to keep up with this one. The sword avatar appeared on Cain's left and sent a kick to the back of this one's head, but the human bent his knees right at the last moment. Cain saw the kick pass above his head before rising and using his body's momentum to send an uppercut toward the sword avatar. The sword avatar used both arms to block the uppercut, but the blow still sent it flying away. Cain's eyes narrowed as he saw shock waves emerge from the sword avatar's feet at the last second. The entity jumped back to diminish some of the strength in his punch. It is adapting. That was Cain's only explanation for such a fantastic display of martial skill. Still, he did not waste time and flashed toward the enemy. Two red figures flashed across the room, moving at supersonic speed and unleashing blows that surpassed Mach 4. The intensity of this battle was one people could only expect from late wave champions. The idea that two wave warriors that had yet to reach the peak of that rank could create a battle like that was preposterous, yet, it was happening right now. Cain and the sword avatar clashed over 1,000 times when the latter rose to the air and generated a new rain of supersonic air projectiles. This time they were smaller and weaker but also faster, forcing Cain to block with his arms. His eyes widened as he felt the sword avatar appear behind him and understood the projectiles were a simple distraction. Cain turned around and attempted to move away, but it was too late, and the sword avatar's hands were already on his chest. The sword avatar's indexes and middle fingers were touching, forming the figure of a diamond. A deafening sound echoed across the room as a cannon of sonic waves emerged from the space between both hands, landing point blank on Cain's chest. Cain felt his internal organs rupturing under the power of that blow, sending him crashing into the wall, more than 5 meters above the ground. The sword avatar's astral wave diminished more than a third after that attack and lost its ability to vibrate. That attack was the strongest thing it could unleash and was so powerful it could shatter the body of wave champions easily. Its entire body shook as that attack pushed its body beyond its limit, but that was not a problem anymore. Cain's heartbeat returned to normal as Asura form shut down. His body began to slide down from the walls, leaving a trail of blood behind. Victory belonged to the sword avatar. Or at least that would have been the case if not for Cain's eyes regaining their light the moment he touched the ground and right as he fell. Cain clenched his teeth and used every ounce of willpower to stop his body from falling since he knew once he touched the ground, he would not be able to stand up. Ah! A bestial roar emerged from Cain as he felt his consciousness fading away, but he remained standing. His astral wave and blood energy exploded as he stared at the sword avatar. Second gear. Cain activated second gear, and the state of his body was so horrible that his internal organs began to shut down, but he ignored it. Without the technique, he would die, so he would use it even if it broke his body from the inside out. The sword avatar's face twisted as it saw the enemy that was supposed to fall still standing. Bloodlust emerged in its eyes as its aura burst. Cain and the sword avatar flashed toward the other, full of killing intent and ready to empty their last energy reserves in the next few minutes. A boom! A power explosion spread as the sword avatar and Cain clashed. There were no more fancy skills as the duo stood straight right in front of the other and sent punch after punch. Streams of blood flashed in all directions, but neither Cain nor the sword avatar moved back, using everything they had to crush the other. Finally, the sword avatar jumped away from Cain, only for a humming sound to emerge from its body and divide into 3 identical entities. Cain frowned since that trick would not work with him, and the sword avatar knew it. He figured out the real one immediately using the basic scan force field, and the fingers on his right turned into blood gems. That sonic clones technique diminished the sword avatar's physical abilities, so Cain got close enough to land a blow to the sternum. The sword avatar felt its rib cage shattering, but it endured the pain as his hands formed that diamond shape again. Cain did not hesitate before moving away, but one of the clones was there, and to his shock, it exploded and released a blast of shockwaves. Those shockwaves pushed Cain back to the sword avatar. There was no way to avoid that sonic cannon now, so Cain could only raise his arms and concentrate all his astral wave and blood energy in the front, forming a bloody shield. The sonic cannon was weaker this time due to the sword avatar's exhaustion, but it was still strong enough to push Cain's body dozens of meters while he puked blood. Cain felt his lungs no longer working, and his heartbeat was about to slow down. If that were to happen, he would not be able to trigger Asura form again. 5 seconds. Cain knew he would not last more. If the battle did not end by then, he would die. A last burst of red light appeared in his eyes as he flashed forward. The sword avatar did not simply wait after sending Cain back. It had inhaled a massive amount of air and received the incoming threats with a rain of projectiles. Cain made the muscles on his back and arms bulge. He used them as a shield against the projectiles and stood before the sword avatar in less than a second. However, just as Cain sent a devastating punch, the sword avatar opened its mouth so much that its jaw was almost dislocated, only to release a massive air boom to Cain's fist. A boom. A total sense of shock appeared on Cain's face as the air boom burst his right hand off, but that did not stop him. He used his bloody wrist to strike the sword avatar's head and sent it crashing into the walls. That attack surprised the sword avatar since the idea that someone could carry on with their attack like that was impossible for it. AFHHHHH. Before the sword avatar could recover, it heard a weird sound similar to that of an old world jet and then saw Cain's body moving from one side to the other. Cain pushed his body to the breaking point as he unleashed his last attack on the sword avatar. A boom! A boom! A boom! Hooks from the right and left landed on the sword avatar's head, all carrying every ounce of Cain's strength and enhanced by his torque and speed. A boom! As Cain was about to lose consciousness, he poured all he had into the last blow and shattered the sword avatar's head. Cain fell to the ground and began to bleed from every hole on his face as his body could not stop shivering. The internal damage was so massive that there was severe organ failure. Still, even after all that, there was a smile on his face since he had won. Just as Cain was about to slip into unconsciousness, a force in the room grabbed his body, bringing him into the center of the room and raising him into the air. In the next second, the corpse of the sword avatar shattered into countless dots of red light that flashed toward Cain's chest, piercing his skin and traveling across his body all the way to the rebirth heart. Cain could do nothing and fell unconscious. The red dots of light inside his heart began to fuse into what seemed to be a small machete the size of a grain of rice. At that point, Cain woke up due to the sudden stream of information that flooded his mind. It was an incredibly profound cultivation technique, the mightiest he had seen in his entire life. Not only did it have a path to train his astral wave, but there were also several techniques in it, including every single one that the sword avatar used during their fight. However, Cain did not have time to focus on it since the machete inside his heart began to spin, drawing a massive amount of extremely pure wave and vitality into his body. Golden streams emerged from every corner of the room and flooded Cain's body. An expression of utter comfort appeared on Cain's face as the energy healed his wounds and was potent enough to regrow his lost right hand. That was not all it did, since the energy also tempered his flesh and blood while purifying his energy pool. Second gear had done severe internal damage, one so dire that Cain could have perished in his sleep even with a vitality equal to a wave champion, but the energy mended everything. Once all his wounds were gone and his energy pool was full again, Cain felt his body growing stronger, and then it came. At the start, it began as an itch, but then it grew to a horrible sensation as every pore of his body opened up, adjusting. Then it came time for the bones, all trembling as if they were being squeezed, leading to cracks. All the internal damage healed instantly as the invisible force kept exerting a monstrous pressure on the bones, and it was not long before Cain began to sweat blood. The feeling was horrible, but Cain could not hide the thrill and excitement in his heart as the force was purging the filth in his body, making him go through the most vigorous marrow washing of his entire life. After 5 hours, the machete inside Cain's heart stopped spinning, and the dimension no longer sent any more energy into his body. Cain's body slowly descended to the ground, and the expression on his face was one of absolute serenity. He had never felt more immaculate than at this moment. It was as if a layer of filth that hindered his mind and body went away. System, scan me. The absolute life form system followed the order, and an accurate measure of Cain's constitution reached his mind in a few moments. Scan of vessel completed. Name, Cain Lorifer. Race, Godslayer. Humankind. Path of power, astral rebirth, level 8 wave warrior. Lineage, lightning lupus wave talent, low tier 7, low tier 7. Stats, strength, 9.6, greater than 10.0. Agility, 7.7, greater than 7.9. Vitality, 12.4, greater than 13.1. Wave, 7.7, greater than 8.1. Blood energy, 11.4, greater than 11.8. Marrow washing, 96% completion. Note, wave virus inside vessel enhanced wave talent by 17.2%. Cain had advanced to level 8 less than 3 weeks ago, so there was no significant change in his physical stats, but he did not care about any of that since the only number in his mind was 96. Due to the dimension's energy, he achieved flawless marrow. Cultivators like Amos and William, who achieved flawless marrow before becoming wave champions, usually did it by tapping into the final marrow washing during their ascension to wave champion. However, Cain was only a level 8 wave warrior. He had a lot of time and opportunities to improve his marrow washing, meaning there was a chance he could achieve the mythical 100% marrow washing. There was a name for someone that reached 100% marrow washing, void marrow. For someone with void marrow, Wave King was nothing special and granted a foundation strong enough to rise into the 4th cultivation rank. It was so unique that there was no record of it in the military academy or in the information Apex had gathered. Cain learned about Void Marrow from the information the machete inside the rebirth heart implanted in his mind. He took a deep breath, calming the excitement in his heart, and then focused on the Saint technique. It was extremely broad and explained in detail how to advance through Wave Warrior, Wave Champion, Wave King, and even how to tackle the realm that came next. All the Sword Avatar's techniques were now open for his training, with many more that could be acquired once he rose to Wave Champion. Sonic Blade Fusion. That was the name of the Saint cultivation technique, and to Cain's surprise, it was not just for astral rebirth cultivation since there was a version for essence evolution cultivators that was just as strong. Although it was a little surprising, it made sense since there was no way the dimension would have known who would claim the inheritance. It would have been very weird if an essence evolution cultivator had surpassed all others but could not train the Saint cultivation technique. Some might think that Cain could now attempt to train the essence evolution path of power, becoming an astral essence dual cultivator, but things were not so simple. It was common knowledge that simultaneously training both paths of power would only lead to failure. First of all would be the lack of time and resources, especially for young people. There was also the fact that there was no point in training both paths if they were not at the same level. The assistance a level 9 essence warrior cultivation could give a middle astral wave champion was practically nothing. Techniques and spells require a specific type of wave, so it would not help your energy pool have 2 types of wave inside your body. However, neither of those problems was impossible to resolve. Someone talented and wealthy enough could travel the path of dual cultivation. Although it would take a little more time to advance through the ranks, they would be extremely powerful. According to Sonic Blade Fusion, dual cultivation was taboo because becoming a titan in both paths would be impossible. You must pick one. As for a reason cultivators could not become a titan in both paths, Sonic Blade Fusion did not give too many details other than the fact that you have only one soul. Imagine going through all the effort to raise both paths to the absolute peak, one step away from becoming a titan in each of them, but having to pick one and forget about the other. Would it not have been better to focus all your effort on a single path, making it even stronger? Cain allowed his mind to lose itself in the information, as the feeling of improving his knowledge of cultivation was genuinely fantastic. He was not bothered by the warning about dual cultivation inside the technique since he had never considered that path. Cain did not sell himself short and knew he was a divine genius in the ego eternal path of power and very talented in the astral rebirth path of power, but it took everything he had just to get a chance to Void Marrow. Trying to achieve that while also focusing his mind on the laws without diminishing his cultivation speed would be nearly impossible. Instead of being average in 2 things, it was better to be great in a single one. After going through all the information, Cain extended his right hand, and a machete materialized in his grasp. It was similar to the one he used during the first 2 trials but much better. He could load as much of his astral wave as he wanted into the weapon, and this one would improve its quantity and quality, allowing the hacking power to rise exponentially. Cain needed to use the machete as a catalyst to train Sonic Blade Fusion. All the life wave that reached his rebirth heart would be refined first by the machete, improving his cultivation speed, and it was also needed to practice several techniques. They say that all good weapons deserve a name. Since we reach this point by killing everything in our path, I think I should call you Slaughter. You suck at names. Cain's heart Apex's rebuke but did not care. He knew he was not good with names, but it was not like he would go around saying it. Cain did not waste time, sending Slaughter back into his rebirth heart before taking several wave champion beasts' hearts from his space ring. He drove the life wave in the surroundings into his heart, and the machete began to spin, improving the speed at which the energy transformed into astral wave, but that was far from all. Sonic Blade Fusion not only improved your cultivation speed, but at the same time, it also tempered your body. Small sonic booms emerged from the machete, traveling through the body and tempering Cain's flesh and blood. Those vibrations not only strengthened Cain's flesh and blood but also stimulated his cells, improving his vitality and self-healing abilities. Cain mastered the first level of Sonic Blade Fusion very quickly, as if he was relearning something he had forgotten. He had never trained in the technique or even something related to the energy of sound, but it seemed that he gained some of the sword avatar's comprehension. Once he found his rhythm, Cain began to devour the blood from all those hearts and use their blood energy to alter the molecular structure in his right hand. Although the right hand he recovered thanks to the dimension's power was just as good as the original, it lacked the molecular tempering of training blood hand, forcing Cain to do it all over again. Luckily, since he had already mastered the metamorphosis, it only took him 5 hours to finish, and there was good news. After finishing the metamorphosis of the finger, Cain was able to continue with the knuckles, then extend it to the rest of the hand. That meant Cain advanced to the third level of blood hand, blood fist. Cain had been stuck at the second level for quite a while now, unable to carry on since blood fist required the constitution of a wave champion or be a wave warrior with flawless marrow. There was excitement and thrill in Cain's eyes as he carried on with the transformation, doing it with both hands. He only stopped after 9 hours and had changed half of the hand since that was his limit. Cain needed more training if he wanted to change both hands entirely. After that was over, Cain turned his focus to the skills and abilities inscribed in Sonic Blade Fusion, but he was not able to carry on due to exhaustion. The battle with the sword avatar pushed his mind and focus to the limit, and even if the energy of the dimension could heal his body and restore his stamina, the mental strain was still there. Cain lay on the ground, closed his eyes, and fell asleep in seconds. He stood like that for nearly 10 hours before finally waking up, and when he did, his mind was sharper than ever. The dimension had already sent an intent to Cain's mind, and he knew that if he wanted to leave, he just had to say it. That would expel him and everybody else from this place, back to Blade Mountain. There was no reason to leave right away since he could train in peace inside the room, and there were no threats. Not wanting to waste time, he stood up and began to practice the technique that the sword avatar deployed during their battle. Cain ran from one side of the room to the other, and his speed was improving with every second as small sonic booms emerged from the sole of his feet. The name of the skill was Sonic Dash, which allowed the sword avatar to achieve instant acceleration at supersonic speed. It did not require any special footwork and could activate in the air, allowing the user to deploy an even better version of airwalk. Sonic Dash was the one skill that Cain wanted to master more than any of the others right now, and the reason for that was simple. Several powerhouses were bound to be waiting for him and the other youths once they left the dimension. Cain knew that some of those people might want to wrestle away the inheritance from whoever gained it and would not care if they had to kill someone to get it. Of course, he was sure that Zarok and other powerhouses of the Lightning Imperial Fort would also be there and offer him their protection. Still, he did not want to put his life in the hands of others if there was an alternative. After nearly a day of training, Cain's mastery over Sonic Dash became as good as the one from the sword avatar. He could achieve an instant acceleration at the speed of sound, and that was without second gear active. If he used both simultaneously, his agility could equal or even surpass that of peak wave champions. Following the mastery of Sonic Dash, Cain practiced the technique that altered the state of the wave cloak, making it vibrate at a certain rhythm that allowed it to act as a buffer against physical attacks. The name of the ability was Sonic Armor. It was easier to master than Sonic Dash, as it only required altering the state of your wave cloak using wave transformation. Cain wanted to continue his training, but suddenly, the dimension began to tremble. Some people are getting impatient. It was clear to Cain that someone wanted to see what was happening inside the dimension. Although the portal should have vanished, Cain knew that if a cultivator was powerful enough, they could make their own path by force. There were still Sonic Fists, Sonic Clones, Sonic Bullet, and Sonic Zero that Cain needed to train, but he would do that after leaving this place. Delaying things would not help, and taking the challenges head-on was better. I am ready. As soon as that thought appeared in Cain's mind, an invisible force got hold of every youth inside the dimension, dead or alive, and teleported them out. Cain could focus much faster than the last time he was teleported due to the improvements in his soul force and willpower and saw that he and the others appeared on Blade Mountain's foot. He immediately perceived several immensely powerful figures in the sky looking down on them. Still, all that ceased to matter when he saw that Dominic had appeared less than 20 meters away from him. It might have been a coincidence or an act from the consciousness that guided the inheritance, but it did not make a difference for Cain. A boom. Dominic's mind was still adjusting to the sudden change when he heard a sonic boom. The next second, a hand grabbed his head and pushed him into the ground with so much strength that it nearly left him unconscious. Before the Saiyan could mobilize his essence wave, a fist landed ferociously on his evolution core, paralyzing the energy pool. Cain had just pinned down Dominic to the ground, and his right hand transformed into a blood gem as he intended to blast the head of the Saiyan with a single punch. However, just as Cain was about to kill Dominic, a ferocious voice descended from the sky. "Damn, mongrel, what do you think you are doing to my son?" Cain felt his eardrums trembling due to that powerful voice. He did not attack, but neither did he let go of Dominic. Instead, he looked to the sky and saw a middle-aged man unleashing a powerful aura that resembled a massive elemental storm. The man was 1 meter and 90 centimeters tall, with black hair and green eyes, holding 2 long swords in his hands, and covered by powerful gales that seemed capable of shattering buildings. "Dad, save me!" Dominic endured the pain and shouted to the sky, but he spoke no more as Cain began to squeeze his neck with so much strength that he could no longer breathe. "Mongrel, you dare to disobey the words of Alexander Martel." A green force field descended from the sky as Alexander unleashed his ego wave and made it fall on top of Cain. It was so fast that Cain could not even see it, but the next second he felt a crushing pressure on his mind. Alexander's willpower sought to crush Cain's spirit and force this one to move away from Dominic. The rest of the youths that saw that immediately moved away. Even those with a good relationship with Cain did not dare to get close since there was nothing they could do when facing something like that. Fear, doubt, and a sense of submission sought to invade Cain's heart as he faced that green force field, but then a red light appeared in his eyes, making any shred of hesitation vanish. A powerful red force field emerged from Cain's brain. Although it was not strong enough to fend off Alexander's ego wave, it was able to protect Cain from it. Alexander's eyes widened when he saw Cain looking back at him without any form of fear, but before he could do anything else, a blue force field manifested in the distance. The blue force field was even more potent than Alexander's, and while the middle-aged man was full of killing intent toward Cain, he could not distract himself and had to keep his focus on the enemy in the sky. Zarok Valentine. Zarek's aura exploded as he stared at Alexander, and his ego wave grew more and more powerful as if pushed against the green force field. "You dare to send your ego wave against my discipline." The blue force field that emerged from Zarek's brain attained a relentless and ruthless aura as it grew chaotic and full of power, just like the ocean during a storm. Many powerhouses from noble families and other great powers were present, but the moment Zarok unleashed his power, over 90% pulled back. Things escalated to a point where they would only be making fools of themselves if they interfered. As for those that had the power to face Zarok, they chose to wait and see how the clash between those two ended. Alexander could not win in a clash of willpower against the pillar of the collapsing lightning sector and had to rely on his essence wave to improve the might of his green force field. Alexander could resist the blue force field by fusing his essence wave with the ego wave, but that fragile balance broke once Zarok made his astral wave burst at 5,000%. Just as the blue force field was about to overwhelm Alexander, an even mightier ego wave descended from above the duo. It was dark gray and was able to push back Zarek's ego wave easily. Blade Mountain trembled as the power of that gray force field stood at a level that it could break the earth apart. Zarok frowned as he saw that ancient and devious willpower. He looked to the sky and saw a man standing over 80,000 meters above the ground. The owner of that mighty dark fray force field that made Blade Mountain tremble was an old man with long gray hair, green eyes, and a malevolent expression. When the rest of the powerhouses saw that man, everybody pulled back since there was no one that could match him. Zarok had always displayed a fearless aura, but even he adopted a solemn attitude when he saw that old man. He was far from invincible, especially when facing people that had lived for thousands of years. Martel family's high elder, the Dark Rock, Sebastian Martel. The old man's eyes grew sharp as he focused on Zarok, making his ego wave push with even more strength against the blue force field. "You are very talented, but you need another 500 years of cultivation before facing me." The dark gray force field became nearly unstoppable once the old man fueled it with his astral wave. Cain's eyes widened as he saw that ego wave. It was so powerful that he could not even comprehend it, meaning that the willpower of the old man had surpassed the Wave King rank a long time ago. If things did not change, he would be in trouble even if he let go of Dominic. Luckily, just as it appeared that Zarek's blue force field was about to shatter under the pressure of the old man's willpower, a golden ego wave appeared. Along with that golden ego wave, another figure appeared in the sky. He was a man that looked like he was in his 20s, with short black hair, blue eyes, and monk robes covering his muscular body. The golden force field clashed against the dark gray one, making thunderclouds appear in the sky. Sebastian stared at the man with the golden force field, and a solemn expression appeared as he no longer showed any concern with Zarok. The second pillar, Killer Buddha, Olivia and Xerxes. The old man's aura exploded as he uttered those words, and then the phantom of a giant dark eagle-like creature emerged behind him. His vitality burst with power, rejuvenating his body, as enormous dark wings appeared on his back. Such a killing intent. I thought someone of your age would be more calm. Of course, if you want to take the path of blood, I am more than happy to accompany you. The second pillar of the collapsing lightning sector continued smiling. Still, his eyes were sharp as he clasped his hand, unleashing a massive amount of essence wave that morphed into dozens of giant golden hands. Sebastian Martel and Olivia and Xerxes were already legendary figures of the collapsing lightning sector, making the powerhouses that flood the sky look at them with awe and fear. The emergence of either would have made it impossible for anyone else to get their hands on the natural inheritance, but seeing both of them meant that they had to stay away, or they could get dragged into a clash in which they could die. Zarok could not focus on Alexander, but while he was stronger than this one, he limited himself to stop this one from doing anything rash. He was not afraid of a battle, but the collateral damage could lead to the death of all the youths on the ground, so he had to be careful. Alexander did not push things either. The High Elder was strong, but the second pillar from the collapsing sector was not a pushover. Sebastian stared at Olivia for a long time before sighing and looking toward Cain. Just seeing those eyes made Cain feel a suffocating pressure. It did not target his body but was so powerful that it made it hard to breathe. Let Dominic go, and go away. Those words made Cain's mind tremble, and the power in them was countless times stronger than those of Alexander. It had a hypnotic power that sought to compel Cain's actions. Dominic felt the grip over his neck loosening up, and a small smile appeared on his face as he thought everything was over. However, dread filled his heart the next second when he saw how the red light in Cain's eyes exploded. Fuck you. Cain had lost the ability to think for a second, but his willpower exploded with power, breaking away the compulsion and allowing his rage to dictate his words. Sebastian trembled for a second, and a trail of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth as a sense of utter shock assaulted his heart. For Cain to have overcome his compulsion, the willpower of the young man must have already evolved to the middle wave king rank. Although it might seem there was not much difference between the willpower of the early and that of a middle wave king, the truth was the complete opposite. The higher your cultivation rank, the longer it takes to rise to the next level, and the same goes for the ego eternal path of power. Cain was still a 15-year-old boy, yet his willpower already reached the middle wave king. That cultivation speed in the ego eternal path of power was simply inconceivable, even if he was a divine genius born with an activated ego matrix. Before, Cain was only a bother to Sebastian, but now the eyes of the old man glowed with profound killing intent. There was clearly bad blood between the young man and Dominic, meaning he was an enemy of the Martel family. The old man focused on Cain, and when he felt the vibrant state of this one, the shock that assaulted his heart grew to a whole new level. Flawless marrow. Sebastian could not hide his voice, and when the other powerhouses heard it, they were just as shocked as the old man. They focused on Cain, and thanks to their high cultivation, they were able to see the signs, but even then, it was hard to believe it. Even Zarok, who knew that Cain's talent in the astral rebirth path of power, was shocked. A 15-year-old body with an ego wave equal to a middle wave king and who attained flawless marrow while being a level 8 wave warrior. How many years had passed since the collapsing lightning sector saw a monster like that? The feelings of the powerhouses were a complete contrast. Those like Olivia and Zarok could not be happier since Cain would become a great soldier in the future. However, those from the noble families look at Cain with hostility for the same reason, Cain would become a great pillar of the collapsing lightning fort, improving the might of the Imperial Lightning Fort. Sebastian's killing intent exploded as he prepared to flash toward Cain. With his power, it would only require him to put a finger on the young man to kill this one. However, before the old man could even take a step forward, an even mightier killing intent emerged from Olivian. A dark fire melted the golden hand around the pillar, and soon this one became skeletal and bathed in a toxic aura capable of poisoning the air. "Touch him, and you will die." Olivian's words were cold, and his essence wave burst with so much strength that the sky above Blade Mountain trembled. Sebastian stared at Olivian and could see the determination in the eyes of the collapsing lightning pillar. Although killing Cain would solve many future problems for the Martel family, he was not willing to bet his life on it. HMPH. The old man only sneered toward Olivian before turning toward Cain. "Brat, let go of Dominic, now." He did not use his willpower to force Cain since that would be useless, so he just shouted those orders. The killing intent in his eyes made it clear what would happen if Cain refused. Cain stared at Sebastian with rage before turning toward Zarok. "He killed one of my friends inside the dimension." Zarek's eyes grew cold, and killing intent appeared in them, but as he stared at Sebastian, Alexander, and the rest of the powerhouses that came from noble families, he could not help but sigh. There are a unique set of rules implemented by the Empire when it comes to inheritances, so we cannot use his actions to charge him with a crime. I understand the desire in your heart, but it is impossible to bring him with us without triggering a battle in which we could not keep you safe. Cain's heart was full of killing intent, and the red light in his eyes grew stronger, but he understood the harsh truth. He was too weak to fulfill the desire in his heart and had to let Dominic go. In the end, it was all about power. It did not matter whether Dominic broke or not the rules of the Empire. What mattered was that Cain lacked the strength to face the powerhouses of the Martel family. "Ah!" Cain sighed, and the red light weakened as he was about to let go of Dominic's neck when his eyes widened. Shock appeared on his face as he looked from one direction to the other. Sebastian, Olivian, Alexander, and Zarok were confused by Cain's behavior. It seemed he was looking for someone, but no one was around him. The shock and confusion on Cain's face did not last for long, and soon a cold smile appeared as he turned toward Dominic. "Goodbye." Absolute terror appeared on Dominic's face as he saw Cain's hand turned into a blood gem before falling on his head with monstrous power. A boom! Dominic's head could not resist Cain's punch and exploded like a balloon full of blood. Silence reigned as people found it hard to believe what they just saw. Cain killed Dominic by blowing this one head under the gaze of two powerhouses of the Martel family. A bastard. The silence did not last for long as Alexander roared in rage when he saw the death of his son. His essence wave exploded as the wings on his back fragmented into thousands of small blades that flashed toward Zarok while he dived with all his power. Zarok was able to react, making his astral wave burst with power while he flashed forward in order to stop Alexander's dive. He was able to shatter the blades coming his way with ease, but they slowed him down, which would prove deadly for Cain. Olivian frowned as he could not understand why Cain would do something so foolish, but explanations could come later. He needed to stop Alexander. However, Sebastian flashed forward, positioning himself between Alexander and the pillar. Even if Olivian were stronger, he would not be fast enough to save Cain. Alexander's eyes were bloodshot, full of grief and rage, as he used his blades to stop Zarek's march. Most of his essence wave focused on that, leaving only a little for him to carry an attack with his swords, but they would be enough to end Cain's life. None of the other powerhouses made a move and stared in silence as Alexander approached Cain. They either lack the power or the will to protect the young man, and some even silently mock him for his rash behavior. Alexander showed a vicious grin as he hacked with both swords toward Cain's neck, fusing them into a single sharp energy blade that could sever a 300-meter-tall building in half. Cain saw the hatred in Alexander's eyes and felt the sharp edge of the energy blade on his neck, but that did not fade his smile. Just as the swords were about to reach Cain's neck, and everybody thought that the life of the monstrous genius was over, a red hand appeared and grabbed the energy blade. That attack's momentum vanished when that naked red hand grabbed the swords. It did more than just block or stop the attack since it was able to nullify all kinetic energy in it. Alexander puked a mouthful of blood as he felt he had just clashed against a mountain at full speed, and his internal organs trembled. There was shock and dread in his eyes as he raised his gaze and looked at the man that stopped his attack. The man was nearly 3 meters tall, with golden eyes, long black hair, and a long beard. There was a large scar in the form of an X on the center of his face, and he wore a red robe that reached down to his arms. Sebastian, Olivian, and Zarok stared at the man with absolute shock since, despite the strength of their minds and perception, neither had noticed this one before. The second pillar of the collapsing lightning sector and the High Elder of the Martel family had cultivation much higher than a Wave King, so it could only mean one thing for the man to be able to hide from them. They were in the presence of a Titan. Alexander also understood that, which is why there was so much fear in his heart. Any idea of fighting back vanished from his heart since there was no way he could face a Titan. Since when do people dare to attack children from my blood sea in my presence? The man's voice was cold as a golden light emerged from his eyes. Alexander, run! Sebastian could not help but shout as he felt the monstrous killing intent emerge from the Titan, but it was too late. Alexander could do nothing as the Titan's index finger touched his forehead. That was the last thing he saw before the back of his head exploded, throwing pieces of his brain in all directions. Silence reigned after the powerhouses in the sky saw Alexander's horrific death, but the man was not over. After killing Alexander, he vanished from Kane's side, only to appear right in front of Sebastian the next instant. Sebastian's eyes widened as he saw the man's entire arm transform into a red gem, driving toward him with the power to pulverize mountains. His instincts kicked in, allowing him to cover his body with his wings before channeling all his astral wave in them. A boom, a shock wave that made the sky tremble occurred when the Titan's fists clashed with Sebastian's wings, sending this one flying away for over 20,000 kilometers before crashing against the ground, forming a massive crater. The destructive power in that fist did not fall behind a small atomic bomb of the old world, which is why it was so surprising to see Sebastian rising from the crater and flashing away at a speed that surpassed Mach 10. A flash of surprise appeared in Titan's eyes when he saw Sebastian flying away. Impressive. I intended to end his life with that attack. The Dark Rock lineage is stronger than I thought. The Titan could have chosen after Sebastian and would have caught this one after a few minutes, but he just shook his head. It was not worth the trouble. He then looked around at the rest of the powerhouses, and they all lowered their heads when they saw his eyes. The only ones that dared to look back were Olivian and Zarok. Not bad. At least you dare to face the apex, unlike others that only look up to it. The meaning of those words was clear to everybody, making the expression of the powerhouses that looked away turn sour, but the Titan was just talking out loud and did not care about them. The only one that really mattered to the Titan was the young man on the ground, looking at him with eyes full of willpower and determination. Brat, remember our talk. Someone will come to pick you up in a month. Make sure all your affairs are in order by that time. That was all the Titan said before taking a step forward and vanishing. Kane clenched his fists as he could not stop his heart from beating with more and more strength due to the excitement. That was the power to force your will on the world, ignore the consequences, and just do what you desire. That man did not care about the rules and codes of the Empire or the retribution of the Martel family. He just went ahead and killed Alexander before trying to do the same with Sebastian. That power. I want it. The red light in Kane's eyes grew more and more powerful as the desire for strength in his heart evolved to a whole new level. The red light in Kane's eyes exploded with power as he felt something growing inside him. A sense of warmth filled his mind, and he knew that its origin was no other than his alter ego. Bliss filled his heart since he knew that it finally happened. The alter ego had grown enough for him to start harnessing its power. Its name would come on its own over the next few days, and he could begin the training of his visualization technique. That feeling of growth came with something else, killing intent. Amos saw everything that happened, and the shock in his heart was hard to suppress. A few moments ago, there was a large smile on his face when he saw Alexander about to kill Kane. But now the middle-aged man lay in a puddle of blood with half his head blown up. When the scion from the Hellblazer family saw Kane's eyes turn in his direction, full of killing intent, he felt his instincts scream. There was not an ounce of confidence in his heart that he could face Kane, and no one would risk offending a Titan if this one killed him. Luckily for Amos, a man bathed in red flame appeared behind him the next second and grabbed him by the shoulder before both rose in the sky like a pillar of fire, only to vanish into the distance the next second. Cain frowned as he saw Amos leave, but there was nothing he could do about it. His wrath moved to another target, a corpse 50 meters away whose head was divided in two. A ball of super-condensed blood lightning appeared on his hand before being shot toward the corpse, pulverizing this one. "You!" An old man in the sky shouted in rage as he saw how Cain pulverized the body of a young man from his family. To the Godslayer Human King, burying a corpse was the best type of rest that could be given, so cremation was considered dishonorable. Zarok also frowned when he saw that the corpse belonged to a soldier. He had seen how Cain did not get along with that person, but pulverizing the body was going too far. Cain looked at the old man in the sky and saw that while there was rage, there was also impotence since this one would not dare to touch him. He did not need to explain, but he did it anyway in the form of a video that he sent to the old man. The old man's eyes widened when he saw the contents of the video. Panic appeared on his face as he needed to speak with Cain so this one would not reveal it to anyone else, but it was too late since the video was sent to everybody present. In the video, it was clear how Uriel attacked William from the back and how Cain split the head of this one with a machete. Seeing those eyes full of scorn and disdain made the old man's face pale as he understood that his family's status would take a severe hit once the actions of Uriel spread out. A good burial is too good for a traitorous piece of shit. Those words made the old man tremble, and his heart burned with rage as he looked at Cain. He would like nothing more than to kill Cain, but he was sure Zarok would kill him if he made a single move. HMPH. The old man could do nothing but leave full of resentment. Cain did not care about the fact that Uriel's family would resent him. He would never allow a traitor to enjoy the glory of being a fallen soldier like his father. Lurin. It took less than a second after that word to come from Cain's mouth for Lurin to appear by his side with a respectful stance. Hunt leader. Lurin's voice was sharp as he spoke and waited for Cain's instructions. Cain stared at this one before handing over a space ring. Give this to William's family, along with his body. Find a good place for his tomb. When Lurin got in possession of the space ring, he learned about its contents, and his eyes widened. The wealth inside was immense, and there were also dozens of wave viruses that could extend someone's lifespan. A sharp light appeared in Lurin's eyes as he thought of something. Leader, Vice Captain William's family are commoners. Would it be right to relocate them to my family's fiefdom? Cain glanced at Lurin for a moment before nodding. William's family would be safer in Lurin's household. He knew there were other reasons why Lurin proposed the idea, but he did not have a problem with any of them. Lurin smiled and bowed toward Cain before going to William's corpse, sending it into the space ring and moving away. After taking care of Uriel and William's corpses, Cain looked to those of Alexander and Dominic. He showed no hesitation before bending his knees to get closer to the duo and burying his hands into their chests. The powerhouses in the sky saw how Cain mercilessly devoured the blood inside the duo's bodies. Seeing him commit an act of cannibalism so casually made it clear to the powerhouses just how ruthless the young man could be. Not even in death would he allow his enemies to rest. Dominic's body did not take long to lose all its blood, leaving nothing but a mummified shell, but Alexander was different. The amount of blood vitality in the corpse of a wave king was dozens, if not hundreds of times higher than that of a wave champion. There were many powerhouses in the sky looking at Cain. Although their cultivation was at a much higher stage than the young man, none dared to demand anything from this one, but they could not simply leave empty-handed. Your name is Cain Lorifer, right? Cain looked to the sky as he heard someone calling his name and saw it was the second pillar. He took his hands out of the corpses before clasping them and performing a small bow. Yes. I must thank the pillar for his help during this ordeal. I will not forget it. Olivian smiled as he heard those words and saw the seriousness on the young man's face. He was happy to see that Cain did not get cocky for having the backing of a titan and remembered the person that helped him. The higher-ups in the Imperial Lightning Fort did not expect blind loyalty for the soldiers, only for these ones to remember who had their back when they were young and weak. I did not do much. By the way, you were the one that obtained the natural inheritance birthed by Blade Mountain, right? Those words made the eyes of the powerhouses in the sky grow sharp. Many shocking things had happened over the last few hours, but the reason they came here was for the natural inheritance. Cain was the most likely to have gained it since no one else that entered the dimension came close to his level, but maybe they were wrong. Cain glanced at the powerhouses in the sky and saw the intrigue in their eyes. Had it been before the appearance of the Titan, Olivian's question would have carried all sorts of problems, but now it was perfect. Since the people would find out about him gaining the natural inheritance sooner or later, it was better to reveal it now that no one would dare to put a hand over him. Cain extended his hand, allowing slaughter to emerge from his heart and signaling for Olivian to take it. Olivian extended his hand, and the machete traveled to him at supersonic speed. Slaughter's aura immediately faded once it was in the hands of the second pillar, surprising the powerhouses. The weapon seemed to have wisdom and only showed its true power in Cain's hands. Olivian sent his ego wave into the weapon to analyze it and was able to see its true power and nature. I see. It is a natural holy weapon. It seems to work as the core of a cultivation technique, and from what I can see, it can guide you to apotheosis. An impressive weapon and an even mightier cultivation technique. The greed in the powerhouse's eyes greatly diminished when they heard Olivian's words. All of them would have wanted to secure the weapon and cultivation technique for themselves since it would have improved their personal battle power, but a natural holy weapon was not worth risking their lives. Of course, there was a chance that Olivian could be lying, but if that were the case, then things would have escalated to the point that it surpassed their abilities. Cain saw the powerhouses leave after learning about his natural inheritance. The only ones that remained were Olivian and Zarok, and the duo was waiting for him to return to the Imperial Lightning Fort. The trip to Blade Mountain and the hunt was over. End of Book 3. Journey through the Blade Mountain. Book 4. A war that painted the sky red. Magma covered a room, reaching a temperature so high that it would set ordinary people ablaze in a matter of seconds. A boom, a boom, a boom. Explosions echoed across the room as two individuals fought inside. Their battle style was similar, using glowing red flames that unleashed devastating explosions. However, while one had coldness and killing intent in his eyes, the other had confusion, terror, and unwillingness. Please stop. Why are you doing this? I know things did not go as planned in Blade Mountain, but this is too much. The one that shouted was no other than Amos. The young wave champion did all he could to face the opponent but was weaker in every field. He constantly looked for a way out, but the room was locked, making it so that no one could come in or out. Amos was a wave champion with flawless marrow, so one would expect the person that pushed him to that extreme to be another wave champion, but that would be wrong. The one that had Amos running was younger and a level 9 wave warrior, but his power was much greater. Your behavior at Blade Mountain was clearly not what I commanded. You antagonized Cain Lorifer repeatedly while I told you to learn more from this one and see the chance of an alliance. However, any form of relationship between that man and me has been tainted by your actions. That voice belonged to one of the greatest geniuses that the Hellblazer family had seen in its life, Magnus Hellblazer. He had commanded Amos to come to his training room immediately after this one arrived in the Hellblazer sector, and once they were alone, began to attack full of killing intent. Amos wanted to explain, but Magnus managed to find an opening in his defense, unleashing a point-blank explosion in the center of his chest. Ah! Amos screamed in pain as the blast pushed him against a wall. He was not able to take a single breath of air before Magnus landed a vicious kick on his right knee, shattering the leg. Before Amos could say another word, Magnus grabbed his neck and raised him into the air. You are not foolish enough to ignore my words, which means you are working for someone else, maybe one of my brothers. Magnus's voice was cold, and the killing intent in his eyes exploded, making a flash of powerful golden light appear on them for an instant. The terror in Amos's eyes exploded as he heard that. He could not believe someone so young would be so smart and decisive. In any case, you are no longer useful to me. Amos wanted to beg for mercy, but the grip on his neck was too strong. The fear in his eyes grew more and more potent as he felt the energy in Magnus' hand rising. A boom! Magnus unleashed such a powerful explosion with the hand that held Amos's neck that there was nothing left of the head of this one. After killing Amos, Magnus' face grew pale, and a sense of fatigue assaulted him. He was strong, but totally overpowering a wave champion was not easy. HMPH, trash. It seems that I need to clear the pests within the house before taking care of the ones outside. Magnus threw Amos's headless corpse into the magma before continuing training. There were 3 people in a large throne room. One was a young woman with short black hair and a dark green aura, while the other was a middle-aged man nearly 2 meters tall with golden hair. As for the last one, he was sitting on the throne, shadows covering his figure, letting the duo see nothing but his golden pupils. Although his figure was hidden, his aura was clear as day, and being in their presence made the duo feel anxious. He was like a natural disaster in human form, with a power that the woman and middle-aged man could not even comprehend. You are Iris Zarong, right? Yes, Your Highness. If Cain were here, he would have recognized the young woman that kneeled before the throne as the one he helped during the events of Sahara City. Talon, she is your protégé, right? The middle-aged man bowed toward the man on the throne before answering. Yes, Your Highness. Iris has been part of our force since her infancy, after members of the organization killed the people of her city, including her family. She had shown moderate talent before, but her status rose greatly after her mission in Sahara City, and I decided to take her under my wing. She was captured but managed to turn the tables, escaping with a new lineage. The details were sent to our logistics branch shortly after she returned. The man on the throne focused on Iris again, and this time a powerful silver force field flooded the room. That ego wave had immense power, making the walls tremble and nearly suffocating the duo. Luckily for Iris and Talon, the ego wave grew calm the next second, allowing them to relax. According to your report, the reason you were able to gain your current lineage and escape from that place, despite being surrounded by hundreds of enemies, was due to a person that calls himself King. A small smile appeared on Iris' face as she heard that name again, and it was clear that the young woman had not forgotten about the powerful and kind man that saved her life when all seemed lost. Yes, Your Highness. King was able to fix the flaws in my genes only using his ego wave and hacked into the underground city security system, generating a sequence of explosions that allowed me a path to the outside. The man on the throne stared at Irin for a moment before nodding. For him to fix your genetic flaws with only his ego wave, he must have been a powerful saint genetic coder. Are you sure there are no more clues about his identity? Maybe some that you only realized after writing your report? The golden force field concentrated around Iris, allowing the man on the throne to not only see her face but also to feel her heartbeat and detect the electrical activity in her brain. Iris adopted a solemn attitude as he went through her memories, trying to figure out if she had overlooked anything, but nothing came to her mind after an entire minute. I am sorry, Your Highness, but nothing is left for me to share. All I remember and learned from King in my report. The man's golden eyes focused on Iris before nodding. He was sure the woman was not lying to him, and she had no more information about King. The way he behaved and his moniker, I cannot help but think you were in the presence of one of the Dark Kings. Talon's eyes widened when he heard the man on the throne use the term Dark Kings. Your Highness, that is information Iris has no clearance to attain. The middle-aged man's words might be misleading, but he was actually trying to protect Iris. Sometimes, too much information could lead to danger. Her talent, cultivation, and merits granted her the right to learn about this. Talos dared not refuse the man on the throne and nodded before turning toward Iris. The Dark Kings are the shot callers in the organization. There are supposed to be 10 of them, each a titan with a battle power that surpasses most of the Sector Dukes. Iris' eyes widened as she heard that. The Sector Dukes were supposed to be the strongest warriors of the Godslayer humankind empire, but the organization had even stronger people. However, something else shocked the young woman and made her frown. Impossible. King is not that type of person. Why would he attack his people to help me? There must be a mistake. Iris shouted toward the man on the throne, making Talos react harshly. Watch your mouth. Before things could escalate, the man on the throne raised his hand, stopping both. The organization is not a monolith. There are clashes between the Dark Kings, just like those between Sector Dukes. Of course, this is only a hypothesis based on very little information, and I could be wrong. However, even if I wasn't, that doesn't mean King would be our enemy. Being part of a bad group doesn't instantly make you bad. Sometimes people have no choice in that matter. There was a profound sense of wisdom in the words of the man. It was clear that his way of seeing things was beyond just black and white. Iris' eyes widened as she heard that. While she hated the organization, she was able to understand what the man wanted to share with her. In any case, you have a new mission now. Find King and bring him to us. An ally like him will improve our chances in future battles against the organization. Iris smiled and bowed. Finding her savior and thanking him in person was something she really wanted to do. A young man was floating in the sky, looking at a massive river that extended as far as the eye could see. Despite being described as a river, it was larger than most oceans of the old world, but that was not the most amazing part. What truly drew awe in the hearts of everybody that saw it was that it was fueled entirely by pure blood. The young man was nearly 2 meters tall despite only being 17. He had a handsome face with sharp brows and wore a red robe covered in golden runes. His eyes were closed, so he was not admiring the view of that massive river of blood but using it as an energy source. His body generated a devouring force that brought streams from the river into his rebirth heart. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared behind the young man, and when he saw how this one brought those streams of blood into his body, pure awe appeared in his eyes. The middle-aged man knew how toxic and chaotic the energy inside that blood was and that even wave kings were careful when using it, but the young man showed nothing but calmness. "Is there something you need to share with me, Ezra?" The young man's voice was soft and calm, yet it carried such a powerful intent that made the middle-aged man feel nervous despite his early wave king cultivation. "Young lord, I have learned the reason why the Blood Duke left for Blade Mountain. It all has to do with a person named Cain Lorifer. To protect this one, Blood Duke killed a powerhouse of the Martell family and severely injured their high elder." The peace and calm in the young man faded once he heard the name Blood Duke, and he adopted a solemn attitude as they carried on. "Tell me more. I assume you have investigated that person already?" "Yes, young Lord Zima. Cain Lorifer, 16 years old, a vice-captain from the Imperial Lightning Fort, level 8 wave warrior with flawless marrow, reached the 3rd level of Bloodhand, secured the natural inheritance of Blade Mountain, and has in his possession a natural holy weapon. According to my assessment, his current battle power will allow him to defeat middle wave champions and fight those at the late stage. His current talent would grant him a free pass to the peak of wave champion and a high chance of becoming a wave king. His talent in the ego eternal path of power is even more remarkable, with the idea he reached the middle wave champion already circulating among powerhouses. By all measurements, he is a tier 1 genius." Ezra did not discourage Cain or look down on this one just because they were on opposite sides. Disparaging your opponent while exalting your own achievements was something only those without trust in themselves would do. Zima knew he could trust Ezra for this type of task, which was why he had trusted that the information was correct. "I see. Cain Lorifer is indeed a genius, and his mastery over Bloodhand is better than most of the so-called blood children. Still, he is not part of us, and his inclusion would only lead to future weakness. Diversity might be a source of strength in most of the Empire, but it would only lead to weakness in Bloodsea. That is something the Bloodlord refuses to accept." Zima softly shook his head, but focus returned to his mind the next second. "Ezra, establish a communication channel with the Martell family and see how angry they are about the actions of the Blood Duke." The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he heard that, and he did not need more words to understand what Zima meant. After a short bow, he flashed away, ready to fulfill the task. Zima was left alone, and he slowly opened his eyes, revealing blood pupils, and what was even more impressive was the golden light in them that was the physical manifestation of his willpower. Despite being just 17 years old, the young man had already entered mind over body. By the intensity of that golden light, it was clear his willpower had already surpassed the wave champion rank limit. Cain was oblivious to the multitude of geniuses making moves due to his action, but it could not bother him even if he knew. He had reached the Imperial Lightning Fort 2 days after gaining the natural inheritance by tagging along with Olivian and Zarok, which used a ship that moved much faster than a star cruiser. According to what the duo told him, his achievements during the hunt were nothing short of extraordinary, and the collapsing Lightning Duke needed to talk with him. Cain was told to wait in his room until the Sector Duke summoned him, and he had no problem with that since the orb of red light inside his soul dimension kept trembling. Once Cain was alone, he shut down all communications and told the system to only pass through those related to the collapsing lightning duke. Then he closed his eyes, and he could see his alter ego in that darkness. The golden humanoid that hid in the deepest part of Cain's soul and guarded the massive gates opened his eyes and focused into the distance as he saw the orb of red light unleash its energy. "Brat, you are ready to start cultivating your visualization technique?" Apex could not help but feel nervous as he saw that since he knew very well the uniqueness of Cain's alter ego and how the Red King's ego wave influenced it. Cain could not help but frown when he heard that. "Apex, are you not supposed to be able to read my thoughts?" Cain never needed to share his plans with Apex out loud since this one could read his mind, which was why he found that question so odd. "HMPH, Brat, I read your thoughts by interpreting the waves of your souls, but that requires focus, something I cannot give when I am in the midst of hacking or helping the system to carry on with battle formation and the likes. Not to mention that the more powerful your soul becomes, the harder it will be for people to read your thoughts." "Oh, I see." Although learning about Apex's limitations would have excited Cain and filled his mind with all sorts of plans for using it, now it was interesting and nothing more. The relationship between him and Apex had grown a lot from the moment they met, and Cain would not hesitate to put his life in the hands of the system spirit. A smile appeared in the golden humanoid as he focused on Cain's soul and perceived the feeling and thoughts of this one. Knowing the level of trust that Cain put in him calmed some of the worries of the system spirit. "I felt my alter ego had grown large enough during the clash with that old man's ego wave. I just need to let go of my mind, and the name will come on its own." The first step to channeling the power of your alter ego was to obtain its name, and Cain was finally ready to do it. He closed his eyes, letting go of everything that was not the red orb, and saw how this one began to change. The energy in the red orb was a duality, with one side full of life and the power of growth, while the other had nothing but destruction and the force of oblivion. Slowly the red sphere grew from a grain of rice to the size of an apple, and that was far from all since the duality of its forces was no longer in a chaotic fusion state. Instead, the power of life and destruction split, generating what seemed to be a yin-yang symbol, and just like in one, there was a spot containing the energy of the other on each side. It was at that point that the alter ego unleashed waves of radiation that began to flood Cain's soul dimension. The growth of the alter ego was the growth of willpower that translated into the growth of the soul. Cain showed utter bliss as the alter ego radiation made his soul grow stronger, and slowly a name came to his mind. It was the name of his visualization technique, which embodied the path of his ego, eternal path of power. Empyrean Sun. Cain uttered those two words, and the next second, a golden flame full of vitality flooded the inside of his body. It filled him with incredible energy and stamina, making him feel it could heal any damage as long as a single cell of his body was left. Of course, that feeling was an exaggeration brought by the sudden burst in vitality, but Cain was sure that if he had this power during his fight with the sword avatar, he would not have ended in such a pathetic state at the end of the battle. Cain nearly lost himself in the golden flame that ran through his veins. Of course, they were not really flames but a manifestation of the positive side of his alter ego. He took a deep breath, rescinding the flames back to the crimson orb, before closing his eyes again and focusing on the other part of his alter ego. The intent of the left side of his alter ego carried a sense of annihilation and domination. It was a power that sought to wring everything and destroy those that did not submit. Unlike what one would expect from a power emanating such intent, there was no evil or malice. It was like a force of nature, fulfilling its purpose without emotions. Cain could not help but feel odd about that side of his alter ego since it meant that a part of his psyche saw him as an absolute ruler and that all life forms should bow toward him. He was sure to never have felt like that in his time on Ether, but he could not say the same about his life as the Red King's. The feeling of supremacy above all things that he felt inside that dream was still clear in his mind. Everything was beneath him, and that was the right order of things. That state was not sociopathy, meaning that relationships still had meaning, but they only had it as long as they were favorable or had some use. If a person went away, regardless of their meaning or how important they once were, they would no longer matter. A life with no pain. A mind focused on a single task with no distractions. Kane's body shivered as that thought crossed his mind, and he felt a powerful temptation to give in. If he followed that path, his path to power and glory would be much easier, but he did not want to accept that state of mind. After all, that path would mean that all the pain he felt for the death of friends like William, partners like Bielsa, or family like his father, would vanish, and they would no longer matter since they were no longer with him. Kane's eyes grew sharp as he focused his mind, no longer allowing the intent of the dark side of his alter ego to distract him, and he finally sought to channel its power. As a duality alter ego, Kane would gain 2 sets of abilities from it, which sounded amazing, but there was a problem. Unlike the bright side of the Crimson Orb, which he could channel effortlessly, trying to mobilize the dark side was like asking a child to raise a car. Kane could feel the power in the Crimson Orb's dark side, but there was resistance from it, and he lacked the brute power to overcome it. A frown appeared on his face since this made no sense. The alter ego was the metaphysical manifestation of his personality and ego, belonging only to him, so there was no sense in this one resisting his command. Unfortunately, Kane had no one to ask for guidance since there was no one that could help him solve the mysteries of a duality alter ego. Ah! Kane sighed, but he soon smiled again since the power of the bright side of his alter ego was terrific. He took a moment to analyze the state of his body. The golden flame was just the active state, but an alter ego also had passive abilities, like Zarek's oceanic constitution. It would be hard to measure those changes with accuracy since it was hard to detect even for someone with an ego wave like him, but luckily there was a tool inside his soul capable of doing it with immense precision. System: analyze my body for changes after the birth of my alter ego. Like always, the absolute life form system carried on with the task immediately after Kane's command. Analyzing vessel for changes. Analysis of vessel completed. Vessel's body finds itself in a state of constant cellular excitation, steadily improving his physical constitution. Vessel ability to recover from fatigue improved by a 150%. Vessel's energy pool renewal improved by 100%. Vessel's cellular regeneration improved by 50%. Kane showed a radiant smile full of thrill as he realized how much his body improved. His stamina and energy pool would now recover much faster, allowing him to fight for a much longer period of time. Although some might want improvement focused on offensive abilities, Kane had already reached his zenith in that aspect due to his mastery over Wave Cloak and Wave Burst and abilities like Asura Form and Bloodhand. What he really needed was a body that could endure that level of stress and pressure without breaking apart, and his alter ego just gave him one. Now he could use second gear and Bloodhand not like trump cards, but as basic techniques during a battle without the risk of leaving hidden injuries on his body. Kane calmed his heart after a few seconds, but the thrill in his heart would not go away so easily. I should give it a name. Now that the name of the visualization technique was forged, Kane needed to give his alter ego a name that would change as it evolved. As he focused on the Crimson Orb, Kane could not help but think it resembled a seed, and as soon as that thought crossed his mind, the alter ego adopted the shape of a seed. He was a little surprised but smiled as it made his decision easier. Sun Seed. That would be the name of the crimson seed inside his soul dimension from now on, and it would evolve alongside its power. Kane rose from his meditation stance and looked around him before letting go of his body and focusing on his mind. A visualization technique could grant your body great powers and unique supernatural abilities. Still, its true goal was the growth and improvement of the ego eternal path of power. Kane's eyes glowed with a powerful red light as he unleashed his ego wave. A mighty red force field emerged from his mind and soon spread across his room before piercing through the area where vice captains resided. Many soldiers were shocked by the sudden emergence of the red force field, and a sense of awe assaulted their hearts as they saw how it began to rise into the sky. It did not take long for the red force field to rise 500 meters, but that was far from all, as it kept growing more and more, like a mighty red dragon that was aiming to sunder the sky. Finally, it reached its zenith, and everybody in the Imperial Lightning Fort could see a red force field that extended 5,000 meters. Zarok was in training when he felt that ego wave and a smile appeared on his face as he saw that red dragon. It was clear to him that Kane had finally begun to harness the power of the alter ego and could use free ego at the level of a true middle wave king. The red force field did not remain for long and soon returned to its origin. All the soldiers started toward that residence, and their eyes showed a sense of complete awe and wonder. Cain Lurifer had already become a legendary figure in the hearts of most soldiers, having emerged from the most humble of backgrounds and rising into the sky in just 2 years. Despite only being a vice-captain's, no captain actually dared to command him, and even majors were reluctant to give him an order since there was no way to say what type of rank he would get after the merits gained during the hunt. Cain was ecstatic as he felt the power of his ego wave. He felt his mind working much faster, and his ability to understand the mechanics of his body improved significantly. The golden humanoid inside Cain's soul dimension saw how the energy force field that was Cain's soul trembled for a second before evolving. "Ha ha ha, brat, you are really good. Your soul force evolved to that of a wave champion." Cain was taken back to reality by Apex's words, and as he comprehended what that meant, a sense of absolute wonder assaulted him. His body had crossed into the realm of wave champion a long time ago, and his willpower was already at a much higher realm, but the soul was the core of an individual's existence. Improving your soul force beyond your cultivation requires incredible lucky chances and supreme effort. Cain's ego wave constantly nurtured his soul force, and the lucky chances he got during Blade Mountain's natural inheritance were of immense help. The massive improvement of his ego wave gave him the final push and helped Cain's soul force to evolve beyond the limitation of a wave warrior, rising to the wave champion. There were many benefits with a mightier soul force, but the one that really thrilled Cain was something only he had. "Since my soul force is at the wave champion rank, doesn't that mean I can awake another module? Since my soul force is at the wave champion rank, doesn't that mean I can awake another module?" Modules were the core components of the absolute life form system, and each was incredibly powerful and helpful. There was not a day that Cain did not actively use the AI chip module. While his reliance on the genetic coder module had diminished lately, he did not forego that this one was the reason for his superb talent as a genetic coder, not to mention it was thanks to this one that he managed to carve a plan to escape the underground Sahara city. The limitation regarding numbers and power of the absolute lifeform system's modules was related to his soul force, which should usually grow with each cultivation realm. Now that his soul force evolved to the wave champion rank, he should have the capacity to not only evolve the genetic coder module, but also unseal the next one. "That is right, brat. Since your soul force rose to the wave champion rank, your soul is strong enough to endure the pressure of releasing a new module." Cain could not control the thrill in his heart as he heard Apex's words. The powers of the modules defied logic, and he was sure the next one would not be less amazing than the other two. "System, how much destiny force do I have?" Cain had not been paying too much attention to his destiny force lately since there was no need to use it, and he had allowed it to stock up. Yet, now it was finally the time to use it. The absolute life form system answered Cain's question like always. Destiny force. 9,824. That was a massive number, more than 9 times larger than the one he got a year ago after killing the wave champion Atrox, but it made sense. After all, Cain had killed all sorts of geniuses, attained great lucky chances, and established relationships with all great powerhouses, raising his destiny to a whole new level. Cain smiled since that amount was more than enough to evolve the genetic coder module, take advantage of its new tools, and use the new module. Excitement and thrill built up inside Cain as he could not wait to command the system to unlock the new module and see just how amazing it was. Yet, just as Cain was about to command the system, a message reached his AI chip module. "Cain Lurifer, the collapsing lightning duke has summoned you. Report to the Titan Tower immediately." What? Zarok had already told him that the collapsing lightning duke wanted to talk with him, but he did expect the man to have such awful timing. He was just about to learn about a new module, something that had intrigued him since the moment he got access to the genetic coder module. Ah! Cain could only sigh since there was no way a mere vice captain like him could make the ruler of the entire collapsing lightning sector wait. He left his residence, and since he wanted nothing more than to end this and attain the time to activate the new module, he flashed toward the Titan Tower at full speed. A boom! A boom! The soldiers heard sonic booms as a figure bathed in red lightning flashed across the Imperial lightning fort at supersonic speed. Kane used Sonic Dash to move faster than the speed of sound, Mach 1, and his speed just kept rising. Although the Imperial Lightning Fort was larger than most cities, it took him less than 30 minutes to reach the Titan Tower. Even now, after all he had seen, Kane still felt a sense of awe as he stared at the tower. Not only did it hold the greatest powerhouses of the collapsing lightning sector, but it was able to protect an entire city from the attack of an Aatrox god. Kane had just crossed the gates of the Titan Tower when his eyes narrowed as he saw a man standing before the teleportation matrix. The man had a bald head, a long beard, and a calm smile. There were no energy fluctuations around his figure, making it seem he was not even a cultivator. Kane could see the man with his eyes, but his ego wave could not perceive him. It was clear to him that this one was a monster above the Wave King rank. Not too long ago, Kane considered Wave Kings as giants that could do anything they wanted, but every day was learning more about the world and just how large it was. Wave Kings were certainly powerful individuals, but in the grand scheme of things, they could be considered powerful pawns. Of course, if a Wave King was just a powerful pawn, Kane was even lower. That was why he wanted to rise even higher, to the realm where even the sky would be beneath him. Kane did not lose too much time in those thoughts of grandeur and walked toward the bald man before clasping his hand and bowing. Vice Captain Kane Lorifer, reporting. Vice Captain Lorifer, my name is Luther. I will take you to see the collapsing lightning duke. Follow me. Luther smiled toward Kane before guiding this one to the teleportation matrix. Kane's mental fortitude was much greater than the last time he used the teleportation matrix. Now, he could endure the backlash much better, allowing his senses to adapt instantly. He appeared in a massive room covered in obsidian crystals, with dark plasma covering the ceiling and several pillars made of a strange metal that exerted a strange gravitational force. At the end of the corridor formed by those gravity pillars was a man sitting on a throne. He had short black hair, blue eyes that glowed with white light, a muscular body nearly 2 meters tall, and his aura was so powerful that it seemed capable of twisting space around him. The man had a black robe covering his figure with 2 words on it. Collapsing lightning. It was evident to Kane that man was no other than the collapsing lightning sector duke, the strongest man in the entire sector, the one that killed the Aatrox god that invaded Gaia, a titan of the godslayer humankind. The aura of the collapsing lightning duke was so intense that for a second, Kane forgot he was looking at a human, and what appeared in his sight was a bolt of black lightning that could level entire sectors. A red light appeared in Kane's eyes, allowing him to regain focus, and it exploded with even greater strength as he took a deep breath and began to walk forward. Luther saw that, and there was a flash of surprise on his face. The fact that Kane could adapt so fast to the pressure of the collapsing lightning duke was impressive. The collapsing lightning duke was also a little impressed, but then shock appeared in his eyes when he felt Kane's soul force and realized it had already evolved to the Wave Champion rank. Strengthening your constitution or improving your understanding of the laws was not too complicated, and while there were very few treasures that could help the willpower, there were many ways in which you could evolve it, but the soul was different. Improving your willpower would have an effect on your soul force, but that would be hard enough to make it evolve. Treasures that improved the soul were incredibly scarce. Even if you found one, it did not mean you could use it. The soul was fragile, and any type of energy sent into it could lead to severe problems if not appropriately guided. The collapsing lightning duke deduced that Kane must have gotten great lucky chances during Blade Mountain's natural inheritance to achieve such massive improvement. In the beginning, there was only curiosity in the eyes of the collapsing lightning duke since, despite Kane's talent, he was not unique, and there were several other geniuses at his level across the empire. However, now that he saw the improvement in the soul force that the young man attained without the help of anyone, that curiosity transformed into interest. A smile appeared on the collapsing lightning duke as the white light on his eyes grew stronger, and the next second an incredibly powerful force field emerged from his mind and drove toward Kane at full speed. Kane's eyes widened as he saw the white force field coming his way like a tsunami that could sink entire cities in a second. He was not foolish enough to try and fight it, and instead unleashed his ego wave, covering his body with it, and continued walking forward. Luther was shocked to see the collapsing lightning duke unleashing that white force field, and even more when he saw how Kane managed to continue walking beneath its immense pressure. Facing the willpower of a legendary figure like the collapsing Lightning Duke was not easy, but Kane's face showed nothing but calm as he carried on until he was 5 meters away from the throne. Kane looked straight into the eyes of the collapsing Lightning Duke before bending a knee and adopting a knight stance. "Your Highness, Vice Captain Lorifer is reporting for duty." The collapsing Lightning Duke showed a small smile as he saw the solemnity of Kane's military etiquette. He nodded before waving his hand. "Rise, Major Lorifer." Kane's eyes widened as he heard that. He knew that all his achievements and merits would improve his rank in the military, but he found it hard to believe he jumped past captain and immediately became a major. However, while he was very happy about that honor, he also felt conflicted. A rank in the military was not just a title but a statement that you have made a difference and your hard work secured the safety of the people of the Godslayer humankind. Kane became an actual soldier around a year ago, so attaining the same rank as some veterans that put their lives on the line countless times for the safety of commoners did not feel that great. Luther noticed the look on Kane's face, and his smile grew wider. The more he learned about the young man, the more he liked this one. It was clear to Luther that Kane was someone that really loved and appreciated the military, unlike Uriel and his kind, who only wanted to rise higher in the ranks to improve their status in their families. "Young man, I can see you have reservations, but believe me, you have earned that rank. The amount of military merits you have gathered is more than some majors obtained in their entire career. Of course, just the amount of military merits is not enough. Yet, you have already done an excellent service by taking care of traitorous garbage and teaching a bloody lesson to those that thought they could look down on the military just due to the power of their families." Luther's calm voice removed all of Kane's reservations about his current rank. The young man rose from the ground and bowed to the bald man before focusing on the collapsing Lightning Duke with a smile full of determination. The collapsing Lightning Duke stared at Kane for a moment before speaking. "What sort of deal did you make with the Blood Duke?" Kane was slightly surprised by that question, and the name Blood Duke was completely unknown to him. Only now did he learn that the man with whom he made a deal called himself Blood Duke. Although he did not like to reveal his business to other people, he was currently a soldier of the Imperial Lightning Fort, and a superior officer was asking a question, so he had to answer it. Besides, there was nothing wrong with it, and it did not affect the military in any way. "In exchange for his assistance against the Martel family, I promised the Blood Duke that I would travel to the Blood Sea and participate in an event called the Ascendance of the Blood Moon." The collapsing Lightning Duke and Luther were shocked to hear about Kane's deal with the Blood Duke. "Are you sure that is what the Blood Duke asked you to do in exchange for killing Alexander Martel and making Sebastian Martel run with severe injuries?" Kane noticed the strange behavior of the duo, but he was not in a position to ask questions at the moment, so he just answered the question. "Yes. I am unaware of the ascendance of the Blood Moon, but I must participate in it by order of the Blood Duke. Someone will come in a few weeks to bring me to Blood Sea. Once I am there, I will receive more instructions." The collapsing Lightning Duke and Luther look at each other, and there is a severe expression on their faces as if what Kane just told them would have severe repercussions for the collapsing Lightning sector. Luther stared at the collapsing Lightning Duke, and only after this one noted did he speak with Kane to solve some of the doubts in the young soldier. The rise of the Blood Moon is a sacred ceremony that happens once every 10 years when the energy of the Blood Sea reaches its peak. Geniuses from the Blood Sea participate in all sorts of trials to prove their might. As for the ascendance of the Blood Moon, that is even more special since it happens every 100 years. At that point, the power of the Blood Sea reached a unique state, and only core members were allowed to participate. The fact that you, an outsider, will take part in it will anger some very powerful people, especially since there have been conflicts in Blood Sea lately regarding terms like bloodline purity. Kane frowned when he heard that since it was clear the Blood Duke planned to throw him in the middle of a clash of factions, and the danger was evident for anyone. Still, Kane gave his words, and the Blood Duke did his part, so despite the dangers, he would not back down and travel to the Blood Sea. The collapsing Lightning Duke saw the red light in Kane's eyes, and he nodded. "Whether you are brave or just foolish, it doesn't matter. The fact that you did not consider breaking your word despite the dangers is good enough for me." The collapsing Lightning Duke made a golden box with a dragon figure appear on it and sent it toward Kane. Cain could not feel anything from inside the box, and it was clear that the seal was extremely powerful. He stared at the collapsing lightning Duke, and once this one nodded, he sent his ego wave into the box. In it, there was a golden pill with strange red runes all over its surface. Cain's ego wave could rely on the same information that his senses, allowing him to perceive the intense energy and vitality inside the pill. The energy and vitality were off the charts, but the most impressive thing was the purity in them. That is your reward for taking the position of No. 1 killer in the hunt across the entire empire. Although it was the portal to that unique dimension, the one that killed most of the powerful wave champion beasts, you were the one that gained the natural inheritance, so I made sure they were counted as yours. Cain gave a small bow to the collapsing lightning Duke since he was sure many others would have wanted to give the credit for those kills to their sons and daughter. Luther did not waste time and began to explain the might of that small pill. The name of that pill is Sky Rising Pill. It is a peak saint pill, and even among powerhouses, it is considered a great treasure. A young genius can use it during their evolution to the wave champion rank. It will drive forward their marrow washing, strengthen their meridians, and improve their energy pool. Cain was amazed by what he just heard. Any of those effects would be of immense help, but the three together would help him rise to the wave champion with a very powerful foundation. The Sky Rising Pill is meant to be used during the evolution to wave champion, and using it on any other occasion would waste a lot of its potential, but you should employ it during your rise to level 9. Cain was surprised when he heard the advice of the collapsing lightning Duke. He did not blindly accept the advice or reject it, instead asking for more information. Could you elaborate, Your Highness? The collapsing lightning Duke did not feel offended by Cain's words since, in his mind, only a fool would follow the cultivation advice of someone they had never met before just because they were stronger than you. In normal circumstances, there would be no reason to use it during level 9 and waste nearly half of the pill's power, but you are in a unique position right now. During the ascendance of the blood moon, there is a special event in which you will have access to even better assistance to your evolution to wave champion. Of course, whether or not you can use it will be up to you. If you use the Sky Rising Pill during level 9 and attain that lucky chance during ascendance of the blood moon, you could evolve to wave champion with void marrow. Cain's eyes narrowed as he heard that. He was not surprised that the collapsing lightning Duke would know about his intention to attain void marrow since it was something any genius like him would pursue. What truly mattered to Cain was the special events in the ascendance of the blood moon that could help him push his marrow washing through the final hurdle. He was not arrogant to think that he had already secured void marrow just because he attained flawless marrow at level 8 and had been looking for a lucky chance, but it seemed that the lucky chance found him this time.